The following is a fan-based podcast. Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, and Dragon Ball Super are all owned by Funimation, Toei Animation, Fuji TV, and Akira Toriyama. Please support the official release. Why? We're changing things up a bit today. We're going to be talking today, Luke and I, special guest, returning guest frequently on various shows on this channel. I have Luke with me today because
Hello.
Luke is my other friend who I think is the biggest fan of the Dragon Ball franchise, which is
Yes.
a multi-headed chimeric monster of a series that has so much shit in it. Just an ungodly amount of shows, products, stories. Fucking like there is so much to dive into with this shit, and naturally we thought, oh, we got to make something about Dragon Ball just because we're fans of the franchise, and also we wanted to give it up to the creator who recently, well, not recently anymore, just because it's been a little while, but the passing of
Yeah.
Akira Toriyama has kind of weighed heavily on me ever since it happened, and I've regressed into my childhood and started reconsuming all of the Dragon Ball things, and I was like, I gotta do something with this. I gotta get the right person for it. So naturally, instead of doing a multi-series or a retrospective, we're just gonna jam pack it all into one fucking thing because we're insane. Because that's
Let's
the
go.
only explanation. We're talking about everything we can possibly think of today. And keep in mind, that is not a thorough everything. This is purely what Luke and I have experienced, which I would say is a good 80% of all of the Dragon Ball media in existence, which when you count
Yeah.
for all of it, that's not unimpressive. I'm just
No.
trying to justify the last couple months of my life. It's okay. But
Aren't we all?
that's it. I mean, look, we got to do something to get through the day. And sometimes that thing is manga. But
Yeah.
to start all this off, we're just going to be talking about the shows, the games, the parodies, the everything because to give somebody a grand portrait of Dragon Ball, you have to kind of touch base with everything just because it is a bit in the rear view like cuz Dragon Ball is a really big foundational shonen anime before like the big three phenomenon even existed, something I talk about with Jen in our Bleach episodes, where we talk about how that's kind of a relic of the past now. But even then, Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece, they be eating this thing's nachos. So, what exactly is it
True.
about Dragon Ball Z that compels so many people? Because the thing is that even though it's kind of waned in pop cultural relevance, is that it's still getting new fans, it's still producing new content that is still getting in new people. And it was also the first time that, well, to be blunt, it was the first time where I was in high school and I didn't only see a bunch of other lame white kids getting into anime. Because anybody will tell you the appeal of Dragon Ball crosses so many barriers and thresholds, like maybe one of the single most universally appealing fictional properties in existence. So I guess the goal
Very
here
true.
is really to distill why. Like, what is it about Dragon Ball that has kept it alive and buoyant for this long? And there's no real better place to start at the origin story of Luke and I's interest in this
Mm.
franchise, which is a bit unusual, but when a property gets this big, I feel like it's only inevitable that you sort of consume it through means that are not the original source material by like 4 degrees of separation, and then eventually you make it your way back to the manga or the show. So, Luke, where did
Yeah.
you start off with Dragon Ball? What incepted your love for this franchise?
So the distilled point of first contact with Dragon Ball was when I was very young, probably maybe even like 6 years old, because I was a person who had two older brothers who, I kind of watched whatever they watched and, played whatever games they played. And one of the games that they had played quite frequently was Dragon Ball Z Budokai for the GameCube, which is a seminal fighting game for that sort of GameCube PS2 era. Now, the thing is, I was, a child, so I had no concept of this being like part of a TV show. I just thought it was a cool game. But, it appealed to me because at that specific time, one of my biggest interests in movies and TV was like martial arts related animated shows like, Avatar The Last Airbender, Samurai Jack, even bullshit like Shaolin Showdown were kind of foundational for me at that time.
Yeah, basically we just sort of consumed it by proxy of just a bunch of stuff that basically the creators of these properties were totally all inspired by Dragon Ball, like directly. Like
Exactly.
Tartakovsky, absolutely. Fucking Avatar: The Last Airbender showrunners, totally and completely. In fact, Avatar: The Last
Yeah,
Airbender may be the best successor to Dragon Ball in terms of shows about the art of martial arts, in fact.
exactly. Exactly. And and you know, like one thing led to another, and eventually I realized, oh, this was actually based on an animated series. And it's kind of interesting because I think for a lot of people, Budokai was probably an introductory point because it wasn't really fully syndicated, I think, in I was gonna say, I wonder who else.
That is a fucking that's a story in and of itself in that Dragon Ball the anime comes from a particular era where, the kids these days are spoiled because they get simulcast and shit for stuff that's like super big. Like I'm pretty sure that like that Jujutsu Kaisen movie that came out was simultaneously released in English and Japanese. Like so many
Yeah.
of the bigger, more popular anime are coming out that way. Like I'm pretty sure the Bleach Thousand Year Blood War is coming out in English as it premieres in Japan. Like this is a relatively recent phenomenon. Back in the day, this like the way you could get a hold of Dragon Ball before the internet was through VHSs and fan subs. So like this was
Well,
not readily accessible. Yeah,
one other thing. There was also Toonami.
there was. There's a couple of dubs of Dragon Ball 2, which makes this a bit confusing,
Yeah.
is that there are things like the Ocean dub, there's the dub that everyone is most familiar with, where Chris Sabat is Piccolo and Vegeta, where Sean Schemmel is Goku, etc. Like that's the one people are most familiar with now, just because those are the voice actors in like the movies and what have you. But there
Mhm.
exists like I think like four or five official dubs of Dragon Ball back when that was a thing that could happen, just because I think that like licensing was very different at the time and they were
Yeah.
still trying to figure things out. Like it was basically the push that, in the 90s that we got from, you know, Ghost in the Shell and The Matrix and Akira, that kind of ball of movies and influence sort of boiling up, and then everybody's like, oh, hey, this Japanese stuff, the kids like this, let's ship it overseas.
Yeah.
And I think what's foundational to Dragon Ball in general is the idea of that fan sub community, is that you had to be somebody who spoke Japanese, who could translate it, who could hard encode subtitles into VHSs and distribute them. And that became its own tiny little anime subculture. And because it was so popular with Dragon Ball, it started happening with other things as well. Like I know that you can draw another direct line of influence as to how we got Evangelion, is that it probably started with
Yeah.
Dragon Ball being like, localized first and then everybody noticing, oh, hey, we can make money. And it
Yeah.
leads to a lot of you can go and look up the various sort of side by side line reads for different characters in this series. And it is very funny how there's some voice actors, I'm pretty sure, that appear in multiple different dubs and voice different characters. It is fucking bizarre. It is truly a relic of like, times past where this entire subculture was born out of the limitations of the VHS tape. But thankfully, Luke and I at least got to sort of come in at the epoch of the dawn of Dragon Ball, because I
Yeah.
also specifically for the GameCube got into it with Budokai, which, you know, these days Budokai 1 doesn't really hold up that much. It's a very sluggish fighting game. It feels a lot like Tekken, but it doesn't really have the rhythmic sort of like combo strings that a series like Tekken has. It's a little awkward, a little floaty, but the thing that makes Budokai 1 notable is that the story mode in that is an
Yeah.
incredibly faithful recreation of the first three arcs of Dragon Ball up until that point. Like it has the Saiyan saga, the Frieza saga, and then I'm going to refer to the next saga as the Cell saga. I know people like to delineate it between like, oh, it's the Android saga and the Cell saga. And it's like they're the same. It's the Android saga and the Cell
Yeah.
saga are the same story. I can't separate them. The Android saga doesn't have an ending. Like it just goes to
No.
Cell. Like that's how that works. We're gonna refer to it that way. So to keep pace. But that game's voice acting and stuff and like the cutscenes are very well recreated. And I just remember like, turning that on at my friend's house because my best friend at the time, he was the one who owned the copy of the game. And
Hmm.
we put that on. And I remember just being like, whoa, look at all these like angles and stuff. And whoa, that guy got hit with the special beam cannon and he got a hole in his
He got a
chest.
hole in his chest. That was the
And he's
coolest
an
thing as a
alien,
child.
apparently, but also a monkey? What the
Yeah,
fuck is this shit? And
yeah.
naturally, that's when I don't know if this actually must have been the first time I did this, but like I feel like this is like a universal autistic experience is that you learn about the media you can't immediately consume from like Wikipedia articles. And like there were so many things
Yes.
I knew about for years of my life that I had never even seen with my very own eyes. I just went on Wikipedia or whatever wiki they had and was just like, I will absorb all of the information this way. And I'm totally not at all still like that.
What? No. No. What? No.
Never done this.
How could you
Um,
insinuate such things?
I mean, it's part of the reason that we're able to do this here today, so I can't really talk too much shit on us.
Fair.
But that initial trilogy too of like Budokai 1, Budokai 2, and Budokai 3 was like that was the real foundation of just like the second Budokai game. No one really remembers all that fondly because it's got a really weird Mario Party-esque system of how the story
Yeah.
progresses in that, and it's less like cinematic, so it doesn't like have all of the appeal of seeing the beats of the Cell Saga or whatever saga you're watching. But then Tenkaichi 3 comes out and is like, here's a roster of like 120 characters from all over Dragon Ball. Like even the characters that Akira Toriyama doesn't give a fuck about anymore. Like you
Yeah.
can you can play fucking Tien. Hell yeah, I want to play as Tien. Tien fucking rules.
Tien is awesome. Surprisingly underrated character. Uh,
And I
Something I
think
want to
that
note though, one thing I want to note is that I was in that period when those games were coming out, and I got Budokai 2 and loved that. And I was so excited for Budokai 3, except for the fact it was on PS2 only.
and the it's a good thing that we have modern technology because I can take this and flip on Budokai 3 and have a great little time in my pocket. But back in the day when you had to shell out
Yeah.
50 bucks for a video game for a console you maybe didn't even own, that shit was impossible. So
Yeah.
this is very much a piece of media that is a relic of the pre-digital age. It's like just at the
Mhm.
dawn, which I think makes it fascinating in how it's distributed and how it's malleable, which we'll kind of get to in a little later. But on the note of you mentioning Tien being an underrated character, we're starting off talking about this in terms of Dragon Ball. And we mean that in the sense that there is Dragon Ball and there is Dragon Ball Z. And I make this delineation because there's a lot of fucking people that don't know that Dragon Ball Vanilla even exists. Many
Yeah.
people's introduction in the West was purely with Z. You get the first episode where you're like, okay, this guy's an alien. Cool. His brother's here and his son gets kidnapped. Okay. And they have no fucking idea that there's like 10 years of another story that happened before that that make that even fucking wilder. And the thing is about OG Dragon Ball is that there's kind of a meme in that like just because there's so many different ways you can consume Dragon Ball, there are many fans of this franchise who just straight up haven't seen large swaths of this. Like they like,
Yeah.
they just have not given it the time of day. And to which I say, fix that. Because we live in 2025 now. You have everything at the tip of your fingers. Go read Dragon Ball. I say read because Akira Toriyama's original manga is the foundational shonen text. This
Mhm.
is the Bible for this. It is like you go in terms of the lineage of the artistic medium. It starts with Tezuka, and then the next step is Akira Toriyama. It's like right afterwards, and he invents Dragon Ball, which in its original form is actually an adaptation of the very famous story Journey to the West, which has
Yeah.
a lot of Son Goku, that's kind of where Son Wukong, Akira
Yeah.
Toriyama really likes to do that. So it sort of has roots in very traditional sort of Eastern storytelling and also blends that with martial arts. So you have a very fantastical adventure-y kind of vibe that is not very similar to Z at all. It is
No,
way more
absolutely.
adventure and just kind of fantasy oriented.
Yeah. I was gonna say Z becomes more like science fiction rather
Hmm.
than fantasy.
It's Z, I feel like, is the point at which Akira Toriyama feels like he discovered like a lot of Western media, like, for instance, The Terminator, that
Yes,
would
I was gonna
become
mention that.
very influential on his later work. But when it starts out, Dragon Ball is super singular because it's got this blend of like adventure and fantasy and martial arts, but also it's comedy because Toriyama got his start in gag manga. So
Hmm.
the thing is, though, is about comedy and action in terms of the medium of the manga. They're very similar. They're very similar in how you construct a joke, how you construct a punchline. That's how you're going to use combat. And when you go and read original Dragon Ball, you get a fantastic example of why Toriyama's one of the GOATs, because it's so easy to read. And if you don't read a lot of manga, that doesn't sound like the high compliment that it is, but
Hmm.
great panelists will basically guide your eyes perfectly. I think of like when I think of film, somebody who's really great at this is George Miller. I think of Mad
Hmm.
Max Fury Road when it turns of like center framing everything so that your eyes can follow the chaos. Toriyama works with that level of simplicity of being able to panel things in a way that has impact and flow, and it makes following it really fun. And because he
Hmm.
had prior experience, it's very easy to pick up on. And I mean, in terms of problems with Dragon Ball, I don't really have many. Like in
Hmm.
honesty, like a lot of people will say this is sacrilege, but in terms of what is the best part of Dragon Ball purely in like a critical sense, I think it's the first part. I think that Dragon Ball, like through, the King Piccolo saga right up to Z, I think this is the most consistently great thing he has. Because as much as I love all of this franchise, Luke and I will attest to the fact that this franchise has its ups and downs. I once
Yeah.
I once labeled Dragon Ball as the 6 out of 10 piece of media that I love the most. Like I love Dragon Ball more than I love several masterpiece tier films. And that sounds like a very backhanded compliment, but I do earnestly mean that because like there's the idea of kind of starter media or just media that gets you interested into a particular thing. And like Dragon Ball as a gateway, you really can't do that much better. I don't know
Hmm.
exactly how much of the original Dragon Ball manga or show you have experienced, but I've read all the manga and I've seen the tournament arcs of the show. But I've only seen a little bit of the Red Ribbon Army part. I did read that though, long,
Hmm.
long time ago.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say like a lot of my experience of Dragon Ball is more so like a lot of attempts to try to read or watch it. And you
Mhm,
mentioned kind of the first part being like a little bit of where it's like not at its strongest. And I think that's just always
mhm,
what happens with me is like I have to find the cutoff point where it's like, all right, this is where he gets good. Because that's the
mhm.
thing. It's like this is the setup and I should know this, but I am a sadly I am kind of a normie in that sense of being very much just stuck in the DBZ world because that's all I've ever known.
And it's very different too because like again, when we talk about shonen storytelling, the tropes of shonen not really in OG Dragon Ball. Like in the sense
Hmm.
that I think the only thing that's really echoed what that's like is actually Yoshihiro Togashi doing Yu Yu Hakusho and
Hmm.
after that Hunter x Hunter, which are two shows that are very commonly cited as kind of deconstructionist shonens, which goes to show you how similar these things really are. If you ever want to go back to these arcs and just sort of experiencing them, because like the anime is solid as well. It's on the older side, but it still has like there's a lot of money in a lot of those shots, like a lot of great key
Hmm.
animation. I would highly recommend. I believe it's the 21st and 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament arcs, which like if you
Hmm.
love shonen, you are familiar with the concept of the tournament arc. And
Absolutely.
and honestly, Toriyama knocked that shit out of the park from like day one. Like there's a lot of Dragon Ball that, a little bit some of it's back and forth, but and I think maybe the strongest part of it's kind of Red Ribbon Army, King Piccolo kind of stuff where it like you really start to see the planting of the seeds of what would become Z later. But
Hmm.
like this is the point where it's like it's the culmination of like the martial arts that our characters have been training for and using, and then like it's such a great blend of action and comedy because the comedy is often used as like very subversive as ways our characters can overcome specific obstacles in ways that are intelligent but also really amusing because like
Yeah.
even though I said it was an adaptation of Journey to the West, the story at here is about our main character Son Goku, who is a little tiny monkey toddler boy living in the woods, who our other main character of Dragon Ball, which, yes, I did say main character,
Yeah.
Bulma, shows up and finds one day. And naturally, our story begins as innocently as possible with Bulma shooting Goku in the fucking face immediately because he's a little feral monkey boy. And she's like, oh, fuck. And then
Yeah.
shoots him, but discovers,
As
oh
you do.
shit, he's fine. What the fuck? And then she takes him, and then he's trained by Grandpa Gohan, and Grandpa Gohan.
Hmm.
Kids might not remember. There are
Yeah.
multiple Gohans. Um,
You following this? There's going to be a test on Friday.
there. Oh boy, will there be the Dragon Ball naming conventions? You will quickly discover if you're not familiar with already are whack a little bit. But the world of Dragon Ball to me is the main sell here because the actual like world building, some of it's a little flimsy, I'll admit, particularly when we get around to Z, but like it has this world that is so bright and colorful and has like seemingly no limitations. Like this fucking
Yes.
place has dinosaurs, but they also have like fully civilized cities and stuff. Like Bulma is literally the daughter of a really famous scientist who like he's the president of the Capsule Corporation, and they have little capsules you can hit a little button and it just like turns into like whatever the fuck, like literally
Yeah.
anything. So like there is, and that comes over from another one of the manga that he made, Dr. Slump, which is a little bit more gag oriented but also kind of sci-fi-ish, but it still sticks to this in a way that's like the fantasy feels like it comes from a really special place. That's where like most of the martial arts stuff is like born from, and it kind of clashes against the science fictiony world. And that part's really cool because there's like Toriyama is very much like Miyazaki in this aspect. Is that he's very interested in like the images of both technology and nature being fused together in unusual ways. Like I think about
Yeah.
just the image of the of Cell's pod in the
Yes.
Cell Saga being covered in moss and stuff, but it's also like it's from the future, so it looks really cool. So you
Yeah.
get a lot of really interesting images like that in a really interesting world, but a very grounded story of Goku learning to become stronger, learning to use his abilities to fight bad guys like the evil Red Ribbon Army,
Yeah.
or the Demon King Piccolo, which Demon, put a pin in that. Uh,
It's not going to be
Much like
important.
the discussion with Bleach, we will be talking a lot about retcons today. Um, but even though so much shit is retconned into oblivion, we have such a great cast of characters to start out with in Dragon Ball because you have Goku, who's your little shonen boy who is unflappable, like
Truly
total idiot. Like he's just a dumb little idiot child. But gosh darn it, you just want to pinch his little cheeks. He's so cute, and
adorable.
he whoops ass, and he's got a little monkey tail until they have to cut it off. Which R.I.P. Grandpa Gohan. Yeah, Goku
Rip.
does accidentally transform into a giant monkey and kills his adopted grandfather. Rest in peace. Very pivotal moment in the show that many people don't know a goddamn thing about.
Real
Um,
Superman story esque.
Basically, and this was even before the Goku Superman thing like happened in pop culture, which boy howdy would it happen later. Um, and we get a lot of different characters like our the best friend and rival character who an important Dragon Ball staple. We have Krillin. Um, and
Krillin.
I gotta shout like this is what this section is really for here is to shout out all the underrated characters that yes they're carried over to Z but they don't get utilized very often and it is a bit of a shame but I do simultaneously understand that you know the manga industry's tough and Akira Toriyama he had to keep on telling a story and sometimes you can't make everything as cohesive as you want to so you know
Yeah.
I get it but you have Krillin who is hysterical in Dragon Ball. Like that little guy is so goddamn funny and like he's a great rival character for Goku and like is frequently sort of made fun of nowadays as being like the oh yeah, he's gonna show up, what's he gonna do to Cell, get his ass beat? But it's like
Yeah.
canonically Krillin is the strongest human. Like
Yeah.
more than anybody. And that but they kind of gloss over that a couple times, but you get to see the friendly rivalry between the two of them develop and ultimately they have to fight against each other in the tournament and that's a really cool moment and it's all about those sort of like those specific moments of like unexpected drama where it's just like oh I have to fight my friend now and then the
Mm.
complexities that arise from that and then we talk about ideas of pride and ideas of like being satisfied with yourself and devoting yourself to something and getting stronger. That's the theme of Dragon Ball is learning how to overcome a given obstacle, which is general, but is still like very much the theme of every single part of the story. Like I don't
Yeah.
really ever think Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, any incarnation ever stops being about pursuing strength. And that sounds kind of surface level, but frankly, I think that Dragon Ball attacks it in a pretty multifaceted way, and in ways that I
Yeah.
think do actually develop in a lot of smart ways into Z, in a lot of ways that people maybe don't give huge credit for.
I kind of think of it as like, the idea of like, oh, is a story about overcoming obstacles might sound like, well, yeah, that's just all
That's
stories.
every story.
But the thing is, I think Dragon Ball is not so much about what it's saying, but like the volume to which it is saying it.
Mm-hmm.
Because, well, I say volume because everyone screams a lot, but like you know what I mean.
That another tried and true the Dragon Ball powering up thing, which not really a thing till Z yet, but it is still it
Yeah.
shows in and fits its starts in Dragon Ball. But like Dragon Ball still has a lot of like it has those couple tournament arcs that are like really solid, and then the Red Ribbon Army arc, which is a little bit more ambitious and sprawling, and you start to see the sci-fi elements bleed in a little bit there. But it all really starts to graduate once you get to the King Piccolo parts of the story, which
Mm.
are that's when we like there's a character named Kami, which is means God, who is in Dragon Ball, who the relationship with Piccolo is very strange just because the Namekians are kind of retconned to exist, even though in the Dragon Ball anime there's a part where they speak a different language to each other, and that language is definitely alien. Like they put the
Yeah.
subtitles on the screen and that shit looks like it's fucking what's Spock? What the hell is his
Oh,
race?
Vulcan?
Yeah, it looks like Vulcan, and you're just like, I don't know what's happening there, but they said that this green guy is a demon, and he's like this villain who like overthrows the world government, and then
Yeah.
Goku has to defeat him after his friend Krillin is tragically murdered. Oh no,
Oh my God,
someone
people
died.
die.
Surely this will have lasting consequences. Um, but and
Uh,
also like this part of the story is really cool just because you get to see Toriyama kind of stretching his muscles a little bit, but it also does have several plot elements like the super god water, which is just, Deus Ex Machina, here you go, kids. Now the plot's over.
Blood of
Um,
Christ.
Basically. And then we have the final part, which is Piccolo, who is like the son slash reincarnation of King Piccolo, who comes in and then he fights Goku, and then Goku beats him, and then he's like, well, I mean, if I can't beat you, I guess I'm just gonna go fuck off over here for a while. And Goku's like, good, if you try shit again, I'll beat your ass. And then the other person he fights is this girl who's in a disguise, and it's like, who's this lady?
Hmm.
And she beats the fuck out of him for a little while, and she's just like, hey, Goku, what the fuck? And he's just like, what the fuck me? What the fuck you? She's like, you said you were gonna marry me. And it's like, I'm sorry, marriage is that a food? That's real, by the way. I didn't make that joke.
No,
He's
he
like, is
literally
marriage
does that.
he's like, marriage, is that a type of food? And then Chi-Chi's just like, oh my fucking God. And that's how we get the relationship between Goku and who would later become his wife, Chi-Chi, who is what I think is very interesting about these two characters in the original Dragon Ball and going forward in Dragon Ball is that even down to the voice acting in Japanese, is that these characters are supposed to have hick dialogue and like accents and
Mm,
affectations. Like Goku and Chi-Chi are both meant to sound like bumpkins because they're from the
yeah.
countryside. And like
Hmm.
that mean like Chi Chi is like the daughter of this guy called the Ox King, and like that's how they actually end up having money because Goku doesn't have a fucking job.
Oh yeah, he's what are his skills? I can punch things really good, but I have the intelligence of a
It's
walnut.
like, I hope that prize money lasts forever, my guy. But Chi-Chi is also like a character who really pursues fighting. Like, I do love that Toriyama will, he will give it up to the ladies occasionally, and you will get lots of badass characters who, well, we'll get to that in Z. I have some complicated feelings on all of that. But
Yeah.
uh but initially though, that little rivalry that develops into a romance is very cute because Goku's whole thing is that he's very aloof and he has to kind of rationalize everything through fighting to make it make sense to him because something that people don't realize about Goku is that I did joke that he's kind of dumb, but it's like it's not really that Goku is dumb. Goku is a genius. But he's a genius in like one really specific way, and that makes him kind of dumb in a lot of other ways. Is that like I mean like I don't want
Realistic.
to probe too deeply on this, but I mean it very codes as a kind of very kind of roundabout way, kind of feels like autism. And again, that's not a bad thing, especially on this
Actually,
podcast
yeah.
with Luke and I, is that it's like it's someone who has such a specialized skill set, a hyper fixation that they have to kind of understand everything through that leads to them like not getting social cues and not fully understanding the world around them, which is why I think Goku is a very good main character throughout the entirety of
Hmm.
Dragon Ball, is that he's likable, he's affable, he's funny, but he also does have a distinct weakness and that he can't relate to the people around him at all. Like, be it through strength or just be it the fact that he is fundamentally wired different than everybody else and he has to find a way to communicate with them. And that's actually the core of I think Dragon Ball. It's not just learning how to get stronger, it's also fighting as a method of communication. And that's kind of why all shonen and all like fighting heavy anime are so like the trope of the main anime character doing the dialogue in his head, analyzing his opponent and going, that's Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball invented that shit. They
Yeah.
go point by point, they break everything down and they make it strategic. And that does later on lead to a lot of instances where things inspired by Dragon Ball suffer their pacing really horribly, and even Dragon Ball has its notable pacing issues. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
But it means that the fights are not just watching cool people but drawn by cool animators doing cool things. There is a narrative to these fights. There is choreography to these fights that make them a story in and of themselves that you have to watch and pay attention to. And that really only starts to form, I feel like, at the end of Dragon Ball, where he really starts to get good at internal narratives as to why these things are important and what makes them unique for each character,
Mhm.
which kind of segues us into Dragon Ball Z, which,
Yeah.
again, Dragon Ball did not really exist in a Western context over here. It was not only a different thing, but it was just like less successful over here. So it's
Yeah.
just kind of a non-entity. But Dragon Ball begins airing on things like, again, you have like the Tsunamis of the world, just those like sort of Saturday cartoon anime blocks that television used to have back in the day, the TV era. And you would catch an episode because it would be in like I don't know how much of it was aired in syndication, but like it was kind of just aired, I think, in a chunk of maybe the Saiyan saga first. Of just like you would
Yes.
catch an
Yeah.
episode and be like, okay, I think I know that Goku guy, but like who's this and who's that? And they're fighting, and oh my God, he just fucking died. And there's a
Yeah.
lot that happens there. So you're
Yeah.
innately, it's kind of like a very smart form of vertical integration because you see one episode and you're just like, well, what's going on? What the fuck? I gotta know what happens next week. And then you have
Mhm.
to seek out however it is. But one thing that gets lost in the shuffle these days with Dragon Ball is that it starts out with what could have potentially been some of the most egregious shark jumping in all of fiction. Because
Yeah.
we immediately get hit with the time skip from Dragon Ball, which, Goku is like at the end of Dragon Ball, we see his development from like as a toddler to like, I'm fairly certain 18 years old. Like it's like right at the threshold of adulthood. And then we skip forward a couple of years to where I'm pretty sure Goku's like in his early to mid 20s or something, and he has a son. He has Goku as Gohan, who he named after his grandfather, and he's married to Chi Chi. And you have all of the friends that he kind of acquired throughout Dragon Ball, which is kind of again a running trope of that everyone who is a rival to Goku will eventually be on Team Goku. So you have, again,
Yeah, pretty
Krillin
much.
was a friendly rival, but still becomes part of what is known as the Z Warriors. You also have Tien, who is a character from an opposing martial arts school, who kind of has a really interesting arc where he is like being taught by this guy who has a grudge against Goku's master and has to like fight dirty, but he's like, no, I want to be like, I want to get stronger through my own accord. Cool character arc. You've got
Mhm.
him, you've got Yamcha, who actually is the eternal punching bag of Dragon Ball, who
Actually is, yeah.
yeah, he is, but I do also kind of like Yamcha, like particularly in Dragon Ball because like he's just sort of this like criminal dude who they hire to like beat the shit out of Goku, and then like that fails, and then he kind of becomes a better person. But like I like the idea of Yamcha being like, yeah, I'm kind of the weakest out of all these people. And I'm still in like the top 1 percentile for strength in this world. So I'm just gonna go play Major League Baseball and get a lot of money. And he just kind of does that, and I think that's cute. I like that.
I
So
think
you
he's
have
like
this
the
kind
most
of
regular dude.
he is, and it is kind of why he works so well as a punchline of just like he can survive a lot, but he frequently doesn't. From here on out, at least, he does be getting his ass beat, and off
True.
in the corner we kind of have Piccolo, who was not truly a villain, but was also because he was just kind of like born from his father as he died and was kind of like, oh, I gotta beat Goku because that's like the one thing that he put in my brain, and then he couldn't do it, and he was like, oh, I mean, I'll just go in the desert and just fuck off for a little while, I guess.
Meditate for a
And
thousand years.
yeah, and we have like, oh, and we also have Master Roshi, who is a sex criminal.
No, that's pretty undeniable at this point. Like
I mean, he
Master
he
Roshi is a
he spies
pest.
on Bulma in the bathroom in Dragon Ball. Like he's a sex pest. Like I get it. This is a trope in Japanese comedy of like the pervert character who, like again, I get it, but also from a Western perspective, the comedy does not do a whole lot for me, so I don't really care for Master Roshi all that much.
Yeah.
In that context, he's a cool character when he's like training Goku. Like that's
Yeah.
cool. But
That
like you
reminds
have
me, like, also I think that's kind of why Dragon Ball never super caught on in the West because it was like a whole age rating above like Dragon Ball Z, basically.
yeah, like there is like characters do have pronounced sexuality. There is very intense violence. Like it's just kind of, but it also like you're right, but it also is like just violent enough for kids to be like,
Yeah.
"Whoa."
Yeah.
Oh, because I know that was definitely what happened with me because I was like, I wasn't watching
Fair point.
anything that was like this. And then all of a sudden, well, I mean, maybe Samurai Jack. That was probably the only presage I had. But you have this sort of ensemble of characters from Dragon Ball who kind of are in different places now, but like, Bulma's a little bit older and she's working for Capsule Corp, but she's also just kind of doing her own thing because she's like a genius scientist. And Chi-Chi and Goku live together and they're raising Gohan. And Gohan's a little tiny dude who's dressed like a Japanese emperor for some reason at the start of Z. Um, and then the plot literally from a meteor just slams right into, I guess, Earth.
Basically.
Earth, Dragon Ball's Earth. And a guy comes out of this meteor in a pod when you're just like, this is some Ridley Scott shit. What am I looking at here? And this guy who looks a little bit like Goku, who has this big ass fucking Sonic the Hedgehog ass hair and
Yeah.
this weird armor and a little green scouter thing. And he shows up and he's like, I gotta find Kakarot. And you're like, huh?
Who?
And then you just like have the Z Warriors like hanging out at Kame House. They're just kind of fucking around. And then all of a sudden, this man shows up and is just like, "Hey, Goku. I mean Kakarot. I'm your brother." And it's like, "What?
Yeah.
I'm also an alien.
Yeah.
What? I'm from a warrior race of aliens, actually, and we're going to rule the universe." And Goku's like, "I'm not really interested, but like, thanks." And
Yeah.
then the guy who we learn his name Raditz is like, "I'm going to kill you." And then they fight, and then we find that Goku, who is canonically the strongest member of the Dragon Ball cast at this point, and he gets his ass beat by Raditz at first. And then he
Yeah.
kidnaps Gohan, is just like, "I'm going to take your son as an incentive for you to join me." And then he fucks off forever. And then Goku's like, "Well, I can't beat him by myself. I gotta find somebody else really strong." So then he goes to find Piccolo. And he's like,
Yeah.
"Hey, this guy, this is fucked up. You should help me." And Piccolo's like, "Sure." And like internally, he's totally like, "If Goku dies, I can totally take over the world when he's gone."
Yeah, like just
and
like play it in some way for his advantage.
and I mean, like that's a really smart thing too, especially with like Piccolo slowly becomes one of my favorite characters in Dragon Ball, like beginning right here. And they go and fight Raditz, and they sort of have to they struggle, and eventually Goku just kind of gets him in a fucking lock, and then it's just like, "Yo,
Full
Piccolo, do
Nelson.
that thing you did at the fucking World Martial Arts tournament." And he's like, "Are you sure about that?" And Goku's like, "Yeah." And he's like, "All right."
Yeah.
Laser just right through Raditz, right through Goku, both of them just dead instantly, and
Speared.
you're like, this is like the first couple episodes of Z? So
Yeah.
like I can't even fathom what it must have been like to have been witnessing Dragon Ball and then that comes out of nowhere and you're like,
Yeah.
literally everything I knew was wrong. Everything
Yeah.
I knew was wrong. And when you're in America and you see that, you're just like, "Oh, cool. I'll watch the next episode. This looks
Yeah,
easy."
like that's just like, oh, that's the beginning of Dragon Ball. That's just how it is. Like it's
Yeah.
so funny to think about because like yeah, like not only is everything you knew wrong, but everyone or the person you cared about the most is just dead.
Mm-hmm. And
And oh,
so
cool, there's more people on the way. That's awesome.
yeah, and then basically at the very end, the Z Warriors are like, "Oh my God, Goku is dead." And then Raditz's little scouter falls off, and you hear Vegeta and Nappa, two characters who are also Saiyans, being like, fucking can't hear Raditz. We better go down to check on him, that fucking loser." And they're like, "Yeah, yeah, what a weak piece of shit. We're gonna go down there and beat the fuck out of him." And all the Z Warriors are like, "Oh, we need to do
Oh,
something now." And
yeah.
so this begins the Dragon Ball cycle, where Goku is now in the afterlife and naturally has to find a way to reclaim his body somehow. And the Z Warriors are all like, "Well, we gotta train, I guess." And Piccolo is like, "You all can do that. I'll go train Gohan, because I mean, like, why not?" And then he just kind of kidnaps Gohan and starts training him because he's just like, if the Saiyans come back, we can kill him, and then the world will be mine. So Piccolo's still kind of a villain right now. He's just kind of like, "I'm just sort of playing the long game." And he takes Gohan and starts training him, and all these kind of pieces start moving together. Like Vegeta and Nappa are getting closer and closer to Earth. That's like the ticking clock of the Saiyan arc. And then they
Yeah.
show up, and everybody's got to fight, and the Z Warriors just get completely fucking obliterated. Tien loses a
Just
limb. His
truly
friend Chaozu explodes. Poor Chaozu, and
rip.
either who is either 5 or 50. He's just always kind of a baby. I don't know what that fuck that's all about. But
Perpetual Benjamin Button.
perpetual, and also has the tiny little voice of, "Oh no, Tien." It's just like, huh?
Like
Whatever.
the
He's
equivalent of like you murdering Mickey Mouse, basically.
basically, and we get sort of glimpses, like a lot of it. Like one thing we should address from the outset is that the original form of these anime, there's a lot of filler, a fucking lot of it, and I don't mean
So
filler.
much.
I don't mean filler in the
So
context of that it's
much.
been known as filler, as that a lot of people like to say, like, "Oh, this part of the story didn't really contribute much, so it's filler." It's like, no, You all don't understand what filler is.
Yeah.
Filler is shit that the original creator did not put in, and they're like, oh, the manga's still being written. Let's make up some bullshit real quick to, yeah, they'll crash land on a planet full of bugs or something. I don't fucking know.
Yeah.
And then they'll just kind of get closer. But it does allow for the manga author to have a bit less of an intense schedule. So we'll take the good with the bad for now.
And I guess it
Um,
also helps to establish just like how much time is passing. Cause like, I mean, you can do it with like the manga's way of doing it where there's still a sense of time passing, but you get the nice like double-edged sword of like, oh, we have no material from the manga right now, a detour episode. And also it's just like, yeah, this did feel like a fucking year passed because it basically did.
Yeah, so it actually both hurts and helps the pacing in a very strange roundabout way. But you do get to sort of the sense of like Vegeta and Nappa are the villains that are sort of approaching, and you get the sense of them of like Vegeta is some form of royalty of some kind. He's very haughty, he's very proud, he's like constantly brash and like assumes this sort of position of authority. So it's like you immediately get the feeling that it's just like Vegeta's the head honcho in like the galaxy as far as you know. And
Yeah.
Nappa, who's the big bald dude, is his attendant, who's, depending on the dub you watch, either sounds like a guy or a really, really dumb guy.
Yeah.
But they crash land and hand it to most of the Z Warriors. Tien does get a cool moment where he kind of gets to fuck some shit up for a little while. That's also a recurring thing is that Tien gets like one moment in every arc to be really fucking badass and then just kind of disappears for the rest
And
of it.
then almost dies.
And then almost dies or sometimes does die. And
Yeah.
this goes about as well as you would expect. Yamcha, everybody just kind of gets
He
fucking
dies
destroyed.
so iconically too.
The pose that he
The
dies
pose.
in the meteor is actually a meme in Japan, and people recreate it all the time in photos, which is
Uh,
just so. Imagine your corpse becoming a meme. That's
that's basically what Jesus was like.
damn. Holy shit! What a pull.
Listen, Yamcha's got to at least have something to live for or
Yeah, you
die
know what?
for.
Yes, he does. Yes, he absolutely does. And I don't think he canonically gets a girlfriend like Tien does in Dragon Ball, even though we forget that Launch exists after the second Z starts. I'm pretty sure she's not even in the
Fuck.
show.
I no launch. I'm pretty sure launch is in DBZ, but she might as well not be.
She is in like literally one shot of GT. Literally one. As is Bra, but I don't even know if she's technically canon anymore. But we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah.
But what follows is once Goku goes through his bullshit of, I will admit that is the part of the Saiyan saga that I dislike the most. In that, like
Oh,
the just
yeah.
the shit that Goku does, because like normally the Goku parts are the highlight of a given arc. Whereas
Yeah.
here, it feels like a really extended side quest to just kind of get where everyone is.
Like the thing
Which
that's so funny about that also is that he's literally just running down a road and he still gets distracted by shit. Like I think one of them's like a fake like haunted house-esque like episode.
the filler in this truly does go places because the flexible world of Dragon Ball lets you do pretty much anything you want at any given time. And so you can have stuff like the Princess Snake stuff.
Yes, that's what it was. Oh Christ.
Which I'll have more words to say about that when we talk about Abridged. But
Yeah.
when Goku comes back and like, everybody's either dead or on their last leg and like Gohan is still alive, we do get the moment where Piccolo really starts to become a character where he's been training Gohan this entire time and then like Nappa's just gonna like totally fucking kill Gohan. Just like straight up child murder, fuck this kid, and then
Yeah.
Piccolo steps in front and sacrifices himself, which will start the trend of Piccolo, the dad who stepped up. Um,
Yes.
and
Best
Goku
character.
immediately is like, "Oh fuck, time to beat ass." We get the power level over 9,000 thing, and he does the Kaioken, and we beat the fuck out of Vegeta after Vegeta kills his own subordinate in true bad guy fashion. And
Yeah.
Vegeta's just like, bro, you're fucking fighting for these weak ass piddly humans? You're a fucking Saiyan. And then Goku's like, I don't know what that word means or how you spell it. And
I
then
have no
Vegeta's just like,
understanding.
he's just like, your name's Kakarot. Fucking, we are supposed to be the fucking conquerors of the universe, and you're sitting here on this fucking planet settling down with a fucking human with your half-breed child? You suck. You are so lame. And then like Goku did a long time ago, eventually he transforms into a giant monkey, and we find out that this is a thing that the Saiyan race, the alien race he is a part of, can do. Is that they, if they see the moon, they can turn into a big monkey. But it has to be, it's not the moon, it's just a moon. Like it's
Oh,
like it
gotcha.
like I'm pretty sure that there at one point in the story there is an artificially created moon somewhere
That's
that they
when
use to do it.
Vegeta. So I hate that I remember this, but fucking Piccolo destroys the moon to
That's
stop
yes,
Gohan, and then Vegeta creates an artificial one at the end of
which
season one.
which I believe canonically means that the character of Monster Carrot from Dragon Ball, a giant rabbit who Goku sends to the moon, read Dragon Ball, I'm pretty sure he dies there because I mean, how the fuck
Rip.
did he get off the moon? Like, uh,
I don't know. There's probably an explanation that totally makes sense from the Dragon Ball Z universe.
there is probably a retcon of some kind just because this does begin the trend and he will do it later. And I will say, much like Tite Kubo, he has a mixed sort of ratio of success with retcons, but when he nails it, he fucking nails it. Like I do think
Fair.
that the world building of the Saiyans out of the gate is way more interesting than it is ass pulley. Is that like you get sort of an explanation as to why Goku is so different, why he is so strong, why Gohan has the potential to become strong, and you set up an interesting dynamic of Goku essentially being a member of a race that he has no real connection to whatsoever, and that Vegeta is royalty from because his father was the king of the planet Vegeta.
Hmm.
And then we find out that a little bit more about that later on, but once Goku and I believe, technically speaking, Goku doesn't even land the final blow against Vegeta. It's Yajirobe who cuts off Vegeta's tail that allows them to beat him. But like, even then, this whole fight between Goku and Vegeta in at the end of the Saiyan saga, this shit is so fucking metal, man. Like the
It's
animation is
iconic.
fantastic. Like the beams, the first time we get a beam struggle in the entire series is here, where you got Vegeta doing the Gallic Gun, Goku doing the Kamehameha, and then fucking it meets in the middle and you do the struggle thing. Fucking real Star Wars ass shit. But like
Beautiful.
the choreography's great. They're using all these techniques and all of these things, and it's like it's just a fantastic culmination to what Dragon Ball had evolved into, to the point where when it again, I say this about the Saiyan saga, kind of like I say it about Dragon Ball, is that my favorite parts of Dragon Ball are certainly later on in Z. But in terms of
Hmm.
what is the most consistently great, the Saiyan saga is probably top to bottom the most tightly put together and well plotted story in Z. Like, I
Hmm.
enjoy the following two arcs a lot more, I will admit, but I think they do have their issues.
Yeah. I was gonna say
And
like the Saiyan Saga has like a really good like strong three act structure in a way because you have a Raditz, you have a fighting Nappa, and then you have the big Vegeta finale basically.
And it's also like when you account for the fact, like if you kind of excise the filler, this is a pretty short saga as well. Like I
Yeah.
recommend that you read it more than you watch it, but I know that not everybody has the patience for manga, nor do they have like the sometimes it's expensive. I get it. That's why I want to plant this early. If you want to watch specifically Z, which I will say that even though more people absolutely need to read and experience Dragon Ball, getting in with Z is probably easier. Watch Dragon Ball Z Kai. That's the
Yes.
best takeaway if you are
Yes.
unfamiliar, curious, or haven't seen it. Kai is literally, we reanimated Dragon Ball and we cut out the filler, which is really funny for something we'll get to later, but this gives you an honest version of the characters. It's got the official dub cast, the animation's nicer, and it all flows a lot better. Kai has its own brand of occasional problems, but it is like top to bottom the ideal incarnation of Akira Toriyama's Dragon Ball Z.
And also Gohan is Tails.
Oh my God, you're right. Oh shit. That
That was the
voice.
thing. It's so funny to me because like I was watching Dragon Ball Z, the specific Funimation dub so regularly when I saw Kai on fucking Nicktoons, first of all. Um,
Yeah.
and I was watching it, I was like, wait, this isn't Gohan. Who's this? This is
Who's this?
bullshit.
It's Miles Tails Prower.
And then, like now I kind of look back as like, actually, that makes a lot of sense.
It is unfortunate that it took kind of that long for there to be an accessible version, but like if you as a modern anime fan are looking for the thing to watch for Dragon Ball Z, like if somebody recommends that you watch the original Dragon Ball Z show over Kai, I have to question their motivations a little bit because it's not like I don't have
Yeah.
very fond memories of it, but like if you want someone else who's not you to enjoy it, don't recommend the original show.
Please,
It's
yeah.
I say that not because I think the original show is bad, but because I think the show's pacing is bad. And
No.
I think, and it's something that gets worse with time. Like, boy, howdy, does that become the bread and butter of the Boo saga. But it
Yeah.
is negligible at the start, but Kai is still the best way to go. But that said, that's such a strange place to end off at because you have, like Vegeta does get back in his pod and does escape barely, like on his last leg, basically almost dead, and is like, I gotta go back to Lord Frieza. And you're like,
Who?
what now? There's a guy bigger than Vegeta?
Yeah.
Hold the fuck on. So we go into what I will tentatively label as the quintessential Dragon Ball arc. I
Yes.
I think that I'm not, stepping on any toes when I say that the Frieza or the Namek saga of Dragon Ball, if you remember or have memories of this show, it is likely of this story arc, and for good
Yes.
reason. Because in terms of like gradual escalation of stakes, of strength, and particularly of plotting, the Frieza saga is a huge step up from in terms of scope and in terms of world building. Because we do
Mhm.
kind of begin in a very strange place where Goku is out of commission. Like, dude is in the hospital and like he ain't doing so hot. He's just like
Nah.
he's broken top to fucking bottom. And we don't have any bullshit healing things yet. And it is only just now occurring to me that we have been talking about this for, about 45 minutes. We have not actually mentioned the Dragon Balls,
Well,
which
I was gonna say, like, I mean, yeah, they're important, but like, how actually important were they?
not really honest. And the thing is, they only get more important, and they're still like a very big also ran in this story is that the Dragon Balls are items that exist on Earth of, I think there's seven, yeah? Seven Dragon
Seven.
Balls? Seven Dragon Balls that if you gather together, you get a wish. You summon the great dragon and they'll grant any wish. And that's like the motivation for a lot of villains is they want to get the Dragon Balls to accomplish their greater plan. And
Immortality.
yeah, like, and when the Saiyans learn about the Dragon Balls, they're like, we gotta get those fucking things. That sounds great. We could become immortal. We could kill Frieza. That would be awesome. And we don't really know what the fuck that means. But
Yeah.
the Dragon Balls on Earth cannot be used right now because they can't be used right now. There's a lot of semantics that are involved in some of the plot
Year-long
here. That
gestation period.
yes, they have a cooldown timer. So it is. So naturally, we have. I do love how we initially introduce Bulma here as somebody who's just like, well, those are Earth's Dragon Balls. What if there's another planet with aliens on it, like the Saiyans, for instance? What if they have Dragon Balls? Specifically,
Hmm.
though, like created by Namekians, who we don't know anything about. Like, we still, like, they
Yeah.
are the green dudes that Kami and Piccolo were. And
Yeah.
we think they're demons because that's what the story refers to them as. But this arc introduces the fact that the Namekians are actually, like the Saiyans, aliens from the planet Namek. Unlike the Saiyan planet, though, the Namek still exists right now. It exists.
For the
Well,
moment.
and technically, two of them exist if you watch the filler version of this,
God damn
because
it.
there's fake Namek too. Um,
I hate that filler
and
episode so much.
I
It's
hate
such
it,
a
but I do
drag.
love that it rose to the Dragon Ball abridged version of it, which I get a kick out of.
I was gonna
But
say it's worth it for that.
absolutely. And we basically get Gohan, Krillin, and Bulma being like, okay, we're going to go to this other planet. We're going to go to Namek and we're going to collect the Dragon Balls and we are going to like, wish everything back, like, return status quo. And basically, this arc invents one of my favorite things ever that I
Mm.
call, well, I don't call it this, I stole it from someone else, the chaos arc, where
Mm.
you just kind of have a setting in a conflict in a contained space, and you toss your main characters into that conflict, and you say, wind them up and go. And that's pretty much what happens with the Frieza saga is that you're like, okay, our heroes show up on planet Namek and none of them are particularly strong. Like even though Gohan can like we've established that Gohan has a temper and that when it's set off, he can fuck some shit up, but
Mm.
he's not that much stronger than say Krillin at this stage. So
Yeah.
Bulma is kind of relegated to the side for the rest of it until the filler episodes make her fight a big crab. Um, but she kind of stays with the ship, and Krillin and Gohan have to go investigate Planet Namek, and it's just kind of this weird planet with these rolling hills and really not much else. And meanwhile,
Yeah.
we also see what happened to Vegeta. Vegeta goes back
Yup.
to this big old ship, and people find him, and they're all dressed in the same armor as him. And they're like, oh man, who the fuck beat the shit out of Vegeta? And you immediately get the notion of just like, Vegeta's like not even the strongest guy of the people he works for. Like most of these
Yeah.
guys are like, oh, that little whelp. Yeah, he probably got beat by like a fucking animal. I don't fucking know. Who cares? It's Vegeta. Who gives a fuck?
This
And you
begins
start
Vegeta's Bozo era.
it. This to me, like Namek in particular, is peak Vegeta
Yeah.
because Vegeta becomes my absolute favorite character in Dragon Ball starting here and
Mhm.
has continually some of my favorite moments throughout the franchise. And you basically see like that he was, this proud warrior beforehand, and immediately like everybody's talking shit about him. He's low on the ladder, and everything about him makes sense suddenly. It's like this guy is
Yeah.
like, I am about Saiyan pride.
The Prince of all
But the
Saiyans.
but the thing is that he's basically been like assimilated into this army of galactic conquerors led by a guy named Frieza, who is Space Hitler. Like he's
Literally.
Space Hitler. He goes to planets, he destroys them, he takes a couple people and integrates them into the Frieza Force, and there's a bunch of aliens working for him, and a good many of them are much stronger than Vegeta is. So basically, him
Mhm.
going to Earth and doing that not only was him trying to be like, then I'll get the Dragon Balls, I'll be immortal, and I can kill Frieza, but also because everybody's looked down on me. And finally,
Yeah.
if I go there, everybody will see me as strong. And it's like it's this really thin line between pride and just complete crippling lack of self-confidence that make
Yeah.
Vegeta into a complete fucking bastard. Like
Yes.
once he gets healed up and gets to do shit in this, we are introduced to the idea of the Zenkai boost. The
Mhm.
Zenkai boost is what happens when a member of the Saiyan race is brought to near death. What happens is that they have this adaptive genetics that basically allow them to, if they are beaten within an inch of their life, they will become stronger because their body will adjust to it. So every time somebody like Goku or Vegeta gets almost murdered, they actually get stronger, which, yes, is just as bullshit as you're imagining it to be. Later on, here, I will give it a temporary excuse because it is used very smartly and is kind of abandoned in the next arc anyway and doesn't really rear its
Yeah.
head until later.
Fair point.
So, Vegeta is now considerably stronger than he was and basically just starts going down the pecking order of finding people who he can gradually keep fighting to get the shit beaten out of him and become stronger so he can ultimately find the Dragon Balls, which is what they're doing on Namek, is that they're looking for the Namekian Dragon Balls because the Namekians, as like a race of people, they make Dragon Balls. That's their deal. They have the warrior clan and then like the artisan clan of whatever, and they make Dragon Balls, and so that they can have like a wish. They're like a nomadic kind of people who seem to be like they're
Yeah.
tribal, but they're also like very intelligent and advanced, and like there's a lot going on there. But like we're introduced to Frieza with like these other aliens just like descending on this village, and he's
Oh,
this
yeah.
tiny little space Napoleon with this kind of silly looking design. But the
Yeah.
voice performance, depending on who you're listening to, I'm partial to Rest in Peace, Chris Ayres' Frieza,
Mm.
which is kind of the iconic sort of the not the female librarian Frieza, which I do also like for the record, but the more like, yes, hello, I'm
Slimy.
Lord Frieza.
Yeah.
And he
God.
is just the most conniving, sniveling, hateable little shit, and he's so entertaining. Every moment
God,
Frieza
yeah.
is on screen, it's like Christoph Waltz in Inglorious Bastards.
Exactly, actually. Yeah.
It's the exact same energy, the exact same shit-eating grin, the exact same, and he's also really petty. Like, he doesn't tolerate any kind of disrespect. He'll kill his own men if they don't perform to his expectations without blinking, and he's cruel, he's ruthless, and you get the impression that like the only reason people are subjugated by him, like nobody is loyal to Frieza because they like him. They're loyal to
Mhm.
him out of fear and nothing else.
Yeah.
And basically, once we start working down the pecking order, we're introduced to other characters who are also like, what do you mean Vegeta killed a pool? What do you fucking mean? Vegeta, that tiny little bitch baby? No, 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 no. And Krillin and Gohan are kind of like C3PO and R2D2ing around Namek, just being like, we gotta steal these Dragon Balls. We can't get caught because they're gonna fucking kill us.
They literally
And
are, though. That's
and
so
they're just
funny.
kind of back and forth, stealing and Vegeta is like stealing Dragon Balls, and like that pisses off Frieza because he's going rogue. And then like there's so much shit that's going on, and then finally we kind of get the next ticking clock, which is Goku gets better, and he's being sent on a ship to get to Namek. And as he's getting closer, shit gets a lot worse, a lot quicker.
Yeah.
So here's where we get to one of the many things that Akira Toriyama clearly loves that he gets to homage in Z, which is Super Sentai. I've
Mm.
actually talked with August about some Super Sentai shows on the Rubber Gum Anime podcast in the past, so I'm only passingly familiar with the genre and what it's like. But we have the Ginyu Force, which
Yeah.
is this assemblage of colorful characters who are just evil Power Rangers.
They literally are just evil Power Rangers. It's so fucking funny.
Down to the poses. They got the Toku Sentai.
Guys,
It's so great. I
it's so
love
good.
the Ginyu Force. They all have different character designs, and they all have weird voices. Like Jace is an Australian accent for some reason, which raises a lot of questions about the geography of space and the galaxy. Is there a space Australia? Like I know that's a DBZA joke, but
Yeah. Is
is
there
there?
also you have like Raccoon, who is basically Arnold Schwarzenegger, kind of.
And like the in the dubbed voices, some of them really do try to emulate that, even though they just kind of sound like a really dumb guy, like trying to
Yeah.
do his voice. And they
Yeah.
all have like weird powers. Like the little one, Guldo, can stop time, and then he gets decapitated by Vegeta, who has a surprisingly high number of decapitations throughout the series if you count them all.
Mm,
But like
yeah.
these guys show up and mercilessly beat ass. I mean, like
Yeah.
Gohan, Krillin, fucking even Vegeta, who's significantly stronger than he was, they're getting the shit beat out of them. And then finally Goku shows up. And now, Luke, I'll turn it over to you because I absolutely adore what happens next here. So please.
Oh my God. So fucking the biggest, so like the big kind of centerpiece, I think, is, well, for one, Goku shows up and,
Yay!
as it was like, wow, Goku showing up again after several episodes where he does nothing. What a concept. I hope that doesn't happen again. But but he shows up to fight, Raccoon, who is like literally like an actual Arnold Schwarzenegger size like guy, just with like not e- I feel like it was like a single punch to the stomach that just like
Yep.
wiped him out.
Just
Um
fucking gut. You like see the fist come through his spine. It's like, oh
it
Jesus.
is gruesome. But
Oh yeah.
after several shenanigans, Goku has to fight kind of like the central leader of the group, which is Captain
Captain
Ginyu,
Ginyu.
who is just a purple dude with some spikes coming out of his head. And being Goku, he kind of kicks his ass, but then you find out what his like what I'd call a quirk basically is, which
Yeah,
is that
basically, like
it
my
basically
hero's
is
quirks, they were born here.
ostensibly, yeah. And then, his quirk is, hey, I can switch bodies with the person I'm fighting. And before he does that, he's like punches his chest and like almost rips out his heart. And
Yep.
then Goku's like, "Hey man, why are you doing that?" 2 minutes later, oh fuck, that's
And
why.
and then you briefly get evil Goku with the little scouter going around, and like you've got like Sean Schemmel doing the voice of the other guy, kind of. It's very strange, but like
It's
I
so
love when
fun.
Toriyama does this because, you know, there's a lot of thoughts to be had about the concept of power scaling,
Yeah.
which was a term that was kind of invented in reference to Dragon Ball, and it's just kind of the idea of the escalation of power in a given narrative will inevitably hit a ceiling at some point, and then it becomes kind of nebulous as to who is stronger than who. And
Mhm.
when we talk about like there's the idea of power levels, which are really present at the end of the Saiyan saga and now, where there's like an
Mhm.
assigned number. And I think a lot of people kind of miss the point here is that the point of power levels is that they're kind of supposed to not make sense because
Yeah.
the idea of training in martial arts is so antithetical to numbers and like that analytical brain. It's like that stuff shows you that this is supposed to be worthless, and yet many Dragon Ball fans, they're really obsessed with those numbers, man. They if it doesn't make sense, they just don't get it. And
I feel like people forget about the part in like later on in this arc where Frieza Scouter literally blows up because the power level just is too high.
yeah, it's like it's not like if anything, it's kind of characterizing Frieza as a guy who's analyzed like the idea of power doesn't matter to Frieza as far as how he achieves it. He just wants it. Like Goku pursues strength because he likes getting stronger. Frieza pursues strength because he wants to be the best. Like he wants to be the
Yeah,
top dog in the universe, and he
subjugate
doesn't care
others.
that he has to work for it. That's why he wants the Dragon Balls. So, like this concept is very controversial these days, and I know there are some like defenses of it, but here's the thing for me, and I'm going to assume you, Luke, I don't
Mhm.
give a fuck about it. I really, really
No,
don't. I kind of think that power scaling is a concept that way too easily ruins stories rather than makes them better. So I just don't
yeah,
really care. Like,
yeah. To quote Abridged, power levels are bullshit.
power levels are bullshit.
Bullshit.
Yeah, the best quote they maybe ever made just because it is always applicable. But that's why I
Evergreen.
love characters like Captain Ginyu because he'll have something that they will need to creatively find a solution to the problem rather than fight until you beat him, which
Yeah.
occasionally does happen. But like the way they beat Ginyu is they get him to change again after they wear him down a little bit, and then they aim him at a frog, so he switches bodies with a frog, and biggest pin imaginable. Put it there, and remember that Ginyu's a frog.
Mm.
We'll come back to that later. But the sort of escalation gets further and further, and then eventually we do get to Frieza, who very smartly, it's kind of the Jaws approach with him in this arc of just being like, we don't really ever see him exert any power ever. He's just kind of
Yeah.
like, if he needs to do something, he'll get either Zarbon or Dodoria to do it for him. And once Vegeta puts them out of commission, it's like, oh, I don't really have much else to work with here, so I guess I'm going to fight you all. and immediately goes out of his little base form with the horns and the helmet, and it's really like it's a very unique, interesting design. And then he
Mhm.
immediately becomes buff Frieza,
Big
like
ox man.
big fucking alien, like 9 feet tall dude. And we also around this time, Piccolo comes back,
Yes.
because they get the Dragon Balls and and also another character who is on Namek, Dende, who's a little green boy, will become very relevant once we get to Abridged. Uh, they wish back people, and that's one of my favorite. I'm gonna try my best to not just constantly quote Dragon Ball Z Abridged all the
It's
time
hard
throughout this
not to
video, but
though.
it's gonna happen inevitably. I'm gonna do it, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be annoying, and I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But the one of my favorite jokes is the just like, well, he's on Namek? Where is he? On Namek. Where? You said on Namek.
You
So
have to be
Piccolo is just
specific.
wished back, and he's like, oh, it's my home planet. Well, this is okay. And then he
Yeah.
just kind of goes on and he finds another Namekian who Frieza basically just wasted in an instant named Nail, and he fuses together with him, and that makes Piccolo basically on par with Form 2 Frieza. So Frieza's about to kill the fuck out of our lead characters until Piccolo kind of shows up and is like, hey, I'm gonna beat your ass. And it's like, yay, Piccolo's still able to do stuff. And then Frieza
For one
turns into a
episode.
xenomorph.
Literally a xenomorph.
Like you can't even like it's literally just oh, it's like a xenomorph and then they put a Frieza skin over it, like a Frieza Fortnite skin
Basically.
over a xenomorph, and it's like oh. And so then Piccolo has a little trouble with that, and then ultimately he transforms into perfect form Frieza, which is the embodies the Akira Toriyama design of principle of like characters are going to unlock different form changes, which has kind of been happening a lot throughout this arc. And in order to convey how much stronger someone is, you make their designs progressively more and more simple, which is
Mhm.
why Perfect Form Frieza is best Frieza because he's
Absolutely.
sleek. He's got like he's really simple to draw, which I mean that probably came real handy drawing him.
Yeah.
But it's like it's really simple. It's really memorable. He's kind of got like a classical alien design, but there's like a reptilian thing about him, but he's too humanoid. Like it's really
Mhm.
cool. And immediately all fucking hell breaks loose. Like beats the
Yeah.
fuck out of Piccolo. We have Dende, who's kind of our support character, who he gets axed to like immediately. And like Gohan is like, I'm not gonna be able to do shit. Like I already lost my temper, and
Yeah.
that was way back there. And then what happens next?
Oh man. It's like so here's the thing. Here's the thing. So Goku, because of the Ginyu fight, has been out of commission for most of this time. Gee, man, that sounds familiar. But
Ow.
ow, fucking the so Vegeta decides to join into the fight against Frieza, and an aspect of the series that will definitely not become extremely important
Every
is
prior villain in Dragon Ball will join the main cast. And you surely are sitting there thinking, well, not everyone. I mean, Frieza's a genocidal space. Everyone.
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 Gary Oldman, everyone gif.
Yes.
Uh fucking but also on top of that, Vegeta brings up something that becomes very essential to this series, which is he says, I've become strong enough because also literally like a side note, Vegeta tells Krillin to almost kill him and he does, and then they
one
heals
of
him.
That's one of my favorite things that happens in this saga because it's like it's such a perfect utilization of setting up the Zenkai boost and then being like, of course Vegeta is the guy to fucking cheat on his homework to get the A plus. Like, of course he would do this. And he has Krillin beat him within an inch of his life so he can get stronger. So,
Just makes a laser through his chest, literally. But
mm-hmm.
the reason for doing that is so he can become stronger to fight Frieza. But he brings up something where he says something along the lines of every 1,000 years, major quotation marks, there is a
Huh.
Super Saiyan who will come to who is like the strongest of all Saiyans and is like even among like the strongest of warriors is like the apex. And he's like, that's me, and I'm gonna beat your ass. And Frieza is obvious, just like,
And
man,
Vegeta gives him this talk like three separate times too. Like that's
three
not just an abridged
times.
joke. He does this thing where he's just like, the legend that you fear, I have become the Super Saiyan. And
Yeah.
then every time Frieza's like, riveting. Anyway, and it's because like there's nothing like for all intents and purposes, if you don't know anything about this and you go into it, this sounds like something Vegeta is pulling right out of his ass. Like,
Yeah.
just like, what are you fucking talking about, dude? Like, it doesn't even feel like something that's being set up later. The genius of it is that it's Vegeta making up a bullshit reason to like rationalize himself getting stronger. Like he wants to be that legendary warrior because he's royalty. So bad, and he just keeps on going and keeps on going. And
And
he is not the legendary Super Saiyan. In fact, neither is Goku, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
yeah,
But
basically.
the catalyst of which is that in order to trigger something in him, Goku witnesses Krillin die in, frankly, one of the more just outright terrifying displays of violence in the show, where Frieza just
Yeah.
fucking like the horns on his head, he fucking headbutts Krillin and just fucking yoink, yoink,
Well,
yoink.
well, that's only one of the things that happens to Krillin. Like,
And then he explodes.
then he explodes, which also, like, here's the thing. Here's the thing. In the context of this point in time, again, this is not going to matter later on, but in the context of this point in time, you can only bring back someone via the Dragon Balls once. So,
Mhm.
Krillin dying at this point in the story
This
means
does mean something,
he
supposedly.
is dead for realsies, which,
Hmm.
that lasts about like 45 minutes, but like still, at that point in
Yeah,
time, to Goku, he is dead for realsies.
yeah, that's like the thing that sets up the stakes in this arc is that it's just like, if you've been brought back once, you can't be brought back again. So that like comes to define all of like the reasoning of like, it's like Gohan's so fucking nervous because he's just like, we don't have fucking Dragon Balls. Oh my God. And
Mhm.
we're also going to forget the fact that Gohan at this point is like canonically six, even though he's like throwing down like a straight like he is drawn and has the articulation of like a 13-year-old. So like just
Yeah.
just whatever. But then you have the moment after Krillin explodes, and then it triggers something in Goku, which there is a sort of precedent for in that when Krillin originally died in original Dragon Ball, Goku does have a moment where he does completely like lose himself and just goes on a rampage of pure fucking anger. Like that's sort of the thing that presages what would happen with Gohan in particular. But
Mhm.
here he gets pissed, and then we get the big old golden hair, and we get the moment, we get the score, we
The
get
moment.
the most iconic thing that has ever happened in this franchise, the Super Saiyan transformation, the OG anime transformation, the fucking like this invented so many tropes and so many things that would exist later on. And I won't lie, this is not my favorite Super Saiyan transformation in the show. And that's
Yeah.
pretty controversial because everybody kind of puts that at the top and this moment at the top. There's just a moment later on, I know you know what it is, that just
Yeah.
manages to utilize this in a better way, in a more effective way, but in the moment, I do still really like what this accomplishes, particularly in the context of Vegeta.
Mhm.
Because Vegeta is there, fucking lying half dead, looking at this bumpkin from another planet who has rejected his heritage and the thing that Vegeta values the most in the world, and he gets to be the super special of that race, and Vegeta's like, that's not me. Like I'm literally
Yeah.
royalty, and this fucking peasant here, he outclasses me. And not only does he outclass me, by orders of magnitude, he outclasses me. And they
Yeah.
have my favorite moment in this arc is when Vegeta, who has been an unbelievable bastard the whole time, without exception, finally has this moment where he's just like, this guy murdered all of us. My father, my mother, my we don't know this yet, but his brother,
Yeah.
everybody, your family, my family, all families, he killed them for no reason. You have to do this. And him saying that is like the ultimate act of humiliation. Like he
Yeah.
is, for the first time in the show, brought to the brink of death, and he's just like, I can choose between ruining the man responsible for ruining my life, and then it's either that or basically I just have to live in denial of the fact that Goku has surpassed me and I will never
Yeah.
be able to reach him. Because that's sort of the core, is that Vegeta was bothered before that Goku beat him, but like it was kind of a team battle there. Whereas here,
Yeah.
he is literally looking at foolproof evidence that he is not the best anymore. And he
Yeah.
has to recognize it. And I love that for Vegeta.
Yeah. It is a very much like a it's probably like the most basic comparison, but it's like a real Zuko moment of like
Mm-hmm.
recognizing that like, this what you are destined to be is not to be, and you must find a way to live with that.
I have to accept being someone else's subordinate, which that kernel, that's the rest of what Vegeta is that
Exactly.
moment haunts him forever. And
Mhm.
that to me is great. And then we get to the part of the Frieza saga where we lose me just a tiny bit.
Yeah.
Mostly, I will admit, this is not as much of an issue in Kai or the manga, but the original show, we mentioned that it can drag occasionally.
Yeah.
This is where, like, I know a lot of people really love the fight between Goku and Frieza, and like, it's awesome if you play it at approximately 16 times speed. Because, man, this fight starts and
Uh,
stops so much in the show.
yeah.
So much. Like, it lasts, like, it's an ungodly amount of episodes. And of course, we get the Frieza's like, I'm going to become my final form, and now I'm so powerful, and I'm just going to destroy Namek, and it'll probably be destroyed in 5 minutes. And that is
Five
the
minutes,
longest 5 minutes in the history of anime.
two
Because it's
episodes
like,
later.
it really is. And again, there's some great key animation in this. It's awesome, but it drags. The pacing of this fight is bad.
And
And there's a lot
also
of cool shit in it.
there's also a lot of like Goku's like, I'm bored of you, I'm done with this. And then Frieza's like, well, we're not done yet. And then they do it again, and then it rinse repeats itself.
It's why other versions of this story that shorten this to just make that kind of happen immediately, where Goku is like, yeah, I'm Super Saiyan now, and you aren't really doing much for me, so I mean, eh.
Yeah.
And we get a controversial choice at the end of this, where Goku is just kind of about to let Frieza go for a little bit. And I mean, granted, he's not in great shape. He's had his
No.
ass whooped, and Goku could, kill him without blinking, like basically. But Goku's altruism begins to be a bit of a double-edged sword in kind of the same way that power scaling is, in that at a
Mhm.
certain point, you can be a little too nice. Like,
Yeah.
maybe don't let Space Hitler live.
Yeah.
Maybe, and
Even if he's
true,
cut in half, you probably shouldn't.
he does get cut in half by the Kienzan in with one of the most iconic sound effects ever, which I must mention. Dragon Ball's fighting sound effects
Yes.
are
Yes.
the most iconic shit in the world to me, and that's why all of the games work, because they use those things and you feel the impact. Like if you played me like 50 sound clips and only two of them were Dragon Ball Z clips, I could tell you which ones they were. Like a hundred
Exactly.
percent. It's so specific, and it's what makes these fights really sing when they do happen. And again, there are parts of the Goku Frieza fight that are very cool, but ultimately it does end with him being like, "Well, you're cut in half. Bye." And then, of
Yeah.
course, you have the iconic moment where he just kind of turns his back, and then Frieza's like, "You fool!" And
Yeah, it's
then,
like I will
does
kill you
the,
now.
and then he does thankfully die
Yeah,
for now. And
big quotation
for now,
marks.
like cubed, because that's a whole other thing. But
Yeah,
as far as we are concerned, all of our heroes that made it on Namek do eventually make it back to Earth, except for Goku. Through the Dragon Balls, people are brought back. The other Namekians are relocated so that they are on Earth for a while too, which has a lot of really interesting, funny gags of them just like being
yeah.
on Earth doing normal things, and everybody's like, "There's a lot of fucking green people over there. What the fuck?"
I wonder what
And
District 9 would have been like with that.
you know what? Dragon Ball's so popular, I bet you that fan fiction exists somewhere. Like
It probably does.
it really and you know what? I'd read it because it would probably be really fucking fascinating. But
It
like
would
they
be.
they have to hang out on Earth for a while. Um the guru he dies, but he dies in different ways in versions of this story.
Yeah.
We'll get to that later. But so ends the Frieza saga, which to me is like this is the one everyone remembers. It's got all the memorable moments. It has like the characters are at their most them. Like it is Goku
Yeah.
at his most Goku, Vegeta at his most Vegeta, Piccolo kind of flirting between anti-hero and hero, like Gohan being like, I can't fight, but also like I'm strong, so I have to, and I like lose my temper. Like there's lots of good stuff
Yeah.
here. But that said, as much as I do enjoy the Frieza saga, the Cell
Mm,
saga,
yes.
this right here, man. When I said earlier, like, oh yeah, Dragon Ball, my favorite 6 out of 10 piece of media. This does not apply for the Android and Cell saga. This is one of my favorite stories ever.
Mhm.
Period. No qualifiers. It's got plenty of issues,
Yeah.
notable ones, but ones that I do think a lot of them end up making it better.
Mm.
Particularly, this is where we start to see that, manga is known for being very singular in its creation, of being like, this is something that like one person makes, and in rare instances, one person will draw, one person will do the storyboarding for.
Yeah.
And like it's highly collaborative, but only when the person drawing it wants it to be. So it's singular.
Mhm.
But the manga industry, especially when you attain a certain level of popularity, you are subject to a certain level of editorial influence from people above you who are working at Shonen Jump.
Yeah.
And this is where Toriyama's editor, Torishima, comes into play in a very, very big, very important way. Because manga, if you don't know, is serialized in an updated format. It's run through Shonen Jump weekly, chapter by chapter. And usually they have to keep up with that to maintain popularity. And the longer you go on, the more difficult it gets to tell a story. It's why a lot of manga are kind of written by the seat of their pants. Some of them don't know what direction they're going in. And Toriyama himself frequently was just like, I mean, I kind of knew A and B, but I just sort of wung it until I got there.
Yeah.
And that you would be shocked at how, I mean, that was true for people like fucking Kentaro Miura. Like he changed what he thought the ending of Berserk would be 2 years before he died. So
Yeah.
this is a common practice. But what happens is that when you're doing this and you're caught up in the moment and then you get your editor notes, you suddenly have to adapt to whatever you're given and being like, oh, I have to change this really big aspect of this story that was building to something specific, and now it has to be completely different. And this leads to some messiness, some parts that are perhaps a bit too long, but
Yeah.
in their ideal format, in Kai or Abridged, for example, when you can sand off the
Yeah.
rough edges, you get the best Dragon Ball has ever been, in my opinion. And this
Yeah.
is when everyone comes back from Namek, and there's kind of a baseline established at the start of like everybody comes back. Goku is understood to have died in the explosion of Planet Namek, and like everybody's dealing with him being gone, but they're all kind of still alive. And we get honestly a couple of chapters and episodes where the gang is just kind of hanging out on Earth. And I won't
Yeah.
lie, some of this is filler, but also it's just kind of cool to see these characters in a context that isn't fighto. Like
Yeah, or
I
life
like
changing
the fucking
bit.
ant subplot where fucking Krillin tries to marry someone who looks exactly like Bulma for some reason is really fucking funny. It is a complete
Oh
tangent that has
God.
nothing to do with anything, and it's really funny and is very funny in another context. But
Mm,
basically what happens
yeah.
is immediately we're like everybody's on Earth, even Vegeta. Vegeta shows up on Earth and is just like basically you get the impression that he's just like Goku's gone. So now I can be top dog. So he shows up
Yeah.
and he's like kind of confrontational with the other Z Warriors because some of them are just like, hey, you killed some of us. And he's just like, yeah, and I'll do it again if you bother me. So there's kind of a thing going on. We also get the planting of seeds of the relationship between Bulma and Vegeta, which I
Yeah.
think is one of the most fascinating character dynamics in that entire show because the thing
Truly.
about them is that like at first they do not really care for each other and you can totally be like I'm pretty sure Trunks was born out of a hate fuck. Like it's
Well,
it
kind of, yeah.
it's yeah, it's like you guys it's just very funny because you don't get relationships like that very often. And of course Vegeta's a deadbeat. Like he impregnates
Yeah.
Bulma and then literally leaves the planet to go get stronger. And then we'll come back
Immediately.
later. But basically what happens is that one day, out of nowhere, everybody's like, "Oh shit, you feel that?" And then Vegeta's like, "Oh my God.
This
He
shit
didn't
again.
fucking kill Frieza. He didn't double tap. That fucking moron didn't actually kill Frieza. And Frieza is a fucking cyborg now. Like he
Yeah.
got fucking bisected, but he's got all these mechanical parts. And his dad is here. Frieza has a dad
Oh wow, that should have been brought up probably.
and a brother who's I think canon now.
Fuck it, sure, why not?
People have brothers that are canon and non-canon a whole lot in this show. Um,
Is
but
my brother canon?
depending on what timeline it is, I don't actually know Vegeta. But basically, Frieza, some members of the Frieza Force, and his father are showing up at Earth to what else? Finish the job. And naturally, everybody's freaking out because they're just like, the only reason that we won last time is because Goku fulfilled an ancient alien prophecy and kind of did that for us.
Yeah.
We're not that strong. Vegeta's like, maybe you're not. And they're just like, no, shut up, dude. Shut up. And Vegeta has a pink shirt on, iconic pink shirt that has Badman written on the back of it because sure, I
Hardest
guess.
fit ever.
It's fantastic. And so they all show up to where Frieza's ship lands and they're like, I mean, I hope we can do this. And then we get yet another incredible Toriyama ass pull in the form of the fan favorite Dragon Ball Z character, Trunks. Purple hair,
Yes.
purple jacket, sword, looks like one of the like something I don't know why I haven't mentioned yet is that Akira Toriyama is the god of character designs. Like he
Yeah.
everything he touches instantly iconic. Trunks is like that man saw fucking the Terminator films and looked at
Yeah.
John Connor and was like, "You,
Yeah.
you are my muse." And so Trunks
This
shows
is
up
my
in front of
essential.
everyone, and everyone's like, "The fuck is this guy?" And then Frieza's like, "Unless you're a Super Saiyan, get the fuck out of my face." And Trunks is like, "If you need a Super Saiyan, I can do that." And you're just like, hold the
Dan.
fuck up. And motherfucker just blinks Super Saiyan and cuts Frieza into tiny little pieces. I mean, like, they animate this shit. He is
Oh,
chunks. He's
good.
meatloaf at the end of this. And then
Literally.
immediately goes to King Cold, murders the shit out of him in the exact same way. Like, just completely kills. He fucking, like, Kamehamehas him into nothing. kills
Yeah.
everyone. And then eventually he just kind of turns around and looks at everybody and he's like, hey, everybody, come
Yo,
here.
what's up?
Goku's gonna be here in like a couple of hours. And everybody's like, what the fuck's going on? And
Yeah.
then, sure enough, Goku drops out of the sky and he's just like, oh fuck, what do you guys need? And Trunks is just like, look, I dealt with that shit. Come over here. And everybody's still just kind of like, who the fuck is this guy? And Trunks is like, hey, I'm a Super Saiyan. Goku's like, cool, me too. What? And he's like, I need you to learn something. I'm from the future. In 5 years from now, there are going to be these androids. They're not actually androids, they're cyborgs, but there are going to be these androids that are going to pop up in the future, and they kill everyone. They kill you, they kill Vegeta, they kill my mom, they kill everyone. So, everyone needs to train, everyone needs to get stronger. We need to go and kill them. We need to be prepared for them so that this doesn't happen because the future is awful. And
Also, on top of that, Trunks says, Goku, please take heart medicine because you will have a heart attack and
they're just
die.
like, he's like, part of the reason the androids kill everyone is because you die before they get here. And Goku's like, what do you mean? It's just like, you eat too many fucking sensu beans, man. Your heart can't take that shit forever.
And I mean, like, also, here's the thing, right? If I met someone who is pretty definably says they were from the future, gave me heart medicine as like, please take this so you don't have a heart attack. If I was them, I would do that.
It
But
wouldn't be something that would slip my mind, really.
yeah,
I wouldn't be able to stop thinking about it.
yeah,
Um, Goku and I are not very similar, but we also do get it let slip. Like, if you look at his character design long enough, you're just kind of like, with that hair, you kind of look like somebody's original hair color that used to be that color. And he's like, yeah, I'm Bulma and Vegeta's kid from the future. And you're like, oh, okay, so that's why he's a Super Saiyan. And then you're like, wait, what? Does
yeah.
that mean? Hold on a second, because Vegeta's not a Super Saiyan right now. And you're like, hold,
No.
wait, what? And then he's just like, I'm gonna bounce, but I've given you everything, the plans, all that kind of stuff. I will meet you in the future when they show up, and I will help you dispatch them. And immediately, it's like the power gap in between Frieza and Trunks is so big that you're like, how fucking strong are these androids? Like, when I care about
Yeah.
power scaling, it's in the vaguest sense of these people are a threat. We don't
Yeah.
know how or why, but they are. And then we kind of see, again, another decision that's a narratively a bit interesting is that Bulma is immediately after being told this, is just like, that the androids are probably like over there. We can like kill them before they happen. We can like kill the guy who makes them even. And
Yeah.
then everybody's like, ah, cool plan, but I want to see if I can like do it though. Which
That's yeah. That
is
is all of Dragon Ball is this could have been so easy and avoided, but I wanted to fuck around and find out.
And the thing is that in this very same arc, it happens again, but in a way that makes complete sense for everything involved and makes it better.
Yeah.
But right now, the Z Warriors universally just all go like, yeah, but I want to see if I'm strong enough to do it. And it's like, I get it, it's a show about fighting and strength and all that, but it's just like, guys, maybe don't do this with everyone on Earth as collateral damage. I'm just like, I know we have Namekian and Dragon Balls now, but like, let's fucking like pull back a bit. So everybody does go and train for a number of years, and then we come back sort of en media res after the training is done, and we find out that the bad guys, the androids, are this old guy named Dr. Gero and Android 19. And Dr. Gero's just kind of this old dude who apparently made a cyborg body for himself and placed his own brain in it, which don't try to figure out that logic puzzle because you'll be here forever.
Yeah.
And Android 19, who kind of looks like a clown, very, very odd character design.
Like I
Look,
kind of think it's like a geisha type design, maybe.
yes, it's kind of Chaozu adjacent in that respect.
Yeah.
And you know, there is there my soul is split two ways with this. The one is I can certainly understand the editor note that Toriyama got from Torishima of being like, these guys are the villains now? They're not very intimidating. And like,
No,
no,
yeah.
they're really not. Like, what they do is awesome. Like, when they show up, they just start fucking murdering people in like South City. And like, it's kind of terrifying. Like, the way it's
Yeah.
animated, the way it's paced is like super brutal. And you immediately get the notion of just like, oh, okay, Dr. Gero is a guy who worked for the Red Ribbon Army in Dragon Ball. And
Yeah.
that was like a faction of people who Goku eventually defeated. So the thing is that we're assuming that, oh, he defeated the Red Ribbon Army, so this is revenge on him for doing that. Even though Dr. Gero's hatred of Goku seems very disproportionate, you're just kind of like, I get why
Yeah.
you would want to kill him, but I don't get why you would hate him, which
Yeah.
will eventually later be retconned, like I think 15 or so years later, by Toriyama in an interview. This happens a lot, where originally, like, I don't know how true it is that this was supposed to originally be the case, but um Jero's son was a member of the Red Ribbon Army who was killed by Goku in a big like explosion.
Oh.
And
Hmm.
that son supposedly is who he models Android 16 after, which explains a scene in Dragon Ball Abridged that we'll talk about.
Yeah.
But there's that is going on, and like 19 is, he's got the he's just kind of a weird robot. Like they don't have really distinct personalities, and they have very strange character designs. So on the one hand, I'd really like to see the alternate universe where Toriyama got to run with them and see how this story arc played out, because
Hmm.
immediately,
Yeah.
and I do mean immediately, he has to course correct because Torishima's like, yeah, this ain't gonna cut it. We're gonna need some new villains. And so he's
Yeah.
like, fuck, okay. And then the Z Warriors pretty much just lay waste to 19 and 20. And admittedly, one of the best scenes of the show happens where Vegeta just kind of shows back up. He's been gone and he shows back up with everybody. And we get the iconic, tell me, Android 19, can you feel fear?
Fear.
And he's just like fucking fear program not recognized, and Vegeta turns Super Saiyan. And
Hmm.
while this does begin the trend of like this legendary prophecy that apparently literally every Super Saiyan ever can just kind of tap into if they try hard enough, I love the reasoning as to how he becomes Super Saiyan.
Hmm.
He basically spends the years training trying to achieve the same level as Goku, and eventually arrives at a point where he just straight up quits. He gives up. He's like, I will never be as strong. I can't do this. And then he becomes Super Saiyan. As soon as he puts aside his pride and looks reality in the eye, that's when he's able to tap into it. And
Yeah.
then again, overconfident Vegeta is best Vegeta because he shows back up and whoops 19's ass, rips his hands off, punctures him, he's dead. Which is
Yeah.
awesome because Goku didn't take the heart medication that Trunks gave
Damn.
him, which also
Wow.
leads to the most infuriating fucking fight in the original Budokai game when you have to fight Android 19 as Goku and your health is
Ugh.
constantly depleting, and it took me fucking
Christ.
weeks.
I hate that. I hate that
Evil.
fight with a burning passion. I also hate the fact that you can use heart disease as a skill as if that's a fun way to play the game.
Like, I don't want to fight this with a built-in mulligan for my enemy. This sucks. But we have that happened, and so basically the immediate course correct we get is that Dr. Gero, Android 20, kind of escapes temporarily and is like, fuck, they beat the shit out of me. And the retcon here as to why Gero immediately fails is that he's been like, I've been tracking you ever since you were born, recording all of the battles from the data in this little like bug thing so that I could be stronger than you. And then it's like, oh, so you went to Namek. Qu'est-ce que c'est? What the fuck? What's a Namek? and it's like, well, if he was a Super Saiyan on Namek, then you're shit out of luck, buddy. Which, frankly, checks. Like that's about the best logic I could have thought of. And so after that, he goes to his basement and is like, I gotta wake up my special projects because they're the only thing that are gonna save me here. And then
Yeah.
we get Android 17 and 18, who I conditionally love. That condition is not in the original manga or show because they are admittedly kind of blank slates. They're just kind
Yeah.
of there to be cool. And they are. I like their character designs a lot,
Yeah.
but they are his secret super special projects and they come to life and he's like, "I need you to kill these guys." And they're like, "But what if I don't wanna?" He's like, "Do it." And then Android 17's just like, no, and they kill Dr. Gero because they're like, I've got free will, man. I don't want any of this shit. But with
Yeah.
that free will, they suddenly are like, let's fuck shit up. And then
Yeah.
they're also joined by his other project, who isn't complete yet. Like he's kind of booting up, and they kind of boot him up early, and that's Android 16, and he's a little more
Yes.
he's a bit more robot-y.
Yeah.
They really lean into that, but like basically for a while they're just kind of like, yeah, we're gonna have fun and like blow some stuff up, but also like let's like drive, let's like steal cars and shit. Like they are literally teenagers and they're fucking around like teenagers would do if they were suddenly presented with superpowers and free will.
Exactly.
And so this leads to a point where like they're like, okay, these other androids, let's fight them. And they curb stomp them. In one of the best fights of the show between Android 18 and Vegeta, where Vegeta, overconfident, smug, just like, I'm gonna do this real easy. I just ripped that dude's hands off. And 18 puts
Just
the whooping on that boy. Just
freaking snap that arm.
it's animated gruesomely. Like it's just the and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, that hurt. And good God, does Chris Sabat just shred his vocal cords in that dub? Good Lord.
Christ.
So they just kind of go and fuck around, and then like we kind of get some moments that are a little bit more chill in this saga. We get a lot more downtime with the characters, which
Yeah.
everything before this is straight like go, 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 go. So I like the relaxed moments we get in between because we get some character building and some stuff like, hey, Gohan's kind of reconciling with the fact that his father's been abandoning him his whole life. And
I
he's
forgot
like
about that.
kind of developing a bit of a complex about that. Like people very wrongfully assume that that's something that Abridged like added. It's totally not. It is
No.
100% in the original story, for the record. But like
Yeah.
Gohan's got daddy issues, and like Piccolo is
Yeah.
very clearly his surrogate father figure. And in fact, they have a moment after they train in this very arc where when they come out of the hyperbolic time chamber and Gohan, they're just like, "Oh, do you want like an outfit like your dad's?" And he's like, "No, Mr. Piccolo, I want clothes that look like you." And he gives him his
So
outfit, and I'm like,
good.
that is such a cute little, that's a cute little moment. That's really adorable. I really love that, how they kind of acknowledge that, Piccolo, the dad who stepped up.
Yeah.
The the
The
line in
dad who
Abridged that
stepped
always
up.
gets me is, did our heart just skip a beat? Like it's like actually like, oh, that's cute.
That's such a sweet moment. It always
It
gets
is.
me.
And we get this downtime and we get like the androids sort of slowly kind of acquiring a bit of a personhood. Like 16 kind of really
Mm.
digs nature and birds and stuff,
Really
and
into
they're kind of
birds.
like, good for you, man. Like you do that, we're gonna go steal this bitchin' car. And like they're a threat, but they're very much kind of tabled. But
Hmm.
while that happens, there's something in the background here, and that's born from the fact that after Android 17 and 18 were introduced, the god Torishima pops back up and it's like, so the villains are just a bunch of fucking teenagers? We got
Yeah.
to do better than that. And then
Yeah.
Toriyama's like, all right, back to the fucking drawing board again. Jesus Christ. And it's like, okay, all
Uh,
right, we'll have another secret project. And like slowly in the background of the arc, we get like trickles of like, something is up with Trunks. Like he shows back up and he's helping and he's like, suddenly like every time a development happens in the story, Trunks is like, that didn't happen in my timeline. What? And there's
Yeah.
like something in the background going on of just like, what are we building to here exactly? And eventually we get an episode where like Gohan and Trunks and Bulma, who I I'm very sad that Bulma gets so relegated to the background very quickly because she starts off as a
Yeah.
really like I really wish that Goku's friendship with her was more capitalized on. But
Yeah.
they go and they find this thing. They're like, what the fuck is this thing? And it turns out to be a time machine. And Trunks is like, that looks like my time machine, but it's not. My time machine's there. And he's like, oh, I know how to tell whether or not it is. My mom helped build the time machine, so it had hope on the side of it. And so and then he brushes aside the moss and it says hope. And he's like, why the fuck are there two time machines here? Who the fuck came here? What is happening? And then
Mm.
we get my favorite Dragon Ball villain, who
Yeah.
especially this version, because we've slowly been introducing more like sci-fi and horror stuff, and now we get this like the way that Cell is introduced is horrifying. Like we
Truly
just suddenly start seeing
disgusting.
like we just see this vision of this city. Like it just sort of cross cuts after this time machine thing. And this city, which is normally like all you've never seen a city in Dragon Ball be anything less than like bustling, full of people and stuff, and it's dead quiet. No one is there. There are no cars. There is no movement whatsoever. And you just like the camera just starts panning down and there's clothes everywhere, outfits, but
Just
no people. And you're
none.
like, what the fucking fuck's what's happening here? And then eventually Piccolo's like, yo, do y'all feel that? And it's like, yeah, it kind of feels like Goku's fighting someone, and Vegeta's fighting someone, and Piccolo's fighting someone. And why is all of this happening exactly? And then we
Yeah.
get Piccolo. He goes to check this shit out because he's like, what the fuck is going on here? Because Gohan and Goku have fucked off to the hyperbolic time chamber to train, which is a place where time passes much slower so that you can spend a year in there, but like it's a day in the real world. So
Yeah.
they're kind of, again, as Luke is oft to mention, Goku is once again somewhere else and we have to wait for him
Yeah.
because that's just how it is. And Piccolo shows up and we see Cell, who is this freaky ass bug dude. Like there is nothing in
Truly.
Dragon Ball that has looked anything like this guy. Like you can kind of see like there's a bit of xenomorph in there, but it's also just
Yeah.
like completely singular. It looks like a kind of like Kamen Rider villain-ish thing, but he's got like
Yeah.
this tail, and we find out why we keep uncovering the fact that like we only see people's clothes is that he's got a stinger at the end of his tail that he shoots into people, liquefies them, and drinks them through his tail. And you see this happen to someone in graphic animated detail as their face melts
Horrifying.
and he absorbs them. And it's fucking disgusting. I
It's
still have
like
trouble watching it.
it's one of those like certifiable childhood nightmare sequences
Mm.
in from just this show.
Oh, 100%. And like they really lean into the horror of that. And like Piccolo starts fighting him, and Cell starts using techniques that we only see the Z fighters use. Like he uses solar flare, he uses like stuff that by all accounts is just like somebody had to have taught him that, right? Like what? How
Yeah.
is he just pulling out these things? And then eventually he pulls out a Kamehameha, and you're like, whoa,
Yeah.
what? Hold on. And then we
Unoriginal
uncover
much.
that Cell is the super secret project of Dr. Gero that he made that is a combination of all of the DNA of everybody in the galaxy's strongest fighters. Just literally
Mhm.
everyone. Goku, Vegeta, all the Saiyans, Piccolo. It's why he's green. It's why he's humanoid. It's why he can regenerate limbs. It's like all of that is explained via this. And Piccolo is like, on par with vanilla Goku at this point and still has real trouble with first form Cell.
Yeah.
And then we find out what Cell is actually doing, which is he's like, if I can find my siblings, the androids, and absorb them, I can become perfect. And
Mhm.
that's his like final form thing. And then everybody's like, well, we can't let that shit happen. And meanwhile, the androids are just like, they're literally like robbing a convenience store. They don't give a single fuck. They don't know he
No
exists. They don't
idea of that.
care.
Yeah.
And boy howdy, there is a lot of shit that happens in these next couple of things. So we'll have to, we'll breeze over some things. But what
Yeah.
ostensibly happens is that they find out that Cell and everybody are kind of on the same level power wise. And then Cell finds the androids and just
Mm,
gets Android 17 and drinks him right up. And then he
yep.
turns into Big Dumb Cell, which
Yeah.
not my favorite form, just because he looks
No.
dumb. Like,
Yeah.
just
Which I
big
guess
fake
makes
lips.
sense because he's like imperfect,
hmm He's
quotation
he's
marks.
he's like, I am imperfect Cell, and
Yeah.
he basically he just needs to absorb one more person. But Vegeta finally shows up alongside Trunks after he trains in the hyperbolic time chamber first, because Vegeta wants to use the exploit so he can technically be stronger than Goku, even if Goku hasn't trained yet. Um, so he gets there, shows up, and pretty handily curb stomps second form Cell. Like, just
Yeah.
again, like, beats the fuck out of him, and he's just like, you call this a challenge, man? Like, this is nothing. And
Yeah.
then we get a phenomenal character beat where Cell's just like, yeah, it's a shame I'm imperfect. And he's like, what did you say? It's like,
What do you
well,
mean by
see,
that?
the thing is, man, the thing is that if I absorb my sister, Android 18, that gives me my final form. And, then maybe you'll get a proper challenge because clearly I'm outmatched here. And
Mhm.
Vegeta is like, oh, really? And is basically like,
Oh
he's over
God.
there.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, this crosses streams with like this is the point where we find out that this is also a chaos arc, just like the Frieza saga, is that
They're
in
all
order
chaos
to
arcs.
destroy the androids, Bulma invents a remote that can detonate a bomb that's like a failsafe inside them. You just have to
Mhm.
get close enough to be able to do it. So they give it to Krillin because Krillin can hide his power level and Krillin is
Uh,
small. The only problem is just the first time Krillin encounters the androids, he's like, wow, Android 18 is really pretty. And then she playfully kisses him on the cheek when he's like, I'm not going to fight you because that won't end well for anyone. And she's like, oh, I love a man who knows his place. And then he's like confronted with the fact that like he's seeing Vegeta make a deal with Cell, and he's like, oh god damn it. And he's got the remote, he's within spitting distance of 18, and he's like, can't I can't do it. I can't fucking do it. I
yeah.
can't she's so pretty. I can't do it. And then he's like she notices that he's there and he's like she looked at me. I can't fucking I can't do it and he just destroys the fucking remote. He's like I'm not going to do this, which I will say, stupid choice, completely within Krillin's character to fuck up like that, though. Like,
Yeah.
it's 100% something he would do, and he's instead like, okay, let's just get out of here, and if he encounters you, I'll hold him off for long enough for you to get away. He'll kill me, but like, at least you can make a break for it. And it's like, at that moment, you kind of see like the gears turning in Android 18's head of just being like, huh, we make it out of this.
Yeah. That's
We
the
make it out
thing.
of this.
This worked out so well for him, and you'll find out later why.
Uh-huh. And then, unfortunately, Cell still finds her, and Krillin puts up a fight, but he gets the smackdown put on him. Tries to use a Destructo Disc, but sorry. And then we get
Yeah.
Perfect Cell, who is the best. I
He's
love
actually
Damian
perfect.
Clark's Perfect Cell voice so much. Um, he's got like a more it's a combination of the previous two forms. He's simpler, but he's got the like robust kind of muscles. He's less kind of creature oriented, more humanoid now. He's
Yeah.
very odd looking, but you instantly get him, and you know, he's 1,000% ego. Like that's his character, is that he is
Truly.
the most narcissistic, like nobody can touch me. Like the only way you can prove you're better than me is if you kill me and no one can. And
Mhm.
I love that that is a perfect mirror image for Goku as a character. It is
Mhm.
like Goku's entire thing is that, gotta pursue strength, gotta get stronger, gotta get stronger. But like, at what cost? Cell is the embodiment of like every bad impulse Goku has ever had. And he's
Yeah.
like kind of a dark reflection of him because Cell doesn't give a fuck about like destroying planets like Frieza did or like conquering shit. He's like he literally just wants to be the strongest, like Goku.
Yeah.
And naturally he's like, "Well, Vegeta, have at it." And they fight a little bit and he's just like,
Yeah.
"Yeah, you're not perfect, so you're coming up short." And then he's just like, "I'll give you one last chance, man. Hit me as hard as you can. 100% of your power and nothing less. I will not dodge. Hit me."
Mhm.
And one of my favorite Vegeta moments, and canonically, Akira Toriyama has actually said that the Gallic gun that Vegeta lets off, or no, it's not Gallic gun, it's Final Flash. The
Final
Final
Flash,
Flash
yeah.
here is the strongest attack that happens in Dragon Ball through the Cell Saga, which I
Hmm.
think is great characterization for Vegeta because he fucking like he's like, "You want all of it? All right, man. You're getting all of it." And we get, man, Sabbat destroys his vocal cords here. Like, I do not know how they
Horrifically
are able to do
like
this.
I do not understand how most of these cast members do this.
Yeah, Sabbat and Schemmel in general are like, they're old now. They've been doing this a long time and they haven't lost a step. It's
No.
truly incredible how much they put into these performances. But like he hits Cell with everything, and then it just sort of cuts to him, and it's like just a torso with legs. It's like, oh, he
Yeah.
really got him. And we're like, wow, he did it. And then it's just like, oh yeah, he's got Piccolo cells, and he just
Yep.
regenerates without an issue. He's just like, if you want to kill me, you got to kill all of me. And that didn't cut it, Chief. And naturally, this
Yep.
demoralizes Vegeta. He's just like, I don't even. And then Cell whoops his ass. And he's just like, and he
Yep.
picks him apart like he's a fucking frog in a petri dish. He destroys him thoroughly. And
Yeah.
meanwhile, Trunks is just like, okay, fuck my dad. Fuck, like that's one of my favorite things is that Trunks going back in time, he's like meeting all of these people who his mom has told him about his whole life and how
Mhm.
like cool they are and how like they were heroes who fought bad guys. And it's like Goku doesn't take his fucking medicine and is kind of a moron. Vegeta, like his literal father, is the biggest asshole on the planet and literally will let people die just to have a good fight. And
Yeah.
everyone else is kind of a dunce occasionally. And
Yeah.
he's just like, I've had it. I am going to fight you and kill you myself because if you want something done right, you do it yourself. And he like bulks up and he does that really long, Dragon Ball scream.
Yep.
And it's just like, and for a while he's fighting Cell, and you're like, oh man, he's taking him on. He actually is stronger than Vegeta. And then halfway through the fight, Cell's just like, all right, I'm done. And he's like, what the fuck do you mean we're done? Well, I'm about to kill you, man. And then he's just like, actually, this was kind of just me pitying you this whole time. You bulking up like that. What happens when you do that is that you are stronger, but you are also a fuckload slower.
Mm.
And that's just that. And then he beats the shit out of Trunks and basically does the exact same thing to his dad. Like you see the kernel of pride that Trunks has that definitely he gets from Vegeta
Yeah.
because he gets a
Still there.
little too into it. And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, I see what's going on here. Sins of the father and all of that. And Cell
Yeah.
stops right before he kills Trunks. Trunks is just like literally like, I'm done, game over, kill me. And
Yeah.
Cell's like, but that's no fun, man. Which is
No
such a
fun.
fucking, that's like literally every decision that they've all made that are terrible. That's him making the same choice of just being like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna hold a tournament and everybody's gonna fight me, and I will definitively prove that I am the best to everyone, and then I will blow up this planet and everyone on it after I show them how awesome I am. So everybody gets like a week until the Cell games happen. And I
Mhm.
did gloss over the fact that we mentioned earlier that Tien occasionally will pop back up into the story.
Yeah.
And in the sort of mix-up in the second form Cell fight, there's this part where Tien is just kind of talking with Piccolo at the lookout, and he's just like, I am so fucking sick of having to wait for Goku. I'm so fucking sick of having to wait for people stronger. I am going to do this myself. And then for like at a very key moment when Android 18 needs to get the fuck away, he's like, leave. And he breaks out one of his techniques, the
Yes,
Kikoho,
this
and
fucking technique is so good.
fucks Cell's shit up. And you're just like, wait a minute, Tien? Like,
Yeah, Tien has a moment.
how? And then you're just like, oh, Piccolo's just like, he's probably gonna die because he's gonna keep using that, and that absorbs his stamina every single time. So he's just sitting there with a giant square-shaped crater carved into the earth where Cell is literally unable to move out of it because he keeps getting hit over and over again until Tien just literally collapses until he can't anymore. He's just like, all
Yeah,
right, whatever.
yeah.
And then
I did
Goku
my
has to do
best.
instant transmission to save him.
So
And
it goes.
that's dope. So then we get the part where he kind of goes away and then he appears on TV and shows everybody, hey, the Cell games. And then we get the kind of climax of everything that we've been building to, where
Mhm.
Goku is, well, technically he's not the first. Mr. Satan is the first to fight him, who is a gag character who's kind of
MVP.
retroactively
MVP.
introduced as like everybody's like, oh yeah, there was a Budokai tournament and we were either dead or on another planet. Who won that? And it's this guy named Hercule, but thank you, English dub, for giving us Mr. Satan. That is the title that he wins, then
Mr.
who he's
Satan.
referred to as, who's just kind of this big, loud, boisterous actor guy
He's a
who is
WWE
like,
guy.
yes, he's a wrestler. He's a professional wrestler through and through, and he's just like, I'm here to cut promos and to fight Cell, because like everybody's like,
Yeah.
he's our hero guy.
Yeah.
And Cell is like, okay. And literally just smack, hits a mountain. Next.
All right, next.
And then we get Goku fighting him, which is interesting because we're like, this is like we're just skipping to the main course here. We're not gonna like fuck around with the tournament a little bit more. Because normally, again, it's the again TeamFourStar with the ever memorable quote of "Why don't you settle down and wait for Goku?" Which is
Literally.
cutting in context, but
Deeply
uh,
cutting.
Goku kind of shows up, and everybody's like, throughout the arc, everybody's like, "Are you strong enough to like pull this off? Because you haven't fought him." And he's like, maybe. And you're like, what the fuck you mean maybe? Either fucking do it.
Yeah.
And he's been training with Gohan, and Gohan does eventually go Super Saiyan because he's able to sort of put him into a position where he like forces himself to transform. And in the time chamber, Goku offhandedly mentions just like, yeah, Gohan, you've kind of got the potential to be stronger than me. And Gohan's like, cool, but like I don't really care. Like Gohan is the complete opposite of his father in the respect that he will be a hero, but he doesn't care about being stronger. He cares about protecting people. Goku is like, yeah, I care about protecting people, but I really just want to get stronger.
But
And
also,
that's
notably, he doesn't like fighting. He
yes,
hates
he
it.
is kind of characterized as being a reluctant pacifist who's only pushed into fighting through his temper that he just really can't control.
Hmm.
And as it kind of goes on, you're just kind of like, does Gohan have like one in the chamber here? Like, I kind of feel like they're building to something with good old Gohan. And
Hmm.
Goku fights Cell, and in this initial little skirmish they have, like, amazing fight. Some of the best key animation in the whole fucking
Yeah.
show. It's so creative. They use the multiform technique. Like the choreography is incredible. It shows you how Cell has like absorbed different fighting styles and is like adapting it to fight Goku, and how Goku is like kind of on the ropes the whole time. And like suddenly he just stops the fight dead in its tracks and is like, yeah, I give. You win. And literally everyone is like,
Dude.
because building to
Dude.
this is so smart because The answer to every problem so far is Goku. The answer
Yeah.
to everything in this fucking story has been Goku. Since Dragon Ball, the
Mhm.
answer is always Goku. And then he just kind of backs down and is like, yeah, I don't really think I can last, so I'm tapping out here. And then they're just like, and even Cell is just kind of like, dude, what? Like, don't
Yeah.
cheat me out of this. Like, you're the guy. I'm supposed to fucking fight you because, like, he kind of has a
You are
reluctant
the guy.
admiration. Yeah, he's like, you're the guy. And then, meanwhile, Goku's like, yeah, but I can't beat you. But you know who can? And, you see, like, Vegeta kind of perks up, like, hmm?
Yeah, it's
It's
like,
just like, Gohan.
yeah.
And literally everybody, including Gohan, is like, me?
Yeah.
What? I'm a
Why?
child. Like,
You and are not even 11, probably.
I was gonna say, like, technically speaking, this dude is not even 12 because of the hyperbolic time chamber. This he's a preteen, and he's just
Yeah.
like, and again, everybody's like, what? And then Gohan goes up and he's just like, you really want me to do this? And he's just like, yeah, I got faith in you, son. And he's like, I mean, I know I'm like kind of as strong as you, so okay. And then like a little bit, he's like, okay, but he's tired from his fight from with my dad. So I'm fighting him at 50% stamina right now. That's actually kind of smart. Maybe I do have the advantage here. Nope. Goku takes a
Nah.
sensu bean, throws it right at Cell, and he instantly restores. And everybody's like, Goku, what the fuck? Dude, are you serious? Like, Piccolo in particular is just like, your child is going to die. And it's just like,
Yeah.
dad that stepped up, he cares. And
Yeah.
he's just like, and he's like, no, 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 guys. You're missing the point here. I'm not strong enough. Gohan, he's a hybrid. He's Saiyan, he's human. He's got the potential to be stronger than me. But the thing is that he needs to be pushed. He needs to be pushed like I was pushed to get to Super Saiyan. So he needs someone who can take him right up to the line so that he can snap, so that his temper can snap and that he can do it. Because if Gohan can't, they're fucked. Like it's a game over. It's
Yeah.
done. Nobody like Vegeta can't do it. It's not possible.
Yeah.
So
Vegeta's not gonna
Gohan's
do that
like,
shit.
so Gohan's like, I guess I'll try. And then everybody's like, okay, cool. I get the logic, Goku. But Piccolo's like, the thing is here though, your son doesn't like fighting, you fucking moron. It's like, and I mean, Goku's getting his ass beat over and over and over and over and over again, just relentlessly getting his ass kicked, but not because he's worse, but because he's refusing to engage. He doesn't, his heart is not in it. He's just
Mhm.
like, I don't have it in me to fight you. And as the fight progresses, Cell is like disgusted with him. He's like, what do you mean you won't fight me? He's like, you're gonna die. All of you are gonna die. Your friends who are
Mhm.
weaker than you are gonna die. And you won't fight because you're a pacifist? Eat shit, dude. And he keeps fucking, he's trying so hard to just coax something out of him. And
Anything.
meanwhile, Goku's like, I have misjudged the situation tremendously. And
Yeah.
meanwhile, Chi-Chi's probably passed out at home being like, my son's gonna die. Um,
Literally,
and
that's what's gonna happen.
yeah, and she's just like, good thing I'm pregnant right now. And
Oh man.
uh, so basically,
Real
this
chaos
keeps
plot.
happening, and then what eventually happens is that, like, in the process of the fight, is that uh, Android 16 takes over for him. Is that Android 16, who has long been like the Bulma has like reprogrammed him a little bit, and he's like kind of a cool dude. He's been programmed to like kill Goku because he was, Dr. Gero's thing, but like he's kind of
Yeah.
overwritten his programming and basically gets Cell, and he's like, I'll activate my bomb and kill him. And it'll kill a lot of you too, but at least Cell will be dead. So everybody's like, well, at least he'll be gone. And then he's like, why isn't the bomb going off? And it's because Bulma's like, yeah, I
Uh,
took it out so you couldn't kill anybody willy-nilly. Sorry about that. And so
yeah.
Cell bodies 16, absolutely decimates like into a million pieces. His head is like the only thing that remains of him.
And he can
And
still speak.
literally, as a head, he is on the ground like this, and he's like, hey, Mr. Satan, take me to Gohan. And Mr. Satan's like, okay. And he just kind of takes the head, throws it over there. And then Android 16 is like, look, dude, I get you got some shit going on, but like, over the course of the last few weeks, have learned that life is worth preserving. Like, I've noticed, like, nature and fucking birds and shit. And it's like, you need to be able to protect that. And your pacifism here is not gonna cut it, man. Like, I get it, but this is not how you're gonna save people. You need to do this. He's trying to break Gohan, basically. He's trying to make him
Yeah.
snap. He's trying to piss him off. And then Cell squishes his head, destroys, broken into a million pieces. And then we
There we
get the
go.
best. This right
Yes.
here, not only is this my favorite moment in Dragon Ball, I can't begin to describe to people who didn't experience this what a foundational fictional moment this was for people. Like,
Yes.
this is like even more than the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Gohan here, this is the reason people love this show.
Like it is
Is
the
that
thesis statement of Dragon Ball Z.
I couldn't have said it better myself. Gohan snaps like his father does, and you get this transformation sequence, which is gorgeously storyboarded and animated together, of Gohan finally losing it, and then he achieves what they refer to as a level beyond Super Saiyan, which we would then come to know is very uncreatively named Super Saiyan 2. But there are
Yeah.
subtle differences, like his hair has like shot back really far, and there's that iconic fucking shot, best shot in Dragon Ball, in my opinion, of it like it cuts to the close up and the tears that are flowing down his face are now going upward into the air because his power is so fucking strong that it's making them evaporate off of his face. And I'm
Yeah.
like, that's a great fucking visual. That's and like the
So
music
perfect.
here, the everything is so palpably powerful. And it's like you see him snap, and then immediately you're like, oh man, he's gonna get real angry and beat ass. And then the episode that it begins next, he's cold as ice. Like
Yeah.
he's like Gohan is basically acting the way that Frieza acted when he first started beating up Vegeta. And
Basically.
he like Cell has this part where he like clones himself kind of and shoots out a bunch of little mini cells, and they're all
Yeah.
beating the fuck out of everybody.
Yeah.
And like Gohan dismembers all of them. Like
Yeah.
literally fucking head
Yeah.
gone, rips off limbs, and is just like everybody's just kind of like, "Oh yeah, Gohan." Oh,
Jesus.
oh.
Yeah.
Hunter x Hunter fans, you will recognize a moment very similar to this in the Chimera Ant arc that was definitely modeled after this moment.
Hmm.
And
Interesting.
immediately Cell is like, yes,
Yeah.
finally I get the challenge I've been waiting for. And Gohan's like, you sure do. And just
Yeah.
herb stomps Cell. Like it's not a
True.
fight anymore. He is decimating this man. And
Mhm.
you're like, oh, well, all right, that's a pretty satisfactory ending right there. And naturally, Gohan fucking obliterates him, seemingly, atom by atom. Maybe not atom by atom. And everybody's
No.
like, okay, we did it. Except they kind of forgot about Piccolo's DNA and how if you don't
Yeah.
destroy literally every single cell, he's gonna regenerate and come back. And the worst part is that because he's got Saiyan DNA, what does he have access to? The Zenkai boost. So he almost dies,
Yeah.
comes back, and now he's stronger. And everybody's like, oh no. This part here, this arc fakes you out so many times with so many different plot points, like with the
Yeah.
initial Dr. Gero and then the androids and then Cell. It's the final rug pull of just like, no,
Well,
I'm here too, man. This fucking sucks.
there's
And
even one more
he's
before this, actually, though, because
why don't
Gohan
you
punches him so hard in the stomach that the most realistic thing in Dragon Ball happens where he just pukes,
Yep.
but
He
specifically pukes out Android 18, which makes him imperfect.
Yes, he goes
Um,
back to second form Cell, and Krillin's like, "Oh fuck!" He
yeah.
just grabs 18 and it's like, "I gotta get her out of here."
New girlfriend possibility acquired. Please grab and leave immediately. But so Cell in just like a sheer panic and just loss of identity of like not being perfect anymore pulls out such a bullshit move. Like
Mm-hmm.
like I think every DBZ villain has this move in some semblance where it's just like he grows really big and he's like, all right, I'm about to essentially I'm essentially going to do the Android 16 nuke basically, and it's so funny to me that it's just like it's also kind of a moment of hubris for Gohan because he could have
Yes.
destroyed Cell so easily
Mm-hmm.
before this happened, but he didn't, and
He
because he
wanted to pick him apart like Cell picked apart everyone. That's the
yeah
best part about
exactly
Cell's characterization for me is that because he's made up of all these other characters, he knows just how to dissect them like a scalpel. It's like he knows just how to get to the heart of like basically every character arc in the Cell arc is every main character experiencing a kind of ego death. Goku experiences it when he
basically
finds out that his son doesn't like fighting as much as he does. Gohan experiences it here when he fucks up and tries to indulge himself too much. It happens to Vegeta when Perfect Cell beats him. It happens to Trunks throughout the entire arc. And then
yeah
like so he basically like inflates. He goes big boy mode.
big
And
big
he's like,
boy.
I'm taking the whole world with me. And that's him, his ego death of like, I'm no longer perfect. And so he's just like, I'm just gonna blow you all up. And
And with
Goku's like,
that, yeah,
and
Goku.
and finally, we get a
Oh,
bit
this
of makeup
moment.
for Goku being, let's face it, kind of a dumbass in terms of his decision making throughout the course of the last arc, where he's like, this is my mess to clean up. I have instant transmission. I'm going to get onto Cell, and then I'm going to teleport somewhere where he can explode, and it will most assuredly kill the both of us, but it will not kill the people on Earth. So he
Hmm.
teleports to King Kai's planet and kills King Kai, who is a character who, a side character from much earlier on in the show that didn't deserve that at all, but
No, but it is absolutely hilarious though.
oh, because you don't see it coming at all. Like Toriyama, like the comedy of Dragon Ball never goes away. Like even in a
Hmm.
moment like that, and it still feels funny. And then
Yeah,
after that, it's when Cell reveals that he's still alive, basically. In
yeah,
that, like he comes back, more perfect Cell question mark, and Gohan's like, well, I guess I gotta fight now. But then what happens is Cell kind of like, I'm back. And what
yeah.
does he do? Ices Trunks immediately.
Just
And
instantly.
and this is my favorite character moment for my favorite character, which is Vegeta.
Hmm.
Because Vegeta this whole time has treated Trunks like a complete douchebag. Like
Yeah,
he has been the world's worst father, constantly degrading him. He's just like every time a new villain shows up, he's just like, "Oh, look, another person you forgot to kill." And just
yeah,
really hammering home how much like he thinks Trunks is a failure and like, there's some subtle like, "Oh, you're only a half breed, so you don't have the true Saiyan heritage
yeah,
like me." And
yeah. Say
then
nationalism.
Trunks gets fucking after they've trained together for a year and they both got stronger and got on a comparable level of power, which is what I think led Vegeta to sort of respect Trunks a little bit. And then he
Hmm.
dies. And then Vegeta snaps. Like
Yeah,
he literally is just like, "Oh my God, my son died." And then he goes full Gohan and goes right after Cell. And then Cell is just like boom. And
yeah,
it's like while him and Gohan are entrenched in this battle, and basically Gohan has to save Vegeta and blocks this huge attack. And I mean, like his arm is fucked. Like
yeah.
it is
Truly
a
just
dead
gone.
weight on him. He's like, I can't move this. I can't do it. And then like he's just there and he's just like, Vegeta, you fucking idiot. You absolute fucking moron. And he's just like, I'm sorry. And then Gohan's like, oh
Oh,
no, Vegeta said he was sorry. That's
yeah.
another one of my favorite abridged moments is just when he's like, I'm sorry, kid. And then he goes, oh, we are
Are
fucked.
fucked. truly like that's like the most cutting moment
It's
in that finale.
and then you get the other big moment in the series for me, which is the father-son Kamehameha, which is like I I'm gonna fast
Uh,
forward a little bit here because I have to talk about the abridged version of this.
yes.
Um, because as we will get to, I wholeheartedly, 100% of my being, believe that the abridged version of Dragon Ball has the best versions of these characters to me.
Hmm.
And I'll get into why, but this moment, first of all, was literally a year in the making. The guys who make Dragon Ball Abridged like made this final episode 3 parts and
Hmm.
released them over the course of a year. And man, waiting for those parts, I remember that shit. Um,
Yeah.
and they make this moment so fucking incredible. Like the speech that Goku gives to his son here, the fucking music in the background, just like motivating Gohan and just being like, Cell is like gives my favorite line that he's got in the performance. He goes like, "My last gift to you is a perfect death." And then
Such a
Gohan,
beautiful line.
who has one arm, and he's just like, "What do I do?" And he's like, "What do you think?" One-armed Kamehameha, just fucking going for it. Cell's got two. He's just like trying his best, and then eventually you just see Goku performing it alongside him, and eventually Gohan just fucking eyes white, fucking big ass scream, and then Cell is vaporized, which in the abridged version, he has a montage of his death set to Frank Sinatra's My Way, which Mwah, chef kiss, no miss.
Beautiful.
Absolutely perfect. Literally.
And
Uh,
also in the Kai version of the abridged, it's fucking Limp Bizkit.
it's amazing, amazing pull there. But that is the moment where Gohan beats Cell, and then we do actually get like Goku, like they kind of fast forward, and it's like they do bring Trunks back. Like they get everybody who died. 17 and 18 are both alive, and they're both like they're not good guys, but they're like, I'm gonna go do my own thing. And even 18 kind of looks
Yeah.
at Krillin and is just like, hey, call me. And Krillin's just like, word.
Which was deserved considering all the shit he has been through throughout this
Yes.
series.
And they have that sort of moment where they're like Gohan's about to like, like, oh, we can wish back my dad. And Goku from the afterlife is like, okay, look.
Yeah.
Every bad thing that's been happening to everyone in the course of this story has happened because I existed and because people have come to kill me and because people want to kill me. Maybe I should just kind of chill in the afterlife, which is just kind of another plane of reality that's, can kind of interact with sort of the real world, but like
Yeah.
he's effectively dying. And Gohan's like, okay. He's like he kind of there's a moment of reconciliation where it's just like I don't value the things that you value and you don't value the things that I value, but the both of us can still, be a protector of Earth, and I can do
Hmm.
that while you're gone.
Yeah.
And in the words of the writers of Abridged, Gohan, you've peaked.
You've
Uh,
peaked.
and that's the end of the Cell Saga. And to me, even with all of and trust me, it has pacing issues too in the original dub, like
Yeah.
even worse than Frieza, honestly, and like in its totality. But when you get the optimal format, when you do Kai or Abridged or whatever, or the
Mhm.
manga, I do genuinely think this is the best chunk of anything Dragon Ball related. It hits its emotional beats so well. And it's like the idea of, we talked about the theme of Dragon Ball just being like getting stronger, overcoming obstacles. It's just like young people saw Gohan do that, and that became a core memory for them. Like, do you
Yeah.
know how many people I knew growing up who literally started hitting the gym because of Dragon Ball? Because you know
Dude,
what? It's
so
a
many.
fucking lot.
A lot.
Like the show has legitimately made an impact on people trying to further better themselves. And
Mhm.
like there's not a lot of things that have that kind of power.
And that much reach.
and that much reach, like to the point where it's just like I would describe like the people that I knew growing up that I like sought out and encountered that were Dragon Ball fans. Do you know how few of them were white guys?
Yeah,
Because it was not many. It was
it was
not
a wide
many.
range. And
Like,
it do you want to know what the image is that I think of sometimes when I think of Dragon Ball that
mm,
really is like a beautiful image is like, and people make jokes about this, but I genuinely love this. Is there's a video where it's like what looks like the entire this entire city in Mexico have a projector on a wall projecting like the most recent Dragon Ball episode. And to me,
yes.
that's like Dragon Ball like in a nutshell. Cause like it makes me think of the visuals of like the spirit bomb, where it's like we need
Yeah,
all of humanity's energy towards this. And I just
for
think about that.
sure. There is something so universal about Dragon Ball that makes it's like it's one of those anime that I really feel like are formative for people and have an impact. It's like again, it's in the way that I feel like a lot of people I know like feel the same way about shit like older shows. Like Sailor Moon, another one is an
Yeah, Sailor Moon.
example of just like, it hits a lot of really poignant notes about like girlhood in a story that's very, big and flashy and dramatic anime things are happening, but like there is a kernel
Mhm.
here that makes it resonate, and that's why people still give a shit about it today. And
Yeah.
like it's very obvious to me at least. If you read the manga or watch the show, this is kind of supposed to be where Dragon Ball ends. There's not an official word about this
Yeah.
for the record,
Yeah.
but it's like the torch is passed. I feel like Toriyama was like, this is it. But it's really hard to stop something once it becomes this universally successful, and you have to keep going because you've got to eat. We next have the final arc of Dragon Ball Z, the Buu Saga. And I'm not stepping on any toes when I say this. I think it's commonly well accepted that the Buu Saga, not many people's favorite. I don't say that to say it's widely disliked, but like if you put up a poll of four options and asked, what's the best arc of Dragon Ball? Unquestionably, the least amount of people will say the Buu Saga. And that's not to say that it is devoid of good things. I have loads of praise to sing about the Buu Saga, but its biggest flaw to me is that if you look at how long each arc takes in the manga of Dragon Ball, the Buu Saga accounts for almost half of the entire story. Now, that immediately is probably going to raise some red flags of like, why? And it's because of a lot of things. I think that Toriyama kind of struggled to really find a main concept or theme in this that he didn't really do before. But I will say, the one shining thing in this saga that I think really does redeem a lot of its shortcomings is my favorite character finally gets to complete his arc. Vegeta's ending in the Cell Saga is a bit odd if it just ended there, because it's like, yeah, he did have a moment of recognition for his son and had that, but like it didn't develop to anything. His conflict with Goku didn't really go anywhere. So like, if Goku's out of the narrative, that takes away something from Vegeta. And Akira Toriyama very smartly was like, yeah, it does. What if we made that the bit? So without Goku, Vegeta kind of has a long midlife crisis going on where he just sort of becomes a normal-ish guy where like Trunks does return to his original timeline to go and defeat his version of the androids. But um Vegeta, on the other hand, like stays around and eventually has normal version of Trunks with Bulma and like is
Yeah.
a husband and a dad. And like he's still Vegeta. He's still kind of an ornery douchebag, but like he does his job. Like
He's more of an actual dad than Goku kind of was, if I'm being honest.
he in terms of like being there for their kids, yeah, Vegeta unquestionably does kind of have the dad brownie points above Goku. And like he's
Wild.
not he's not affectionate with Trunks at all, but like I have
No,
a
but
feeling that that is more characterization of like Vegeta is treating Trunks the way his dad treated him because that's the only thing he's really got as a
Yeah.
precedent. So things have kind of achieved a bit of a status quo because there's a long period, like I'm pretty sure that the period of which the Buu saga starts and the point at which Buu is introduced, that's like as long as the Frieza saga, like in its entirety, because you
Yeah.
have this whole
Yeah.
thing where in the absence of Goku, Gohan is growing up and now he's like a bona fide, like he's in like college, he's in like university now, and he is the Great Saiyaman, which is like a little costume that he wears, and he's a superhero, and he goes and stops crime. He like does what his dad he would picture his dad to have done basically, but there's no world-ending threats. So he's stopping miscellaneous bad guys, and all the while he's balancing kind of having a double life with who ultimately becomes his love interest, another absolutely fucking badass Lady Dragon Ball character who I love, Videl. Videl, anagram of devil because she is Mr. Satan's daughter. And she rules. I love Videl so much. She beats ass. She's kind of like Chi-Chi in the respect that she's like, she trains, she's like, wants to be good at fighting, but like, she just genuinely like has a desire to seek justice and shit. And
Yeah.
Gohan's just kind of like, do this because it's my duty. And there's like a little bit where like she doesn't know it's him and then does figure out. And there's even a movie later where they get to team up as like the Great Saiyan Man and Great Saiyan Woman and they fight a kaiju. It's really cute. I love that a lot.
I love the
Love their
relationship a lot.
dynamic. It's really sweet. Gohan is very like he's exactly how you picture adult Gohan. He's very trepidatious. He's very, careful and kind of soft spoken, but also like don't don't fuck around with him or anybody he cares about, or you will literally lose limbs.
Yeah.
And that's cool. I love seeing Gohan being put into a unique position and come into his own.
Mhm.
Put a pin in this, please. So that's going on, and we're getting lots of kind of side development. A lot of it's kind of fillery. It is absolutely the worst Dragon Ball arc in terms of filler. Like there is so much of it. The worst actual instances of filler are during the Cell games. They're the crowd of people that keep popping up. They're like side characters that the abridged version very smartly murders and just cuts out entirely. Like those guys are so fucking annoying and kill the pacing so bad. And thankfully, none of it's that bad here. It's all character building, but it still doesn't. It feels a bit directionless. That said, we get a bit more when we start building towards a new tournament that people are going to fight in, and a bunch of people are going to compete, Videl included. But also Vegeta's kind of like, fighting. I kind of miss that a little bit. And even Goku in the afterlife is like, ah, man, it's been a while. I would really love to come down there and fight in this tournament just because, I can do that on occasion. I can pop in, say hi to everybody, chill out.
Also,
And
like that's fair.
yeah, it's there are no rules when it comes to the afterlife in Dragon Ball. I trying to explain the hierarchy of like there's King Kai, there's the Supreme Kai, and then there's the Grand Kai and the Elder Kai. I don't fuck do not I don't I don't I don't.
I don't care
The,
either.
the gist is though is that this tournament starts to draw a little bit of attention. It also goes in some bizarre places like Videl's fight with Spopovich where she's like brutally beaten like really badly. And Gohan's like, and Goku's like, no, Gohan, this is her fight. And she's being beaten. Like it is actually very hard to watch. And I'm like,
Yeah, I forgot about
don't,
that, honestly.
I don't love this. But the core of what happens here is that Vegeta finds out that Goku is interested in competing in the tournament. And this just sends him spiraling instantly. He's like,
Yeah.
but if he comes back, he's the strong. I have to, but and he starts being like, why don't I care? Why don't I used to give a shit. Why don't I? I lost my edge, man. What the fuck?
Yeah.
And then this thing that's kind of been brewing in the background sort of comes in, and there's this wizard that shows up named Bobbity. And
Yeah.
Bobbity's like, hey, Vegeta, what if I
Uh,
told you I could make you as powerful as Goku? and that you could fight him and defeat him. And it's the perfect moment of crisis. And he's like, you know, sure, go right ahead, man. And what Babidi is that he's from the demon realm.
Mhm.
And they're doing magic shit. And magic is very different from the science shit from before, which I do like as kind of an aesthetic
Yeah.
for this arc. And through this, Goku or Vegeta is sort of imbued with a kind of demonic power, the power of the Majin. And it gets a little M on his forehead. And it gives him demonic power and strength, but it causes you to act on your own worst instincts. It literally revolves on your vices and then makes you act on them. And so Goku's at the tournament and Vegeta shows up, looks at half of the crowd and goes, "Bam!" All of them die. And everybody's like, "Oh, this shit again." And so Goku
Yeah.
was immediately like, "Dude, this isn't you. You gotta cut this shit out." And Vegeta is like, "Do not, do not fucking come at me with this bullshit." Like, Vegeta is so actually pissed in this part of the story, and their fight is incredible. Like,
Yeah.
truly top tier, amazing shit. There is the iconic point at which really subtly poetic, is that Vegeta, more than anyone in this show, gets cratered in battles. He gets shot into walls, he gets shot into the ground, and always is like this. And eventually he does it to
Big pull.
Goku in this fight and dresses this man down psychologically. He's like, "Do you know what it's like to have to be around you and your insufferable fucking attitude? That I'm Saiyan royalty and I've seen you be a step ahead of me every fucking bit of the way. Do you know how infuriating that is?" And there's like a part of
Yeah.
you that's like, "Yeah, man, fuck Goku." Like a little bit. You're
Yeah.
like, you do kind of like you've brought on as much trouble as you've saved. Like it's
Yeah.
undeniable at that point. And so he's kind of got that fight. And it's what I don't like about it is that Goku doesn't go Super Saiyan 3 in it, which
Yeah.
to me, if we're going by the logic of Dragon Ball using fighting to communicate, achieving his most powerful form is a sign of respect. It's you're fighting on an even playing field. So
Yeah.
the fact that Vegeta does win, but like Goku
Quotation
wasn't
marks.
trying. So
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
it's a little iffy there. And in the background, Babidi is also associated with the Demon King Dabura, and they are trying to resurrect this kind of powerful Lovecraftian entity called Majin Buu. And eventually they are able to accomplish this. And with the goal of having Dabura be like, "I am going to, use Majin Buu to sort of assert my dominance and, take over the world and all that." And this backfires horrifically because Majin Buu is a chaos demon who, like, literally the embodiment of chaotic evil. Like, he does not give a shit about anything. When he first pops up, he's a big, round, puffy, fat dude, and he's just kind of like silly and he's childlike, and he can turn you into cookies. And he
He's
can,
Patrick Star.
what? Yes, yes, basically, Lovecraft Patrick Star. And Dabura's like, "Hey, you little shit, listen to me." And then Dabura gets turned into a cookie and Boo eats him. And I
Yeah.
do admit, I also love that Majin Buu, also a really smart mirror for Goku in a lot of ways. The
Mm.
food obsession that Goku has, the
Yeah,
mindless
actually.
desire to grow and get stronger. Again, there's a kernel of a great idea in there. And as everything kind of progresses, I'll sort of take an aside to the Vegeta aspect of this, is that ultimately, when they start fighting Boo, Vegeta comes to the ultimate realization of just like he has his permanent ego death of like, "I had to use this power to be on Goku's level, and even now he's stronger. I never had a chance.
Mm.
This is it. He was always above me." And he acknowledges that. And like, Boo is like going to fuck up everything very early on. And Vegeta's like, okay. And he looks at little baby Trunks and he's like, Trunks, give me a hug. Never hugged you before. I'm going to do it right now. And you're like, why right now? And then he karate
Uh,
chops his own son after he hugs him and knocks him out and is like, hey, Piccolo, take him, get away from here. And he's like, whatever you say, Chief. And then we get the
comes like
best
that.
moment in this saga by far, Vegeta's sacrifice, where he does the final flash and attempt to erase Boo entirely. And he does it, and it's really emotional. It's a really good scene.
Yeah.
And what's best about it is that it doesn't work. In true Dragon Ball fashion,
Yep.
you didn't hit every atom, my brother. And
It's always
Boo
the Adams.
Boo is like he starts consuming people and eventually gets to the point where he basically kills everyone on planet Earth. He becomes the blob and then
Yeah.
assimilates into this. Basically, he's got different forms. Like before, he's got Fat Boo, Baby Boo, whatever, Kid Boo.
Yeah.
No, Kid Boo's different. There's Kid Boo, which is like he's kind of like original Gohan sized, and he's just kind of eviler and nastier. And then there's like, oh god, I can't. I always call him Perfect Boo because he's just
he's like
perfect Cell.
I just
he's
think of him as like Teen Boo for some reason.
Yeah, he's like the bigger Boo who's got the deeper voice, and he's like, oh, ha, ha, ha. And
Yeah.
that to me is where this arc loses a lot of steam because Boo is at his best when he's embodying pure chaos, when he's
Yeah.
like Fat Boo or Kid Boo, when he's just like pure animal brain, like must destroy, nothing
Yeah.
else.
No
And then,
quipping.
oh, Super Boo, that's what it is.
Super.
Super
Yeah. Yeah.
Boo is just like he's absorbed like Piccolo and a bunch of other characters, and it's like he just kind of becomes a narcissist like Cell, and but like there's no like edge to like his character beats. He just kind of does stuff that's similar to other villains we've had, and even then, Cell and Frieza are still not that far apart. So it feels like you're getting a lot of things that you've already gotten. A lot of stuff feels like it's repeating, and then there are moments where I won't lie, the plotting really drops the fucking ball. Uh,
Yeah.
the first thing I want to point out is that there is a critical moment in which the technique of fusion is introduced in this arc, where two characters can do a little fusion dance with the Patara earrings and then become one person. And this is mainly showcased through Goten, Goku's latest child, who's like little baby Goku, and Kid Trunks. They fuse together to become Goten or Gotenks, my bad.
Yeah.
And they're kind of their own chaos gremlin. Fun, cute, they're in it too much, but
Yeah.
with that invites the possibility of fusing with other people. And at a critical moment, Gohan is supposed to catch the Batara earrings so he can use them. And he misses them. And then everything gets worse. Like
Yeah.
I it is such a baffling decision to me that you would plot anything in the way of just like, and everything hinges on him catching an earring, and he just doesn't for seemingly not a damn reason other than like,
Yeah.
oh, I missed. And it's like, my brother in Christ? What are we doing? What are we doing here?
One-handed
And
Kamehameha, but could not catch that shit.
and fusion as a technique, I love it conceptually. It's very interesting. You could kind of have like a Pacific Rim thing going on where you got to have people who are drift compatible.
Yeah.
And that's kind of here. The
Sort of.
problem is that
Yeah.
fusion never does fuck all to anyone. Even
Nope.
in non-canon movies, fusions accomplish nothing.
Like even the
Ever.
spirit bomb has been more like critically useful.
Well, the spirit bomb's what ends up killing fucking Boo. Finally, after it didn't work on Frieza and that it didn't really work on Cell.
Yeah.
So very, very bizarre. And you must understand that throughout this entire arc, like there are still points where, like, again, Gohan becomes involved, and there's a moment where, like, you almost get a great moment with Gohan where he's like, achieved a level of power where he doesn't need to go Super Saiyan to be that strong. And he just gets his ass beat so that Goku can come and save us the day. And I'm like, I don't really know what this arc is supposed to be dramatically. Like, it doesn't have a good enough head on its shoulders to communicate what it's doing. Like, yeah, we get Gogeta later and he fails and, Goku has to fight him. And God, it's all so long. Oh man, it's so long. It's so long,
Do
man.
you want to know a funny story about this arc?
Please.
I I watched, okay, so like I watched most of Dragon Ball Z for the first time on like these types of DVDs, right?
Hmm.
And I had all of the Boo arc ostensibly with me over the course of like a 12-hour road trip, and I felt like I didn't finish it. Like I finished it literally the moment I got back home. It was like the last filler episode was when I
And
returned home.
man, the filler in this is bad. Like, truly and honestly, I do not know what it is doing here beyond fill in time. There are moments where, like, there's also a critical moment at which, like, one underrated thing I love about this is that I love that Mr. Satan becomes really good friends with base form Boo and like converts him into being good, basically.
Yeah.
And there's a critical moment at which he like convinces Boo that he's just like, oh yeah, he's like, here, look at, there's like a puppy, like life is cool, you should do that. And then there's this hunter, this poacher guy who's been in the background of the show the whole time, who just fucking shoots this puppy. And then Boo is like, maybe humanity sucks, actually. And it's like,
That's kind of real though.
I mean, look. And there's also like there are bizarre moments where like there's this old couple and I think they get shot by the hunter. And it's just like it's a bizarrely long protracted scene of like the old man gets shot and like crawls back over to the corpse of his wife and then gets shot again. It's like what the fuck is this doing? What is this tone, man?
I can't believe
And
that they put Anton Sugar in this series.
I mean, truly, it's a No Country for Old Men scene in a fucking Dragon Ball arc, and you're just like, I don't.
And it's like a filler episode.
And at the end of the day, it just doesn't culminate in much. They use the
Yeah.
spirit bomb because it feels like they just kind of run out of things to do. It's like, yes, it's the universal spirit bomb. He draws energy from everywhere, which nice, I guess. But
Yeah.
again, it just doesn't have that bite or satisfaction that Cell or even Frieza had to some extent. It's like beyond what this arc does to Vegeta, it kind of actively harms the character arcs of Goku, Gohan, and I mean, it just doesn't really use Boo very well.
It's
So
weird.
it's it's definitely worth consuming in some form or another. The unfortunate reality we live in inside, though, is that TeamFourStar, the team who did Dragon Ball Abridged, stopped at the Cell Saga, so I cannot heartily recommend their take on it because it doesn't exist, at least not wholly. But
Yeah.
the Kai version, look into that maybe, but like last, like dead last. It is.
Yeah.
I know some people really ride for it, and it has great parts, but it's underneath a lot of baggage that just the show can't support. And
Yeah.
that's where Z comes to an end. And before we graduate, there is a lot of movies, a lot of films in the Dragon Ball franchise. And the thing is that concurrently with the show, none of these are canon, except I think History of Trunks.
Yeah.
And the thing is about these films, two or three of them are good. There's like
Yeah.
15. There's like 15 of them.
There's so many. I've watched all of them.
All of them. I own a couple of them on Blu-ray because they sell them in packs of two, and naturally, they're always selling one that I like and one that I'm probably more or less indifferent on. But
Yeah.
not gonna talk about all of these just gonna kind of mention the notable things, I guess. And
Mhm.
there are newer movies, but they're kind of in their own thing because those are, I mean, those are canon now. But
Yeah,
the one I want to start with is the most important one. It is History of Trunks because
yeah,
A, I think it's the best one, and B, it is the only movie that actively makes the show better
yes.
because it's something that we haven't really seen. Why exactly would you say History of Trunks is particularly important?
Well, because it sets up the foundation of all of Trunks's motivation as a character during the Cell Saga. Hold up, I'm getting chip out of my mouth. But it's truly significant because it's like one of the only Dragon Ball Z movies to actually have emotional stakes within it,
Mm-hmm.
because it's about, like why Trunks is the way he is, why he went out on this journey to begin with. And it's kind of like, you know making you care about that, because, like, I mean, here's the thing. It's it's not a stretch to say that Trunks is basically just, what if Reese from the Terminator had a cool sword and could turn into a Super Saiyan? That's basically
Mm-hmm.
like what he is. So what do you do to actually make him into a character that is beyond that archetype?
Mm.
And this does that. Oh boy, does it ever.
Oh man, it also very smartly it's a post well I mean it's not well I mean technically when it was made, but it's a utilization of adult Gohan that I absolutely love because it not only explains why Trunks kind of has this built-in reverence for the people he's been told about his whole life because his only experience with them is through adult Gohan. And Gohan as a teacher is like something that's just like really, really greatly communicated is that when he starts training Kid Trunks, he does to him what Piccolo did for Gohan. And it's sort of echoing that sort of like, dad that stepped up, etc.
Yeah,
And it's, preparing him, teaching him, but also, you get a really effective scene where Gohan fights this world's version of the androids and they kind of beat the fuck out of him and he loses an arm over it.
yeah,
And like, big big fucking deal. And like he goes back and later eventually Gohan is killed and that becomes the inception for Trunks going Super Saiyan, which again is really nice to have because it does kind of make the Super Saiyan status feel like it's worth something still, like you have to sacrifice something or something terrible has to happen to you, and it fills in a crucial piece of the Cell Saga that I feel like is fundamental to understanding Trunks and his point of view and why he reacts the way he does to basically everything. Because in the Cell Saga, let's be real, Trunks does nothing but fail. He does not
yeah.
accomplish a single thing he sets out to do, and then he's murdered unceremoniously at the very end.
He's kind of like Gohan in like the previous seasons, basically.
Yeah, except it really kind of takes advantage of it a little bit more than just kind of using him as a delay for the other strong man.
Yeah.
So I really like that. The other Dragon Ball movie in this era that I have a soft spot for is Wrath of the Dragon, which is not
Yes.
great. I wouldn't quite put it on the same level as History of Trunks, but notably does also feature Trunks. This is the story of how he gets his sword, which is not canon and makes absolutely no sense, and you're just gonna have to roll with it. I'm sorry. It doesn't
Yeah.
make sense. I'm not gonna try and make it make sense. That's just how it is. But Chrono Trigger happens. Chrono from Chrono
Yeah.
Trigger pops in, who another character designed by Akira Toriyama, but his name is Tapion, and he's a guy from another world, and he's kind of doing Trunks's bit before Trunks. He's just like me and my sibling had to work together to vanquish this inconquerable evil thing, and this is sort of being bestowed to like Kid Trunks and kind of drilled into his head, and it gives him that hero figure to look up for. And the real reason I have an affinity for this is, man, that animation is crisp
Ooh.
as fuck. And that dragon fist at the end, supremely underutilized technique. Fun fact,
Yeah.
the only technique that Goku invents. Only one.
Hmm.
Every other technique is
Damn.
given to him, and he doesn't ever use it. So it's cool as hell. when he actually does. And they fight a kaiju.
And it's a cool kaiju.
Yes, Hirudegarn is fucking sick. Like it's not like interesting, but it's just like it's cool. Gohan and Videl are there. It's like it's really fun and like it has just enough of an emotional kernel to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, that's going to say that's the other thing is like the fact that there is like the relationship between Trunks and Tapion is what kind of gives it the juice to make it be a bit
And
more
he's got
than
an
just.
ocarina.
And he's got an ocarina before Ocarina of Time came out, so they stole it from him.
Oh shit, man. Link is a ripoff.
Link is just
But
a ripoff of Tom Cruise and Legend.
and the rest of the movies are like they bat for me around anywhere from like a 4 to a 6 out of 10, with some really egregious ones being a little lower than that.
Yeah.
Episode of Bardock particularly kind of sticks in my craw because
Yeah.
Bardock, if you don't
Yeah.
know, is Goku's dad. And in the original Bardock special movie, he is shown to be a Saiyan in the sense that he sucks. The Saiyans were a race of warrior barbarians, and I mean, they were space fascists. Be real about it. The only reason they
They were like
stopped is because
Romans.
a bigger space fascist destroyed them.
Yeah.
And Bardock sucks. Like he's a bad dude. He's like they are murdering innocent people when this thing starts.
Mhm.
And I love that as a piece of world building because it does away with the biological determinism of like Saiyans being like I like that Goku chooses to be who he is. Like he doesn't succumb to his genetics and be like Vegeta or be like his father. But it's good world building. Is that just
Mhm.
like the Saiyans being characterized that way? And then episode of Bardock like the animation is really nice
Yeah.
and it sucks because it
It's
makes Bardock
terrible.
into it retrofits it and tries to make it Superman. It makes him Jor-El, it makes Goku Kal-El, and it's like this just erases all that was interesting about this aspect of the story, and it's dumb. And also there's another Frieza, and also Bardock is like psychic. It's so dumb. It's so
Listen,
dumb.
the only thing worthwhile about that is that the abridged version is genuinely one of my favorites to come out of the abridged series. If
Yes.
nothing else, for the specific line reading of "That is a rock."
His Bardock's voice actor in that truly props up to him. Um, there's I want to say there's like one more movie that I have like vaguely. Oh well, I know there's Fusion Reborn, which a lot of people like. I kind of think that one's
Yeah,
sort of in the middle because like I really love the animation and fight, but like the story is so. All right, Hitler's there. Hitler gets
it,
risen from hell.
literally,
And
literally.
they kill and literally Gotenks, as a matter of fact, it's just like Nazis are dumb.
Yeah,
Kamehameha. It's fucking so silly. Love it actually. Um
Antifa allies.
Then there's the villain Janemba, who is literally just Majin Buu. Animated very interestingly, has a cool character design, not a drop of personality in him. And that's actually the core weakness of the Dragon Ball films, is that basically all of the villains kind of suck. They're all just lesser versions of Z villains. There's Cooler, which is Frieza's brother, and yes, his name is Cooler. Their dad is King Cold. It is dumb and you should love it
Stupid.
because that's every name in Dragon Ball. Vegeta, vegetable. It's like they're all food.
They are
Bulma's
all
entire
food.
family, they're all named after underwear. Bulma, briefs, bra. It's true. It's all a joke.
I I need to put a pin on this because fucking I think about I have no particularly interesting thoughts on the films except for one thing, which is during the early 2000s there were
Ah, yes, had to bring this up.
English
The this
dubs with
It's why they're
deftones.
actually very important to the narrative of Dragon Ball becoming popular in the West, is that the English dubs for these movies, they had to redo all the audio because, that was back before you could do that kind of thing. So the music in these movies is very different from the Bruce Faulkner score. In fact, sometimes it's not even score, sometimes it's Deftones or
Or
Dream
Disturbed.
Theater.
or fucking like, oh fuck, what else was there? There's so many things. I was looking at.
Godsmack, I believe, is
There
I think
was a
Godsmack's in
Godsmack.
Broly.
There's a
Um,
Godsmack needle drop,
and
and
it's
it's
a bad
insane.
one. It's there. I want to say there's like a drowning pool song in one of them too.
There
Like, I
is a
mean,
Drowning Pool song.
bottom of the fucking barrel post grunge. But like,
Yes.
one of my favorites is like I belly laughed in Return of Cooler when Change in the House of Flies starts playing when Goku goes Super Saiyan. It is the funniest fucking thing in the universe, man.
It's
Like nothing
so
can
funny.
prepare you for hearing Chino Moreno's whispered ass vocals set to Goku
But
powering
like
up.
but like that's the thing is like you have this audio that contrasts so incredibly with like cartoonish visuals with a villain named Cooler because his
Mhm.
family is all freezers.
And you've got and I can't stress this enough. These are all bad and I love them so much.
I
Like
can't watch them without these personally.
it's hard. I really do have to watch them with it just because that is so much of the charm. And I mean like that's the first time I ever heard Deftones. I just didn't know that it was Deftones and now they're one of my favorite bands. And
Literally
that
same
was
here.
definitely the first time I ever heard Dream Theater, which is still to this day like you pulled Dream Theater. Really? I mean, okay, but like what? I truly some bizarre choices, but they knew that all them little boys watching Dragon Ball were into that shit. And
Yeah.
you wrote it and it worked. Like Broly, I cannot associate with anything other than post grunge. Shitty butt rock is the
Yeah.
essence of Broly to me, at least original Broly, who is a movie only character that became so fucking popular among fans because of his movies. And it is literally just because he's a big tough man. That's
He's just
literally it.
big. He's just big and beefy.
He has
Big and
the
beefy.
silliest backstory ever in that he hates Goku because Goku cried as a baby next to him and annoyed him. And that is his entire motivation. And there are two movies starring him, one where he turns into Swamp Thing. Um, I can't explain Bio Broly. I'm not gonna try to explain Bio Broly. Just know that he is important, but this version of Broly sucks.
Yeah.
Bad. Not a character, and literally exists so his fans can be like Broly. Fucking just Broly wins. He would solo everyone. Broly solos like, and
He's so good.
he's everything about the way that Dragon Ball is talked about in context of Broly sucks. Like everybody who's obsessed with power scaling and all that shit is just like that is no. I do not care. I do not want it. It's bad. It's
Yeah.
not good. Thank God we get to add an addendum to that. Maybe the biggest
Yeah.
glow up in the entire franchise, frankly.
Truly.
But
God.
on the note, you
Yeah.
mentioned the DBZA movies, and now we got to talk about Dragon Ball Abridged.
Yes.
And
Absolutely.
I gotta say, I am I have been watching TeamFourStar since I was in middle school.
Mhm.
So effectively like a decade and a half. Um, and I am deeply familiar with their content to the point I have watched their behind the scenes episodes on everything on they do like director commentary for all of their videos and movies and stuff. I watched it all
Yeah.
just because I was so fascinated with learning the process because what I kind of laid the seed earlier is that Dragon Ball got popular because like it was one of those things that really benefited from English fan subs. And because
Mhm.
fan subs were such a big subculture in the late 90s and early 2000s, that kind of developed into fan subbing turned into fan dubbing. And people decided like, oh, I can put, if I can encode subtitles, I can also encode audio. So if
Mhm.
I want to voice these characters and pass it around and give it a shot, and that's how the abridged series became a phenomenon. You
Yes.
could not escape these on YouTube if you were into anime. It was impossible. If you go and like
Yes.
look them up right now, you can probably find five separate abridged series for any given anime that probably all have 3 episodes because that is always about as far as the teams making them can make it because it relies
Yeah.
on voice acting, editing, scheduling, like an ungodly amount of work that you would not assume a fan dub of a show would take. but boy howdy does it. And when you learn about what editing software they had to use, I don't even like, man, this would have been a nightmare on
Yeah.
Windows Movie Maker, and they were like, that, yeah, that shit was a godsend. And I'm like, oh my God, no.
We did this
Like,
on iMovie actually.
on dude, iMovie, I would consider a generous step up from what they were dealing with. Like,
Yeah,
and not to mention it was in the mid 2000s, so like limited.
fair
But
point.
from the concept of the Abridged series is literally just people taking out the filler in anime and basically turning an anime into a comedy that they write. It's their
Hmm.
own kind of spin on it. And I'll be front, like most of these are not good. Like
No,
straight
a
up,
lot of them are very bad.
a lot of them have aged supremely poorly, like just awfully. And again, most of them didn't finish because you need a huge cast of people. It was really led by a tent pole of very specific people in series that did end up lasting a long time. I think the first big one was, in fact, Little Karibo, who does become important later. He
Yeah,
did Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged.
yeah,
And through
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged, that kind of birthed, there was a couple voice actors. Um, one of which did a Yu Yu Hakusho abridged, who that's Lenny Pator, and then there's I think Takahata came from the same place, and then there's Scott, who is I can't remember
Kazuneko.
all of their I can remember their real names, but they're like names that everyone knows them by. But the main spearhead, I think, behind Dragon Ball Abridged is Scott Freaks, which
Hmm.
is like he's sort of the I would consider the showrunner for Dragon Ball Abridged. They had done
Yeah,
a lot of projects in the past, but this is the kind of the one they really committed to. They got a lot of voice actors that they knew, and they started doing Dragon Ball Abridged. And this is the one that took off. Like Team Four
yes,
Star have 15 million subscribers. They're big. Like
yeah,
they have some sway behind them, but they literally started out as a bunch of fucking high schoolers in their basement writing shit for like voice acting. Like this was going to be part of their demo reel because they were aspiring voice actors.
yeah,
And the appeal of Dragon Ball Abridged to me is not that it is squarely a better version of Dragon Ball, which both myself and they would eschew that label, both because they would, I mean, like they've kind of fought against it. There's a lot of people who have very not generous readings on the work of Team 4 Star, and like they
yeah,
very much attribute the meme of Goku being a bad dad, which has sort of taken over the fandom, to that, even though they totally flipped that shit on its head
yeah,
and totally disavow that kind of shit. But these guys got together, and the appeal of the show to me is you are slowly watching people become better artists in real time. You are
yes,
watching people go from amateurs to professionals. And when I say professional, I really don't, I can't stress this enough. The work that went into Dragon Ball Z Abridged is more work than you or I have ever put into anything in our lives.
absolutely.
It's insane. Part of the reason why it's insane is showrunner Scott did most of the editing. He's the guy who basically pioneered how to do synchronized lip flapping so that the dialogue matched what the characters were saying. That was a huge
Yes,
thing. Is that
yeah,
in the Bridge series, it would always just be like, and then you put the dialogue in front of it.
yeah.
He was
Just
able to
like,
do it and match the mouth movements, which is very hard and very time consuming, but you see them like actively sharpen their craft. Like when you start Dragon Ball Abridged, that shit's rough.
yeah. No,
I
it's
like
rough.
it's like not only because they're using lower quality footage, they're all using microphones that are like built into their computers. It's like it's very amateurish. The first joke is the "oh no, my marijuana
Marijuana
fields."
pad.
Like
Yeah,
jokes that don't land, that like aren't good, bits that aren't particularly funny, and bits that are kind of repetitive. And that goes away in like 10 episodes, I think. I think that's
yeah.
the pleb filter because right as the end of the Saiyan saga starts, this graduates from being a bunch of guys writing silly internet comedy to guys who really clearly liked the films of Edgar Wright and are like, what that guy does with comedic reincorporation, that's gonna be our whole bit from now.
Yeah.
And then the start of the Frieza saga is pretty gold. from there on. Like they
Yeah.
managed to nail those versions that they and they do a good job of making them kind of distinct. Like they capture the
Mhm.
essence of the Dragon Ball characters, but still distinctly push them in their own directions. Like
Yeah.
they make the conflict between Goku and Gohan a little bit more present. They make just like every character conflict and motivation in it feels sharper. It feels like you can
Yes.
more easily explain it to somebody else than you can with the originals. And I don't mean that in the sense that it's an improvement. It's just more of a, again, it's a different take. And
Yeah.
it's the thing is though is that it's funny, but it doesn't abandon the drama very smartly. And
No.
honestly, that's not that different because Dragon Ball has always been funny. Like
Well,
it's
that's the
always
thing.
been a
Yeah.
comedy.
When I was rewatching Abridged, there's so much instances of like funny bits that when I looked back at the original source material, I was like, no, that's just kind of already there to begin with.
Mhm.
Like, especially like fucking I think about like the Hercule shit and like the Mr. Satan shit, where it's like it's
Yes.
very funny in Abridged, but it's like, no, that's kind of just how it was already
No,
by that point.
it's like Hercule is almost virtually the same. I mean, they change his dialogue, but like it's totally in character. And
Yeah.
I mean, the improvement in just the voice acting alone, I'm gonna be real. Like
Yeah.
I grew up with again the Chris Sabat, the Sean Schemmel. Like I need like I can't watch the Japanese dub just because it doesn't feel the same to me. And I
Same,
know that a lot
yeah.
of people have feelings about that, and I get it. But like, sorry. However,
Mental association.
all of my favorite versions of these characters are voiced by TeamFourStar. Like
Mm.
literally all of
Yeah.
them. I think that Lanny's Vegeta, by far my favorite Vegeta. His
Yes.
vocal performance in season 2 onward is legitimately astounding. The screams that he gets out, especially when the Dragon Balls get stolen from him and his eye
God.
fucking he has an aneurysm and his eye goes bloodshot and
Yeah.
he's like Dragon Balls take them Dragon Balls and the scream he lets
I
out that they
wish.
do they it's like the first instance of really good sound mixing of him doing like the Doppler effect of
Yeah, like
just
it's
going
like
across the screen. And like that
it's
too,
so
if
good.
you like you can learn like you've witnessed like the sound mixing get better. Like that's something that Kaiser like was would often mention of just being like I
Yeah.
wanted to make the sound quality in this feel like as good as the show. And like when you start
Yeah.
out watching it, it's like there's very little sound effects, very little added music. But what he smartly does is that he draws from the Dragon Ball Online soundtrack and lots of other Dragon Ball things and kind of puts all of the music into it and
Yeah.
occasionally other things. Like one of my favorite instances is when Tien is doing the Kikoho and they play the best song from Shadow of the Colossus. It's so sick. Like it makes some of those pop off moments pop off harder, and
Yeah.
it's cool as fuck. Like some of those song choices are absolutely fucking ace. And
And
again,
also
the
like
sound mixing, mwah.
there's also some very great sound gags throughout the series because like one of
Mhm.
my favorites is for a long stretch of period of time like random characters that would die they would just play TF2 death sound effects and
That's he was like actually Kaiser mentioned he was like one of the reasons I use so many TF2 sound effects is because it's open source. Like if you buy those
yeah
Valve games, you can go into the files in your computer and just take all of them and they work. And they have like 70 different screams for like the same voice clip for all of the characters.
yeah
So it's
but
like,
they're always funny, it's always
oh,
hilarious.
every time like they have so many fantastic recurring bits that come back especially starting off in the Frieza saga, which is I think the
Yeah.
commonly accepted point as to when the show quote unquote gets good. I think that they've
Mhm.
got some strong moments in the earlier stuff like
Mhm.
oh gosh I love the Princess Snake bit in season 1. That
Yeah.
bit always gets me the I want you inside me.
Yeah,
It's
like
like
fucking
what.
Christ. It's so funny because I forgot that bit, but now I just like remember all of it just from you mentioning it.
Yeah, right. Like there's a lot of a lot of the filler though, they do just outright completely cut out, which thank God. And that was kind of the premise is that like that was what was novel about it is that they actually did this before Kai happened.
Yeah.
Like I think that actually happened in like gosh, that might have been 1 year into a bridge when that came out. So that was pretty fucking
I think it
recent.
was like three actually.
Oh,
Like it was
really?
because I remember they made a DBZ Kai episode like 3 years after it was in the middle of the Frieza saga by that point.
That's right. That's right. And that's also cool too, is that what I think you can do smartly is that you can watch like if you want to skip to the best parts of a bridge, just watch their Kai Abridged 1 and 2, and then go
Yeah,
straight into Cell, and then it's like you don't really have any of the bumpy parts to go through. Though I will say,
yeah,
the Frieza saga, they have like their version of Frieza my favorite, hands
yeah,
down. That is the reason I was able to make friends on the school bus is because I could do Frieza really, really well. Like I could do Frieza. I can only closely like I could do Vegeta now that my voice is deeper, but like hitting that is so fucking difficult. Piccolo as
yeah.
well since it's the same. But like and there's also Masako X who does Goku and Gohan, who I really want to compliment as being like he brings this very palpable childlike innocence to Goku and like a kind of jaded cynicism to Gohan that really make the characters and also
Yeah.
when that motherfucker has to scream, holy
Oh
shit.
God.
The fucking scream he lets out is Gohan at the end. I'm just like, I hope you repaired your vocal cords because like
Christ, yeah.
you can hear them giving themselves vocal cord damage at several points during the show because
Yeah.
like they knew they were like, I have to go for it or not at all. And I
Yeah.
respect the dedication immensely. And like again,
Truly.
so many fantastic bits like Super Kami Guru in
Yeah.
I am hilarious and you will
Won't
remember
quote
everything I
everything I
say.
say.
No.
No. I was gonna say it's so funny that like for like the series, a lot of like the most unimportant characters are where some of the best jokes come from as well.
Absolutely. Like one of the best gags in season 1 is Mr. Popo, which
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Dragon Ball is from an era where some racial caricatures kind of snuck into some stuff that maybe they shouldn't have. And
Yeah.
that's honestly, they really drive that home. I remember in one of their, because they do actually, like, they were so disappointed that they really didn't end up taking on the Boo Saga that they do have, like, a lot of shorts where they cover, like, the highlights from the Boo Saga, which is probably better than if they actually did it, if I'm being honest. But,
Yeah,
like,
probably.
they've got moments in there where like Videl is very characterized to be like in their version she's like very socially conscious and the
Yeah.
moment she sees Mr. Popo she's like, "Oh my God, are you allowed?" And the answer to that is no.
No.
Um although
Yeah.
also gives birth to the Jinx moment which absolutely had me rolling. He was like, "Shut up, bitch, you love it."
One of my
Perfect.
favorite jokes is just that fucking bit is so stupid. But also like even like throwaway jokes have me rolling. Like again, the beginning of a bridge is kind of rough,
Mhm.
but I cannot stress how hard I laughed at after the special beam cannon hits the mountain and you hear Ricola.
And hell, I love the macaque macaque. Fuck it, special beam cannon.
Yeah, just
I
because
don't
I
know how
for
to say that. I can't like macaque sapo is just like
yeah, like it like what is how do you properly say that even?
and like a lot of it is sort of like meta-referential humor, but it grows into being more character-based stuff. Like one of my like their sense of reincorporation, like it truly is Edgar Wright to your shit because like
Mhm.
there are moments where like they very smartly were like we love the idea of making people laugh initially with a joke and then like a season later bringing the joke back to like hit you emotionally,
Yeah.
which the by son joke is great for that reason
Oh
where
my
he get
god.
every time Goku leaves Gohan in
Ugh.
Abridged, like he's just like, "Hey Dad, what do you think about bye son?" Like every single time. And then when he says it at the end of the Cell Saga, it's like, "Oh." And my
Bro.
absolute favorite
God.
goes to is the Vegeta no, Vegeta yes. Which
Yeah.
when that comes back at the very end, when Cell stops him and goes, Vegeta, no. I
No.
love that shit.
So
So
good.
fucking perfect. Like
But I
v
think, yeah, even the biggest example though is probably the Krillin owned count, because like
mhm.
literally the whole series, well, like if you don't count the epilogue, basically begins and ends with that joke.
Krillin gets shat on. I think like what do they end up with? Like they end up around like 50 or something like that. Something
Something like that.
ridiculous. Like they
Yeah.
do the one bit I love is when they do the when he gets stabbed by Frieza and it does the da 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 da
Yeah.
da 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 for Mario. It does the
The
little help.
fucking one up count.
Yeah, that shit's great too. Fucking like, but to me though, the highlights of this are season three. Like, not just because it's the
Mm.
Cell Saga and it's my favorite, but because they nail everything about the Cell Saga that I like. Like, they
Mm-hmm.
just take that, distill it to its best elements, and they, since they condense it, it doesn't have the pacing problems that the original has. In fact,
Yeah.
they skip through a bunch of shit and make it a lot, having just a lot quicker, and it's like their pacing and editing gets phenomenal very fast. Like that
Yeah.
sort of stuff. I would say that that's pretty on point from season two onward. But like three is when they're like all the voice actors they're getting are great. Like, and I'm not even joking when I say it's professional quality voice acting. I mean this in that TeamFourStar are in Dragon Ball games now as official voices for characters. Like they
Yeah.
are professional quality work that they just absolutely poured their heart and soul into. And like three is the season where it really feels like it's their own the most. Like the
Mm-hmm.
way they get to play with the down moments in three, that's where like all the best comedy comes from. Like all of those
Yeah.
moments of like when Yamcha and Vegeta have that little argument, or the bit where all of the words on Vegeta's shirt change every single time. Like it starts with bad man and it ends with dumb cumpster.
Yeah, like it's such a good, it's like small stupid jokes like that are such a foundational part of the series as well.
And they always bring them back in a cool way. Like they like Cell in particular is like a machine for reincorporation because it's kind of built into his character that he's got little pieces of everyone. But like
Yeah.
Takahata 101's performance as Cell, particularly Perfect Cell, is
Mm.
so pitch perfect. I mean, the first thing that man does is sing a song to everybody. The
Yeah.
E is for priceless, the look upon your
Your
faces.
face. So
E is
good.
for extinction, all your puny races. That shit I absolutely fucking live for.
Lovely.
Like, they turn Cell into like he's like sexually depraved.
Kind of,
But like
yeah.
they just bring the forefront to the idea of like fighting being an analogy for sex, and they make that sell. And I think that
Yeah.
that is way smarter, and it also leads to him having lots of genuinely like that's the thing. The versions of the villains that they have are genuinely more intimidating than they are in the source material. Like I think about the
Hmm.
line read of Martin in as Frieza, like right as like it's like right after he kills Dende, and
Hmm.
like everybody's just like he's like, oh no, please continue, give me some ideas, and you're like,
God.
whoa, you put the gravel in that, god damn. And
Yeah, like
like
it's so threatening,
and
even though it's supposed to be like a joke.
dude, when Cell first pops up and they're just like, yeah, this is scary, let's make it real scary. Like the
Yeah.
sound editing that they put in with him is so fucking good. And he's got those moments where he's just like, uh, there's nothing I get a rush more for from watching someone disappear. And you're like, oh,
Jeez.
dude, like, and like I love like they do what they do with the androids is that they kind of take them like they were not super interesting before, but they make them into like bratty assholes, but like in the sense that they don't know anything about anything, and they slowly like
Yeah.
have a little arc with 16 where they kind of actually feel like siblings, and then they're like, oh, this guy who's kind of like a puppy dog that followed us, it's like he's cool, like I like him. And it
Yeah.
like it actually makes the moment where 18 and 17 are absorbed suck because it's like, oh no, they're gone.
Yeah.
I liked them. They were funny.
Yeah. You have actual investment in them as characters.
Oh yeah. And like again, I fucking Scott also voices Trunks, which I think is a another absolute knock it out of the park performance. You got to do that
Yeah.
like boyish kind of like, but still slightly kind of vulnerable kind of tone of voice that he has, and just they just play up him being an unbelievable fuck up. Just every single time Vegeta finds a new android, he's just like, "Do I hear four?" Like every time, absolutely pitch perfect. The escalation of jokes is perfect. And then the fucking sidewinder of the finale of these
Yeah.
is crazy. Like, I remember watching those and I got choked the fuck up. They
Really?
legit go and reorchestrate some of the music. They got people to do new versions of songs to play like during the Gohan transformation, and I'm just like, they really went all out. Like, and even the speech that Android 16 gives to Gohan, the
That speech is
grow
so
up,
good.
it's actually like really effective. It's just like,
Yeah.
stop holding back. It's
Like,
and then when Cell does like when he
oh
does the
God.
crush and then goes, I'd say that he might be somewhere in the afterlife, but we know he didn't have a soul. You're like, God, fuck you, man. I want you to die. Shit.
Yeah, like it makes that transformation scene even more powerful, I
Hmm.
think, because like to me, like I mean the original speech is, like really good, but there's
Hmm.
something just like deeply cutting about the way the abridged version does it, because it's not even just like, you have to learn to protect yourself. He's like, you think you really are better than everyone else because you
Yeah.
don't fight back. And it's like, oh
And
God.
that angle for Gohan, I feel like works so well. Like they had to really
Yeah.
hone on that part of his character because they only really started putting it to the forefront in season 3. And I think they do a phenomenal job at it. Like Gohan's a character who I really lament because again, he peaks in the Cell Saga. He's just
Yeah.
never as potent of a character ever again, save for one time in the future, but we'll come back to that. But
Yeah.
he basically every version of the characters in this, like even the characters that people forget about, like Piccolo for instance, is just like an
Yes.
absolute highlight. Piccolo fusing with
Mhm.
Nail and having the arguments in his own head, genius addition. Absolutely love that shit. Like that is some of the funniest bits in the world. The
I have
fucking the
apps. I have Minesweeper.
it's just like, what do you mean you threw up? You're in my head. And he's like, oh God, it's everywhere. That
Oh God.
priceless. And they do have bits of the Buu saga that they have edited into a compilation that are supremely worth checking out. Like they do the Vegeta sacrifice and the battle with Goku, some of Videl and Gohan, and some of the stuff with later Buu. Like we even get to see what their take on Buu would have been, where they like there's this really fucked up scene where like all of the characters who Boo's Eaton's mouths like manifest on his body, and they're like, I feel what he feels, and you're like, what kind of Cronenberg shit is
Yeah,
this?
it's
And
so fucking
it
horrific.
it really works, and it makes it more potent, it makes it more digestible. It's a version of the story that does feel honest to the original but also does feel distinct. And I would say it's the version I prefer, but I don't say it's the flatly better version. It's a different take, and there's so many
Yeah,
versions of Dragon Ball that I feel like getting kind of precious about one over the other is kind of silly. Like
yeah,
everybody's gonna have their favorite voice actor, their favorite like first. It's just like this just happens to be the one, like the one that's focused on that kind of early Edgar Wright Cornetto trilogy reincorporation comedy. Like that's of course gonna be the one that gets to me. Of course I'm gonna
yeah,
prefer the
absolutely,
version of Dragon Ball that's written like Hot Fuzz. Like that,
exactly,
you know me? Of course I do. Uh,
absolutely,
and this
and
extends to the films as well. Like they
that too.
do
Yeah, yeah,
almost all. They don't do like I know they don't do BoJack. I know they don't do oh, I can't remember the other one they don't do. But everyone they do, golden.
yeah,
Empirical improvements over the movies. I have no problem saying that at all. The
absolutely.
Christmas specials, the Christmas Tree of Might, and the Plan to Eradicate Christmas are two of my absolute favorites, like premier holiday watching.
Oh
Um,
God,
I love the Dead Zone one. The Dead Zone one, that's another movie that's actually pretty half decent as well. It's more of a Dragon Ball associated one, but the Dead Zone
yeah.
like movie is so funny, and it also like why is there a joke about Gohan peeing on Krillin in that? I never I was just like Dragon Ball's not above toilet humor, but like why now?
Yeah, like
Just
why
very,
then specifically?
yeah, it was just like Gohan just kind of trips out on some shit and is like, I'm just gonna like, and it's like, oh, that's
Yeah.
all right. But like they retroactively make both Bardock specials like way better.
Yeah.
I also love the cooler ones that they do. The cooler versions are
Yeah.
absolutely sick. They were apparently nightmares to edit because they have a lot of animation errors. And the thing is with uh
Yeah.
Kaiser with Scott, he is a relentless perfectionist. Is like, I will correct every animation error. Like, and there's lots of jokes where they will like add in animation to already existing shots. They'll have to
Yeah.
put characters over backgrounds that they didn't belong in, which again, if you don't know how much work that takes for a single shot, it's a fucking lot. It's a
Yeah.
fucking lot of work. Like, as an editor, I
Absolutely.
have the utmost respect for Scott as somebody who put all this together. Like, some people complained about how long they had to wait for that three-part finale, and I would never dream of doing it because that
No,
needed to be everything of what it was. That was
here's the thing. I complained when I was younger,
oh
but
yeah.
I did not know what it was like to edit things yet.
Yep, I did sound editing for a friend of mine in college for their short film that took me around 5, 6 months, and it is the most tedious work I have ever done in my life, and it was just the sound editing,
Yes.
just, and it
Just
was
that.
a nightmare, man. You have to go in and just like every fucking second requires tweaking. It is unbelievable. So if you're like a video
Yeah.
editor like me and Luke, and you really get on with that, the behind the scenes for these is great and also just very like funny and conversational. They have lots of great stories about like them and stuff. And like honestly, when they talked about the final couple episodes, I really recommend watching those because like, you get to hear them talk about like I remember being literally in my basement on a Skype call with you two and being like, wouldn't it be cool one day if we got to like go to a convention and stuff? And it's like they met the voice cast. Like they did panels with like actual people and like they've met voice
God.
actors and stuff. And it's like these guys literally achieved their fucking dreams through this silly Dragon Ball cartoon on the internet. And I just fucking think that's incredible. And the fact that they go
It's
from
beautiful, honestly.
like truly just kind of like really amateurish, sloppy, kind of like put together thing to again, professionally written, sound mixed, actually good drama and comedy mixture is like you gotta appreciate good work when you see it. And Dragon Ball Z Abridged is great work. It is my favorite version of all the stories. Like the again, those final episodes of the Cell Saga, that is exactly what's great about Dragon Ball in its entirety.
And to me, like a bridge is like for me one of the pinnacle examples of like the best version of like remix art and like internet art.
I genuinely believe that DBZA is the best parody I've ever witnessed. Like, I don't really
Yeah.
think that there's anything that is on its level because everything else is just kind of like, oh, that's a funny version of this. Whereas this is like, no, this is a version of this, like a viable one.
Yeah, like this is actual something that can be seen as a valid way to experience this series. Also, I have one last note to say about
Hmm.
Abridged when you mentioned Kaizoneko's performance as Trunks.
Hmm.
Like, there's so many line readings in this series that truly are like amazing and incredible, and I love. But like in the epilogue of episode 60, like
Hmm.
the most cathartic line read for me for some reason, this is like a line read I think I'm going to use as a reaction if there's ever like the worst person in the world just dies. I'm going to use get out of my fucking timeline.
That's so great. There's like those little like bits that characters will use as like the stingers. Always fucking fantastic. Specifically, Vegeta and Trunks are amazing. Cell as well is also really great at that. Like they always it's perfect characterization too because they're characters that they always have something to fucking say. They always got to run their mouth and have the last fucking word because they have big egos, but it's like they get that. And that
Yeah.
like it very smartly like the comedy always makes sense within the context of like the character and everything. Like Tien's whole bit in the show is that he's the only serious character in the show and he's
Yeah.
constantly just sort of drawing attention to that fact that he's the only and everybody's like I can never read that guy. It's good. I love that
It's
kind of shit.
great. It's so
Like
good.
I'm very proud of myself that I got through this segment quoting this a lot less than I thought I was going to. Because trust me,
Yeah.
there are parts of this show that are permanently fixed into my brain that are part of my everyday vocabulary. Like I have muttered jokes in this show to myself because I'm like, that's funny, but no one around me would get it. So
Yeah,
I just kind of
it's
have to.
you just have to let it linger. It's kind of like nail in your head,
Uh-huh.
just the jokes.
I wonder if that's what writing the script for these was like. That and that's it too, is
Yeah.
that they make it abundantly clear that while like Kaiser was kind of the guy that was sort of the steering the ship, so to speak, and because he's the biggest Dragon Ball fan, but it's very apparent that everyone was like it was a collaborative process that they like
Yeah.
that truly like they that like lost them sleep. Like they would have arguments about characterization, they would have arguments about how a read was supposed to play out. And it's like these guys
Hmm.
really like every facet of what they did, they thought about a lot. And
Hmm.
that's like when it's like, yeah, it's a silly comedy thing, but it's like comedy deserves to be appreciated for the effort. It's just that a lot of comedy's low effort. It's again, it's why
Yeah.
Edgar Wright is a standout comedic filmmaker because he's the cream of the crop. He's the top of the mountain.
Yeah. And this is kind of is for like, because like here's the thing. Internet humor in the mid 2000s, especially in Abridged, was truly awful.
Just
And
bad.
this, like, despite everything, holds up even now just supremely well because of that. Like, there's obviously like multitudes of jokes in there that do not age well, but
Hmm.
there's so like it's kind of a Mel Brooks thing where like when
Yeah.
one joke fails, like there's another one that just comes immediately after it that makes you forget it.
And they have like in the commentary episodes, like they do have some of their older jokes that were, early internet ones that are, people wouldn't be making them jokes today, and they
No.
completely own it. But part of the reason why it's a little bit okay is that like half of Team 4-Star are queer, and so like
Yeah, pretty much.
most of the jokes when you're just kind of like, wow, that was like if there this is how much I've fucking watched this goddamn show. If there is a sexual innuendo, it is 95% certain that Scott wrote it. Like almost
Yeah.
to a T. Like that dude loves to make fun specifically with his own sexuality, and once I knew that, I appreciated a lot of the humor a lot more just because he really goes there a lot, and I kind of appreciate it because he knows just how to make it funny. But there are some
Yeah.
times earlier in like, some choice words that are spoken that probably wouldn't be now. It's nothing horrible or anything, but
No.
it's just like if you were on the internet in 2006, you heard people talk like this a lot, and that's just how people talked, and unfortunately, but thankfully it evolved into being like again, there's like nothing from season 3 that I think is truly aged super poorly, like joke
Yeah.
wise. I will say there's a story I know about their version of the History of Trunks movie, which, by the way,
Hmm.
excellent shit,
Yeah.
absolutely excellent shit.
That's one of my
Um,
favorites.
there is a joke in there when Gohan has dinner with Trunks and Bulma where Bulma is like, "So, Gohan, do you got a place to stay?" And he's like, "Yeah, I got a place, on the outskirts of town." She's like, "Well, we have a lot of rooms in here, but only one bed, so you might have to share." And then Gohan just kind of like, "I'm fine." And she's like, "Well, worth a shot." Because, Bulma's whole thing is that
Yeah.
like she misses Vegeta, she's got to fill the void, but like apparently that is the second draft of that joke because Takahata 101's pitch for that joke
Oh
was to
no.
actually recreate the scene with Bulma and Vegeta in season 3, but with Gohan. And Scott was like, I am the CEO. I am putting my flag in the ground and we're not doing that joke. It's
I'm
like that
drawing
makes
line.
Bulma a monster. I'm not doing.
That is, but that is really funny
It's
though.
like, and if you ever like the jokes that always get pushed like right up to the line of just like, especially like the sexual innuendo jokes of like cells, it's like that's pure Takahata. That's like
Yeah.
every time it's just like, oh no, definitely
Yeah.
him, without a doubt him. And those guys are
Yeah.
cool. I really respect the way
Yeah.
that those guys have carried themselves online because they've been very appreciative of everyone who's ever collaborated with them. They shout out literally
Yeah.
everyone they work with. They're like, give these people work. They're very humble as well. They just make good stuff. I highly recommend
Yeah.
watching their content. And
Yeah.
we're talking about comedic ways to experience Dragon Ball, and there are other ways to do this, but they are not in ways in which the creators intended them. to be consumed, I don't think.
Mm,
Because we
yeah.
have some films that have Dragon Ball on them, and well, one of them I certainly would say is a Dragon Ball film. The other one has names in it.
There's names. There's
There's
names.
names.
Yeah.
Notably, and it's very funny just because we're obviously alluding in part to Dragon Ball Evolution, which I must came out like exactly when Dragon Ball was at its peak in the West. Like
Yes.
precisely the moment. And one of, again, core Jake memory here. I go over to my best friend's house, the one who I played Budokai with, the one who, like, he had another friend come over and they brought over Tenkaichi, and I was like, it's 3D, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And Dragon Ball Evolution was on TNT. And that is the single most demoralizing viewing of a film I have ever experienced in my life, is being 11 years old right after the new episode of Avatar: The Last Airbender came out, just to make it that much worse.
Oh
And we
God.
sat there and watched this CW ass adaptation of Dragon Ball that, oh man,
Do you want to know a fun story as well from me?
please.
So,
It's not gonna come from the film.
no, unless if there were substances used.
Uh-huh.
But here's the thing. I was probably like 10 years old because this film came out in 2009.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at a Blockbuster. We go to a Blockbuster when that was still
Ah,
around. If you remember,
Blockbuster.
let it fill your heart with joy and nostalgia, but let it not fill it too much because one day when I was young, I noticed a box that says Dragon Ball Evolution, and I am
Mm,
deep enough in the paint to know, oh, Dragon Ball. I love Dragon Ball.
of
And
course.
I looked at it and I turned it towards my mom and I was like, hey, it's Dragon Ball. I want to get this. I see my two brothers behind her. They look at me with a look of just,
Oh,
no, no, don't do
at
that.
least they warned you, but fuck me.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. It was so deep and disdainful. I took another look at the box, back at them, back at the box. I put it back.
Man, if only you knew.
If
That
only I knew.
what baffled me when I watched this again recently was I don't like basically like you know how like a movie would come out like today that would try to capitalize on the popularity of something. Like if Dragon Ball Evolution's equivalent was made today,
Mhm.
it would undoubtedly be better. Why? Because the people marketing it would understand that they should probably adapt the part of Dragon Ball that people have actually fucking seen.
Yeah,
Because the baffling thing about Dragon Ball Evolution is that it's an adaptation of Dragon
Dragon
Ball,
Ball.
not Z. So
No.
there's like half the cast of this, for however recognizable they are or are not, they nobody cares about them. Like, I'm
Yeah,
not saying that they shouldn't, but like
yeah,
nobody like there are not people who watch Dragon Ball Z and were like, man, I gotta see more of Bulma and Chi-Chi. Those people don't exist. There's no
yeah,
teenager, no 13-year-old boy was like, I gotta have me more of them. And
yeah,
and no matter who you are, no matter what age you are, this is 100% the first time this phenomenon ever happened to me. But I just remember being like, hey, why are they calling that white boy Goku? Like it was so distracting because I mean everyone else is played by an actor of Asian descent of some kind,
yeah.
and it's
But
like,
like,
why did we make this choice? Like, did we think that
yeah,
more people were going to buy tickets because they saw Justin Chatwin's face?
yeah.
Press X to doubt.
I was gonna say, oh man, I can't wait to see the movie with the teenager that died in War of the Worlds.
I mean, like, God, has he really done like anything else since?
All I know is he was in War of the Worlds
Oh,
and this.
man. And he's like the worst part of the movie's third act, too. So thanks, Justin. But like
Thanks, dude.
when I said CW ass, That's the only thing I can use to accurately convey to people what watching Dragon Ball Evolution is like, is that it is
Yeah.
very much like watching a Riverdale-ified version of Dragon Ball. In
Yes.
that, like, it is so funny to me that like the movie is kind of like it starts with that scene of him like training after like the little prelude, and
Mhm.
then he goes to high school, and it's like immediately it loses you because it's like Goku doesn't go to school.
Who do you think this is?
Like Goku's a little fucking weird toddler in the wilderness who's brought up as like a feral child. He doesn't
Yeah.
fucking like, and not to mention he's just like, oh, it's Chi-Chi, she's so hot. It's just like Goku is like the most asexual motherfucker in the universe.
Yeah.
He does like he's like, yeah, you're hot because you can fight. Like
Yeah.
that's why. Like
He's fight sexual.
he's fight sexual. And there I will give Dragon Ball Evolution one thing, and that is that the actor who plays Piccolo, who is Spike from Buffy the Vampire Slayer, was he wanted to do such a good job. He did actually read the manga and like wanted to like play King Piccolo, which again is so funny because everybody
Yeah.
watching it is gonna like, oh, Piccolo. Not that one.
No, the other Piccolo.
And it's like he hams it up and like for what he's given, that's good.
Yeah.
However, there is no defending the irredeemable choice that is Master Roshi in this film. It is a
Yeah.
tumorous cancer that this movie lugs around on its back until it ends. And
Yeah.
like, I don't got nothing against Chow Yun Fat, but shut the fuck up, man.
Like here's the thing. It is a deep miscast in my personal opinion because Chow Yun Fat works best when he is a cool guy that doesn't say a lot.
Yeah. And I mean, and that's not they don't even like correctly nail what Roshi is. And I mean, like, I'm like nobody's favorite character is fucking Roshi, but at the same time, there's just it is. I don't know if I would call it just out and out the worst adaptation of anything I've ever seen, but it is the adaptation that understands its source material the least. It does not understand why Dragon Ball is compelling or why people like it. And
Yeah.
the best proof I can give to that is it's what whopping 0% on Rotten Tomatoes and horrible reputation to this very day. Like,
Yeah.
let me say it put it like this. Dragon Ball media spans, it runs the gamut of quality depending on what you're consuming. You
Absolutely.
will find fervent fans of everything. I have never once heard anyone offer a defense of this film, even mildly.
Oh.
They are literally like, watch it stoned. That's it.
To quote the Rebel Taxi review of Dragon Ball Evolution, this movie makes me want to denounce the theory of evolution.
I mean, I don't even know why it has that subtitle. There's nothing, it doesn't, no one evolves. I mean, I don't, but
He turns into a monkey, though.
he
Well, I
does.
mean,
And that said, there is another live action Dragon Ball. Um, it's not official because it is
no.
a Korean bootleg.
Yeah.
And here's the thing I will say about this. It's as a film, it is worse than Dragon Ball Evolution. On a technical level, it is a
Yeah.
worse made film, like out and out. It is a far better adaptation. It just sucks. Like it
But yeah.
honestly adapts it like those people they understood Dragon Ball. They just didn't do a good job.
No, they probably didn't even have the money to do what they wanted to do to begin with.
This is Dragon Ball if it was a Super Sentai show that had no budget. None.
Yeah.
Uh and somehow they make Roshi more of a sex criminal?
Which is weird.
Did
Because like that was
a
already a lot.
choice. It's a choice. I
Very much
don't
so.
I don't care for it. But honestly, like
No.
if you were like which of these is worth a drunk watch more? Easily Korean Dragon Ball. Like
Mm. Yeah.
go watch that and it's like it doesn't matter. Like its flaws just make it funnier. Like
Yeah.
I was sitting there the whole time being like, yeah, this is bad, but also like
Yeah.
as an adaptation of Journey to the West, it is very silly. And that's kind of where it begins and ends. But
Yeah, pretty much.
that said, during this period, we kind of had a golden age right at the PS2. As you mentioned, we sort of began our story with
Yes.
Budokai. This is where
Yes.
the games come into play. And like Dragon Ball's had games since the NES and Game Boy. Like they've long held. And trust me, I have played them.
Mhm.
There are a lot of fighting games on the SNES, Supersonic Warriors, for instance. Very good, very fun. They actually emulate the speed of Dragon Ball well. They do the like little split screen fighting game thing. You can fly. Some of them have pretty big rosters, but like slowly these games kind of pick up steam. And as they can be sent to the United States, they kind of depreciate in quality in the PS1 era, where you get
Yeah.
like basically every PS1 Dragon Ball fighting game is complete dog ass. Like just controls
Yeah.
bad, looks bad, music's bad. That said, there's one of them that had a bunch of GT forms, but before that was released in America, so
Oh,
people were
right.
like,
Yeah.
"Whoa, what the fuck is Super Saiyan for?" So
Yeah.
that's why that kind of got leaked,
Christ.
sort of. But then Budokai was the really successful ones, and like that the first one's just kind of like the straight fighting game. It's got an adventure mode and like a tournament mode. And then
Yeah.
two has a kind of weird story mode, but it's like a better fighting game. Like it feels better. But
Yeah.
Budokai 3, that's the one, baby. That's the
That
one
is
with
the
the
one.
big roster, the most satisfying to control. It's got the story mode for like each character. That's not great, but it's like it's an ideal Dragon Ball toy box. It's really fun to play with friends, but like you're not gonna pick that over Tekken 5. You're not gonna pick
Yeah.
that over like Super Smash Bros. Melee. Like any contemporary fighting game, kinda over it. But again, I like playing as Tien and shit because I like to play the characters that nobody plays as.
I will say this. Budokai 3 is great and easily the like the best of those three, but I will posit this. Does it have hardcore Hercule mode?
Hmm. You know, I forgot about that, but I gotta hand it to you. Maybe they bring that back. My biggest blind spot for Dragon Ball games is the fact that no, I have not played Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, which is the most recent game, and it is
Yeah.
the technical follow-up to Budokai, and it is Budokai 4. Has a huge roster. Only reason I haven't bought it is because its sale price is $80, and I'm not paying full price for that. I will
Man.
wait until that gets cheaper on Steam.
Yeah.
That's fucking ridiculous. But I mean, there are Dragon Ball RPGs, and frankly, a lot of them are very good. There's a couple on the
Mm.
Super Nintendo that are solid. There's the Legacy of Goku games for the Game Boy Advance
I
that
played one of those.
they're super fun. Boo's Fury in particular, that one's great. That one's
Yeah.
really, really fun. Like it's a kind of an action RPG actually for the Game Boy, and honestly, it's like one of the better GBA games.
Yeah.
There's a couple of ones that have like legit solid merit. Like the Tenkaichi games have a lot of merit
Yes.
too. The tag team ones. My some of my personal favorites, other than Dragon Ball Fighter Z, which is like
Mm.
the competitive fighting game, recent one that's like Arc System Works made it. It's really
Yeah.
polished. And now its roster isn't just Goku anymore because we have DLC characters, even though one of them is Goku Black. But um, that I main Super Broly, Videl, and Caulifla, who
Mm.
I love. Some of those are characters from Super. But
Fair.
there's the one I really, really like is there's Dragon Ball, I think it's like Extreme Butoden for the 3DS. And
Yeah.
it's like
Mm.
straight up Dragon Ball Fighter Z on the 3DS. And I've been playing that on this little motherfucker, and it is so fun.
Beautiful. God. There's so many Dragon Ball games that I know about, and I'm like, I wish I had the ability to play, but I am limited by my GameCube ROM ass setup.
Mm, I understand. That's why a little device comes in handy. Invest.
I gotta
Um,
find one.
they are not that expensive for what they are, TBH. I'll send you a link.
Mm,
Um,
noted.
one I really like too is two of like my more preferred ones is that there's another 3DS game called Dragon Ball Fusions where
Hmm.
you can ostensibly do a fusion between any two characters in this entire franchise. And it's like an RPG. It's sick. It's really fun. strange to move around the hub world just because it is a 3DS game, but very fun, very worth playing. And I'm a really big fan of the not very technical, but really fun and fan servicey Dragon Ball Xenoverse games because those have their own original stories and
Yeah.
you can create your own Dragon Ball OC. And look, I was a kid on DeviantArt a long time ago. I don't know what you want from me. It's cool. Like I love that I can make
Yeah.
my own little Frieza guy. That's so
Yeah.
sick. That's cool as hell.
Man, wasn't there like an MMO like Dragon
Uh-huh.
Ball game
That was
forever
what
ago?
became Xenoverse. Is that like
Okay,
it was
so
Dragon Ball
yeah.
Online and it was only in Japan, and then that basically became Xenoverse 2.
God, I saw that when I was young, and I'm like, I have never wanted something more in my life, and I
Right?
couldn't have it.
I mean, print money. It's not like it's actually like structurally, it's very similar to the Monster Hunter games where you
Mhm.
kind of pick a Dragon Ball Voss and then you can kind of go fight them as a team and they have specific drops. Like it's not very technical. It's not a very um you're not doing combo strings like you are in Fighter Z, but
No,
it's still very fun. You get to
yeah,
make your own dude and you get to be powerful and you get to help Trunks do a timeline thingy.
yeah,
It's neat. And there are
yeah.
characters designed by Akira Toriyama in it. And that's the
Hmm.
Xenoverse 2
Hmm.
is the one where TeamFourStar are characters in the Time Patrol. So there's that too. They're
That's great.
fun. They do like there's different voice performances for each of the attacks because you can customize your character with different iconic attacks. And
Yeah,
for Kikoho, um Takahata's voice actor goes geometry and advanced geometry, which I always get a kick out of.
that's really funny.
Yeah, that's great. Is there any like I know there's a couple DS games like I think that's Supersonic Warriors 2 that are fairly
Yes,
decent.
I remember
Um
those.
oh man, I feel like there something I'm forgetting? Do you have a favorite thing that I haven't mentioned
Um,
yet?
there's one DBZ game. I'm gonna have to look it up again because, like, here's the thing. One of my biggest things with Dragon Ball Z games is like they weren't cinematic enough yet at that
Yeah.
point, and there was one burst
Mm.
limit on the 360 that
Yes.
I have very distinct memories of because of like how cinematic it was able to do the combat system, but also I feel like it's one of those things where it's like if I look back at it now, it's probably kind of clunky.
Probably same thing with Battle of Z when that came out, when Battle of Gods came out. Um
Yeah,
that was kind of a prototype for what would come later, but like thing is with Dragon Ball games is that most of the things we mentioned, they're like legit good. Like in terms of
yeah,
franchises that have video games made in them often, Dragon Ball's got to have one of the highest success rates of just like good video games because most licensed games are kind of dog ass. Like
yeah. And I mean, like, here's the thing: Dragon Ball Z as a concept was kind of built for video games. If I'm being honestly,
abso-fucking-lutely it was. I mean, no better evidence than the fact that we're here right now talking about it because of fucking Budokai.
yeah, I was gonna say literally the journey started because of a video game. So I mean, that's fairly important. I mean, that's how we experience these stories firsthand.
And games for the longest time, that was basically the new Dragon Ball content we got for a
Yeah,
while because
true.
interestingly enough, I don't know if you know this, but in America specifically, do you know how long the gap in between Z and GT was?
I was gonna say like probably not that large, maybe. I'm trying to think, like, cause like
Luke, what if I told you that it was months? And now, I want you to think about this for a moment. Dragon
uh,
Ball Z transitioned immediately into GT over here. Immediately.
oh god, oh, that's the
So,
thing. That makes sense to me because like that's basically what it was for me was I finished Z and I was like, all right, I guess I'll watch GT next. But I did not realize it was that immediate also for American
mm-hmm.
audiences.
And because Dragon Ball Z had already technically changed names once, it's like, oh, this is just the next part of Dragon Ball. And nobody had any idea that
Yeah.
this is kind of a we don't really know how much of like Neo Dragon Ball specifically Toriyama was involved in, but from all intents and purposes, I can kind of glean that it's not a lot. It's
Yeah.
very framework kind of like executive producer kind of stuff. And if that's
Yeah.
wrong, feel free to correct me at any point. But that's the impression that I've gotten. And I feel like it's kind of undeniable because GT is so the series after Z, GT and Super are they are direct inverses of each other to me.
Mhm.
GT is a series built on great ideas executed terribly. And
Yeah.
Super is a series of really bad ideas executed about as well as you could expect them to be.
Yeah.
And that makes going back to something like GT, oh boy.
uh
I promise, like I know that GT has a bad reputation these days, but like all parts of Dragon Ball, it has its loyal, devoted fans. And man, when
yeah.
I went in to go back to GT, I was like, I'm gonna go in with an open mind because I know what people didn't like about GT originally is that it is essentially a soft reboot, and that
Yeah.
yes, it's after Z, but it's making the story feel more like original Dragon Ball. Goku, through a series of events involving Emperor Pilaf, a gag villain, is
Mhm.
reverted back to his child state. He's a kid again.
Yeah.
And at this point in the story, it's so forward in time that Goku and his granddaughter, Pan, are about the same age.
Yeah.
And so it's them and Kid Trunks, who is now adult Trunks, and
Mhm.
they are the core sort of trio as they go through a galaxy spanning alien planet hopping search for the Dragon Balls, which immediately I'm like, sure, man, that
Yeah.
sounds a lot of I love original Dragon Ball, and like if you want to combine it with the sci-fi aesthetics and just sort of bring things back to their roots, I'm cool with that. We've had so much of the fighting
Yeah.
stuff with Z. I could use a change of pace.
Yeah.
And then the show immediately is like, oh, you want that? What if I did it, but it was fine? Like the
Yeah.
biggest issue with the opening
Yeah.
15 or so episodes of GT is that it's just a very vanilla monster of the week show that doesn't like Goku as a kid has no character really. He's kind of in the
Yeah.
background and Pan I want to okay. I love Pan in newer stuff.
Yeah.
Pan in GT makes me want to rip my fucking eyes out. Like, she is everything you could possibly hate about an annoying child character is present within her. And even to the
Yeah.
point where, like, she has this line at some point in the show where she's just like, girls are stronger when they cry. And it's like, oh,
Oh
for God's
no.
sake, man, were we doing this? Are we really
Yeah.
doing the emotional woman trope that makes them
Yeah.
like, come on, we were so good at fighting against that before, and like, I want to like Pan. She's a little likable, and she's like a
Yeah.
little
Like,
Goku, like a tiny
yeah.
itty bitty Goku. It's fun.
Like she seems like a character like in theory I should enjoy, but in the actual practice, no.
Yeah, and she really drags it down, and not to mention, like. Adult Trunks in this suffers so poorly from living in his counterpart's shadow because this is not
Yeah.
future Trunks from Dragon Ball Z. This
Yeah.
is Kid Trunks. And Kid Trunks is boring as shit.
Yeah. No, Kid Trunks is Bart Simpson.
Kid Trunks is one half of a duo with Goten, and even Goten gets more character. Like honestly,
Yeah.
it has been so long since I watched GT that I forgot like all the stuff around it. Like I forgot that everyone gets a redesign.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, Vegeta. Oh man, the
Oh wait, is that the
mustache.
mustache?
The
Oh.
mustache. Oh, it's so bad. And like he gets a haircut
Mm,
too. He kind of looks like Gohan, but like old it's bad. Then there's like Krillin too also gets a mustache. Who it's not good. It also it's
no.
accentuated by the fact that like I just do not like the way the show is colored at all. There is something
No.
about the pastels in this that look washed out and awful looking.
It looks like kind of like it looks like the the photochemical process was like, what if we put mud in this?
It is. It's like pastel mud. It's so fucking strange. Fucking I think that some of the animation is okay at the start. There are certain
Mm,
cuts, certain keyframes that are solid. And there are moments too where like it does, some of the original Dragon Ball spirit is kind of there. And then good old outside interference becomes our main character again, right around episode 15-ish, where Dragon
yeah,
Ball GT's ratings were bad because when it turns out when you regress your story completely after progressing it for so long, people lose a lot of interest. And yeah, the people who were
yeah,
watching Dragon Ball Z, why would they want to watch Dragon Ball GT? It's completely fucking different in appeal. So what they did is even though the show was completely written at a certain episode, they just rewrote the whole thing by the seat of their pants. And
that's a good idea.
wow, does it show? Wow! Like, the quest for the universal
No,
Dragon Balls is kind of a wide thing. We don't really know where it's leading exactly, but like we
yeah,
sort of slowly transition into a show that feels more like it's trying to emulate Z instead of Dragon Ball.
yeah,
And that's when this shit becomes real bad. I'm not gonna lie. This is the part that GT fans really ride for, and I'm not gonna lie,
no,
like
no,
whenever these parts are defended, they are always defended in concept, never in execution. Because you have a couple ideas for some of these villains that I think are great. Uh, Baby, the villain,
yeah,
um, is a product of the Tuffles. If you know what the Tuffles are, they are the opposite of the Saiyans. They're all about
yeah,
brain power, all about tech, and the Saiyans wipe them out. Good bit of
yeah,
world building. And
yeah,
Baby is a Tuffle scientist creation designed to kill the Saiyans. And it's like, okay, I can get behind this. And it's like he's made by a guy who's like clearly supposed to be like this version of Dr. Gero. And then Dr. Gero meets him and they're both in the story. It's fucking weird. And Baby shows up and he
God,
is this guy who like there's nothing really interesting about his personality, but like he'll start to like take over like people and sort of like invasion of the body snatchers them a little
yeah,
bit. And that's okay, and it's like, I don't know where they're headed. And then they go back to Earth and they kind of play around with the idea of using Vegeta as the vessel for Baby and like a vessel for like the hatred that the Tuffles have for the Saiyans.
yeah,
And he becomes like the ostensive villain. And it's like, I see what you were going for.
mhm.
The problem is that Vegeta closed his character arc like a bajillion years ago, and there's
Yeah,
nothing
pretty
to
much.
mine here. Like, there's nothing to like you're just doing the boo thing again. And the
Yeah.
fight this is where GT truly loses me.
Mhm.
The fighting is bad. The fighting
Yeah.
choreography is bad. The fighting animation is bad. It's these we talked about how Dragon Ball, the narratives are within the fights. It is a story. Like the kicks and punches are tactical maneuvers that tell you about the characters. Whether or not
Yeah.
they block something or take a hit, that tells you something about someone. This is just stuff. They
It's just
fight.
things.
It lasts for so long. And frankly, Baby is the least offensive part of this. Like
Yeah.
then there's fucking oh man. There's after actually I don't know what order it is, but after that we get Super 17. And
hmm
Super 17
Yeah.
is just Android 17, but like he's evil now because he's in hell and then you brought him back and then he kills Dr. J. It's a bunch of bullshit. And his design is awful. Like, oh man, he's just this big
Disgusting.
roided, hulked out thing, like totally goes against the tenets of his original design. And like
Yeah.
in this part of the story, I feel like people don't even know about this shit because they don't watch GT. Krillin dies again permanently in GT because Super 17 kills him. And
Oh,
you would
Christ.
think that this would create a very at least meaningful conflict with Android 18, who is married and has a child with Krillin at this point.
You would think.
And it's really like they just kind of it's just like they just kind of make amends, and it just kind of ends, and it's like there's
Yeah.
these villains, man. The only one of them that has a motivation that I understand is only interesting as far as that motivation, and it's Shenron and the Dark Dragons, because their
Yeah.
idea is that their idea is genius. Like straight up, it's like taking a thing that Toriyama leaned on too much and then using that as a part of the plot. And that like you all used the Dragon Balls for fucking everything. And maybe you shouldn't have. Like maybe that's something you should be a little bit more reverent of. And now they're this karmic incarnation of the dragons that come back to whip out some divine judgment. And they're so boring. They're so boring.
Yeah.
Shenron's design. I've people heard people say they like Shenron's design. It's ugly as shit, man. I hate looking at it. The top heavy fucking
I need to look at
spikes and
this
the fucking big. Oh, it looks bad. I really don't like it.
Dragon
Like
Ball
I
GT.
think it's my least favorite character design in like the whole thing. I think, and it's
Oh, now I remember. Oh,
it totally abandons the
Christ.
simplicity part of Toriyama's writing and what have you, and it just there's no personality. It drags on forever. There's like one dragon who's kind of interesting, and then he gets fucking murdered, and it's like GT is just a lot of missed opportunities because there is a way you make all of these story arcs work in a really interesting way. It's just, it's not, there's no in for me. I don't enjoy the animation. I don't enjoy the art. I don't enjoy the characters. I don't enjoy the motivations. I don't have much. Like, I know that some people have come around on it and, like, sure, but save that energy for the original Dragon Ball, man, because that's the show that does this right.
It's like when I joined it as a kid, but only as virtue of it just being more Dragon Ball. But it's like only in that semblance. I have no emotional connection to it whatsoever.
As, like, a story, it's just so it's simultaneously like not willing to break away from the tenets of Dragon Ball, but also like abiding by them too much so that it doesn't do anything. And it's
Yeah,
just very confusing to me. Like its appeal is very lost on me, especially because you can find it better elsewhere. And
yeah,
it's kind of like if you have somebody who's like maybe ungenerously assessing Dragon Ball or Dragon Ball Z, you might be like, this is a little bit too Saturday morning cartoony for me. And it's like, I understand that viewpoint, but also watch GT, and then you might gain a little bit of perspective as like GT
yeah.
legit feels like a Saturday morning cartoon for kids.
It is. That is the
And
thing. It is.
it like and again, that's not inherently bad, but like it's not even a good one. Like
No.
there's Saturday morning cartoons that have like good art and good lessons to teach kids. This doesn't really, it's too preoccupied with trying to maintain its own appeal.
Yeah.
It exhausts itself quickly.
Yeah.
Thankfully, the other Dragon Ball offshoot, Super,
Mhm.
I have much more positive things to say about. Uh,
Mhm.
I am very mixed on it as a whole because I think it's very arc by arc. And it does technically start off like we kind of had a drought after GT. And then we got Battle of the Gods, the movie in 2013.
I think it was 2015, actually.
Wow, that was damn. Well, then we got Battle of the Gods, which is a basically we get a new character for the first time in years, essentially. A new addition to the universe that is canon, that isn't just a movie only villain. We get Beerus, the god of destruction, who
Mm.
is one of my favorite new additions to Dragon Ball. When I think of what Akira Toriyama valued in characters and conflicts, Beerus is a flawless antagonist. He's a god of destruction, a cosmic being. He's kind of got that Bastet design, Egyptian thing, so he feels especially otherworldly. But he's
Yeah.
a dude who he takes decades long naps because he's a cat, and he loves food. Food is his, like, that is his life. He goes across the galaxy and he wants to eat the best food and best cuisine. And if you disappoint him, he will blow up your fucking planet
Yeah.
willy-nilly, just because he's a god of destruction and he can do that. And so naturally, when we have him ultimately visiting the Earth, there's going to be some conflict with these characters.
Yeah.
And I must admit, I revisited this and did not enjoy it as much as I did originally. I like this movie well enough, but it leans on some of its comedic characters a little too much, and
Yeah.
its pacing is really weird after that like second act. It's very very elongated and strange, but it does have a lot of things I love. First and foremost, being like I love Vegeta in this so much
Hmm.
because Vegeta is a pathetic disaster. Because when he sees Beerus, he's the only person who knows about him because Beerus visited his father, and he, as a kid, saw how much Beerus scared his father and was like, "Oh, this guy's serious." So when Beerus comes down, Vegeta is flagellating himself to appease him. This is a mode we
Hmm.
have never seen him in before, but he's like, it's weirdly like a parental instinct because he's trying to keep his kids safe and his family safe. And
Yeah.
eventually it escalates to when Beerus shows a sign of disrespect to Bulma. We get one of my favorite moments where he goes, "That's my Bulma." It's like, wow, Vegeta's really grown. Like, he gives a shit now. Like, that's awesome.
Like, what a
And
concept.
I know, right? And like the interactions between characters in this is super fun, super silly. And then Goku comes into the story and just kind of makes it really interesting.
Yeah.
Like the fight is cool. Don't get me wrong. The animation is great. But the whole Super Saiyan God thing is like,
At,
sure.
at this point, like, what is the difference? Like, genuinely.
And like it's cute the reveal where it's just like, oh, you need one more Saiyan, and it's like, oh, and Vidal's pregnant with Pan, so that means like, oh, okay, there's another Saiyan, and it's like, oh, okay, and it's like,
Yeah.
all right. But at the end of the day, I'm more positive on it than I'm not because it introduces a lot of things that like have a lot of potential to be immediately built upon.
Mhm.
And I believe, did Super start after this or did it start after Resurrection F?
That's a great question. I think it might have been Resurrection F, but I'm gonna
I believe
proof check
so
that.
because, well, okay. Resurrection F is the next movie after Battle of the Gods, and we can talk about it in conjunction with Super because technically Super adapts Battle of the Gods and Resurrection F into their own arcs of Super.
Mhm.
They are the worst seasons of Dragon Ball, hand over fist, because I don't know if y'all know this, but when you take an hour and a half long movie and turn it into a season of television, the pacing is just the worst. The animation's worse.
Yeah.
The choreography's worse. It is just lesser versions of the movies. Do not watch them. Skip them. Watch the movies instead. I
Very
have
fair.
not a single reason. Resurrection F, on the other hand, I have less positive thoughts on because it's it's very fan servicey. It's the movie where Frieza comes back and he's got a gold form, and you know I actually don't hate tacky
Golden
golden
Mario.
Frieza. I don't hate tacky golden Frieza because if Frieza had another form, of course it would be this gaudy ass gold shit. Like that's totally him.
Yeah.
But this movie is so strange. It starts off so promising with the return of Frieza, and it's like, yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit, but also like I like watching these characters interact. So if they do something with it, that's cool. And Gohan gets put out of commission so fucking fast, dude. Piccolo gets
Yeah.
killed in it, and it's like, and notably, the animation in this is just kind of not great. The 3D animation in particular is oof. Battle of the Gods looks a lot better. It's
Yeah.
very poorly paced. There's a lot of characters in it. We do. My favorite thing about this movie, though, is how it brings back Captain Ginyu. is that yes, he was a frog on Namek, and they blew him up, but before the planet blew up, they saved Frog Ginyu, and he's back.
They fucking saved the frog.
Oh man, what a fucking pull to have there. Like that's great. I like the international space police guy, Jacko. He's fun. He's nifty. But it's just something that doesn't do a whole lot for me.
Yeah.
But but the next two movies after this, I will throw
Yes.
over to you in terms of Super Broly. Because
Yes.
I think you can make a very steadfast argument for Super Broly being the best Dragon Ball movie, full stop.
Absolutely. Like it is for me without question because here's the thing. There is a good chunk of Super Broly where it is kind of just a readaptation of the Broly story within the context of Super
Mm-hmm.
that is not as much action. Like that first half is very character focused.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is that it does like what I consider one of those like true feats of good writing, which is you are given a character that has nothing interesting, nothing
Mm-mm.
at all interesting about them as a character, and then you have to make them people care about this character. And they do it. They make me care about Broly as a character who is more or less like a caveman and
Mm-hmm.
is kind of still a caveman here, but there is so much more depth and nuance to this than it has any right to have.
Oh, 1,000%. Like, there is also Broly has his ardent fans, and he also has a legion of haters too. And the
Mhm.
miracle of this movie is that it converted basically everyone onto the same camp of fuck yeah, Broly is awesome. Like,
Yeah.
it redoes the story of like it characterizes both him and his father way better. Like, Paragus is a dude who gets totally fucked over by his own race and the elite people because like Broly's too strong. We don't want him to, we can't have this like lower class Saiyan warrior being eclipsing someone like Prince Vegeta. Can't have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Paragus is just like, motherfucker, we can use him to like kill Frieza. What are you fucking talking about? And then they get stranded on this fucking other planet. There's a great fucking moment where they're there with another like guy, another like member of the guard who escaped with them. And he just has this offhanded quote where he's just like, I wouldn't trust a Saiyan to save my life. And he fucking shoots him in the back of the head. And it's so sick. And like
God.
at first you're kind of like with Paragus, it's just like, oh man, you got fucked over, dude. And then you see how he treats his son. Because
Yeah.
Broly is this super powerful little Saiyan baby, and he's immediately just kind of abused and trained. And he's got a little friend. He's got a big alien friend who he plays with. He's like the only thing strong enough to play with him. And he's got a little
Yeah.
friend, and then his dad fucking shoots him. What a
Yeah.
dick bag. And then Broly's like,
Yeah. Broly is sad and I care about that somehow.
No, and like then they go to the Arctic, where Goku just has the most immaculate drip in this movie. Vegeta too. And
Decked out.
the real star of this film, that animation, man. When we found out
Ooh.
that 3D animation was coming back, we were like, "Oh, really?" And then we saw previews and we were like, "Okay, no, hold on, hold on.
Yeah.
What's this?" Because
Yeah.
man, what a glow up. It's
Truly.
beautiful.
It's like it's so good to me because I love the fact that it's so fluid, but you can also see the brush strokes in a way where it's like
You
real
100%.
texture.
And like what I love is that the 3D animation allows them to be so dynamic with the camera. Like it lets them use it in ways that you've never seen Dragon Ball fights be used before. It really takes advantage of the new tech in a lot of fantastic ways. And it just everything just kind of slots into place with this. Like every beat you want to happen in this movie totally happens. Like this is something that you
Yeah.
could theoretically enjoy with someone who's not even a Dragon Ball fan. Like it's just a
Yeah.
good contained little story, and Goku and Vegeta are here too. And that's an underappreciated aspect of Super is that I love the very present but very reluctant friendship that Vegeta and Goku have because they are on the same level now, but Goku is still kind of an obnoxious optimist, and Vegeta is still kind of a cynic, and he's just like, yeah, fucking whatever, let's fight. I don't.
They kind of
It,
have like a buddy cop dynamic almost.
it's yeah, it's really good stuff, and when it makes its way into Super the show, that's also fantastic. There's several arcs of Super that are not the movie things that again don't watch it, just don't. It's bad, badly
Yeah.
animated. Don't. But there are parts that they do kind of slow down in between. There's some like slice of life filler adjacent kind of stuff, but it's stuff that Toriyama would have written too. It feels in keeping with the spirit of the series.
Yeah.
But there's some arcs in here. I'm not I can't completely remember the order in which they go in, but like there's some of them that have just a terrible premise. I mean, like
Yeah.
truly uh, uh, Goku Black. This is one of the most frustrating arcs in this story to me because Goku Black is a terrible idea. Evil
Hmm.
Goku. Like
Yeah.
what are we even doing here, guys? What even is this? He's British? What? No, stop that.
Also, isn't that just Turles?
Yes, again, we have had this guy before. We have many versions of this guy before. And then you watch it, and for like 90% of it, it's really good. Like
Hmm.
the fact that it starts off with like another, we've got like a future Trunks and Bulma, and like Goku Black kills Bulma. It's like upsetting. Like he doesn't murder her directly. He holds her into the radius of an explosion and vaporizes her. It's like,
Hold up.
okay, wow. And then we bring back a lot of stuff like we
Damn.
bring back the Mafuba from Dragon Ball as a method of trying to kill Goku Black, and like we're like teaming up stuff and we're doing like time travel shit again, but like we're getting like there's some episodes here where this future Trunks gets to interact with like the core cast, particularly like adult Gohan. And they mine that so well because you've got history
Mm.
of Trunks where he sees
Yeah.
Gohan and it's just like now he gets to come back and talk to him and these character dynamics are so good. They're so rich. And it's like for a while Goku Black is a really intimidating villain because he's powerful obviously, but he's also got like this energy scythe thing and like these like
Hmm.
fucking swords and shit and he's like his hair's all like pink and shit and it's like okay, this is like it's not just Goku. It's like a fucking
Yeah.
crazy narcissist Goku. Okay. Like you
Yeah.
know what, man? I'll go with it.
Yeah.
And then the key mistake of this arc comes like a meteorite in the form of fucking Zamasu, who is just another level of a grand. He's like not the Grand Kai or the Elder Kai. He's just like another Kai on
He's
the
the
branch.
grandest Grand Kai.
He's the super duper Kai.
Yeah.
And literally his whole bit is just like humans are disgusting. They die so quickly, and I must serve them as a Kai. And it's just
Mr.
like
Anderson.
I mean, literally, but boring. And like that's fine, and it's just like okay, maybe he's like a guy who does stuff in the background. No, we find Goku Black, and then they fuse together and make a super scary monster version of fused Zamasu, and it sucks.
Mm.
It sucks. It's bad.
Oh.
And then the final fight happens, and it's sick. Like
Mm.
Trunks goes in on this. It's just like we've been building to it. And then the ending happens and the entire timeline disappears. And it's like, wait, hold on. What? Trunks is the only survivor and his entire universe is obliterated and it's over. Like
Huh.
I'm not against having a downer ending on Dragon Ball, but like what even is this? Like it just happens and it's like rocks fall, everyone dies. What? Are you
Like,
serious?
this seems like something that would happen in like Berserk and not Dragon Ball.
I mean, if they did something with it, but it's just like everybody goes back to their original universe, and also Future Trunks is here, I guess. And I mean, in the moment, it's really fun to watch. It's headed a lot of interesting directions. They get a lot out of it, and it's got mixed results. I would say that it is, at bare minimum, it is an interesting arc, but I would say that by the end of it, I would say it's about on par with Boo, in that it's
Mm.
it's too much of a mixed bag. It's too uneven. And then there's another notable story arc here, which is the Tournament of Power.
Hmm.
And this is the biggest mixed bag of mixed bag arcs because it is almost on a scene by scene, like fight by fight, real boring or hype as shit. Like this is clearly
Yeah.
the arc they put the most work into, the most time, and like it starts off really interestingly as there's this, the god of the universe, Zeno, as like managing all of these different timelines and dimensions and stuff, and is having this universal tournament to decide which timeline will be eliminated. But I don't know if that's initially revealed. But basically, those are the
Hmm.
stakes. But so what it does is that it has Goku go around and recruit people for his universe, and you get really interesting little singular character bits with Goku and Krillin, with Goku and 17, who has a family, is a park ranger, which no, they didn't
Hmm.
steal that from DBZ Abridged. DBZ Abridged took that from an interview with Toriyama that he became a park ranger, which is such a silly little detail, but I love so much just because I
That's
guess,
so
sure,
sweet.
man. Like of course, what else is he gonna do? But and
Yeah.
you have like 18 too, gets some moments to shine here, and like the less said about Tien's utilization in this arc, the better. And you get all of these moments, and also there is a part where Master Roshi threatens sexual assault onto another character that we are just gonna no. Why did that
Interesting.
happen? Ew, gross.
Creative
Stop.
choices.
Like, and I'm like, I'm not exaggerating or anything. That is his tactic in the fight to intimidate her. And it's like, oh, no, we don't have to do that at all. And basically, they're
Why?
competing against these various universes. But the kicker is that because Frieza's still alive, Goku is like, hey, you're one of the strongest people in this universe. And if we lose, we're dead. So we're kind of on the same playing field here. And Frieza's like, sure, man, I'll help. And he goes with them. And as ridiculous as it is that he recruits Frieza, that of course the genocidal maniac, irredeemable, I like this choice because it just kind of embraces the cosmic absurdity of the setting. I
Yeah, that makes sense.
honestly at this point like we there's just nothing is sacred in Dragon Ball to begin with, so we shouldn't treat it like it's that way at all. And
True.
it leads to some of my favorite moments in this are when Goku is getting the fucking tar beaten out of him, and both Vegeta and Frieza will be like just like watching in the stands like yeah.
I was
It's
gonna say, like, a moment like that
great.
is where the comedy probably like shines the hardest, is like shit like that.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. Super is very consistently funny. I will give them props for consistently making me laugh throughout pretty much every single arc, save for Goku Black, because that's a little bit more straight-laced and dramatic. But like I really love parts of this. There's the counterpart female Saiyans, Kefla, Caulifla, and Caulifla is their fusion. And I
That's the
love
names.
I love the fact that they were like, okay, we have girl Goku. How do we do this? Make her a butch lesbian. Brilliant.
There we
No
go.
notes.
No notes.
Absolutely awesome.
Amazing.
They have a great dynamic. I love their fight. I love Kefla and Caulifla. No notes. And I love how the little Saiyan dude is like Vegeta's just kind of like, hey, like fucking pick up some shit, like lift some weights and stuff. Like he's kind of like passing on advice as like the lesser Saiyan of just like, hey, you can still like achieve something. Like that's a really good beat for Vegeta to kind of land on. And Android 17 is like so useful in this story. Like he is constantly
Hmm.
like tag teaming with Frieza and beating the shit out of people, and it's awesome. Like he's the winner of the tournament. He's the sole survivor who wins for
Really?
universe whoever. Yeah, it's awesome. He's
Huh.
got like those barriers that he uses in Dragon Ball Z. Like love that kind of stuff. And then there's the main antagonist. Jiren is just Broly. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm putting
Cool.
my flag in the hill here. Jiren is Broly in a superhero costume. There's nothing different about him. I don't care that his parents died. That is like revealed at the very fucking end, and I'm like, that's it? That's why he's doing this? Dude, like half the cast of Dragon Ball's entire like family gets I don't like what are we even doing here? Jiren is
Yeah.
so fucking boring. But that 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 Ultra Instinct transformation, man. That is oh man, that's the closest I've felt to feeling like I was 10 in like 15 years. I I lost my fucking mind. Like that fight is one of the absolute best in the whole saga of anything. Like it is
Mhm.
legitimately jaw-droppingly good animation. Key animators are going the fuck off.
Mhm.
They end it on a really strong note. It doesn't quite touch the good parts of Dragon Ball or the best parts of Z for me, but like the best parts of it do. It's
Mhm.
just that the other part, it's so inconsistent. It's very tonally askew. It's very, you can tell that this is being written by someone who is trying to emulate Toriyama to the best of his ability without quite getting there. And it's
Mhm.
important that I mention that the final arc of Super hasn't been adapted because this was actually made backwards in that the manga for Super was made after the anime. But this one, the most recent one, the Moro arc, is like that one has not been made into animation yet. And everything I've read about this arc, if this is adapted well, this has the potential to be one of the best arcs in all of Dragon Ball. Like
Hmm.
there's a really interesting villain, like a really cool design too. Just like really interesting stuff is happening there. And I'm hoping that maybe the liberties that something like Bleach the Thousand Year Blood War arc is taking with its source material and that it is very clearly expanding on material and like doing interesting new things as it goes
Hmm.
along. I'm hoping that maybe some of that energy bleeds over because, like, I would really love to see a lot of those ideas expanded and refined into something that makes a little bit more sense. So I really got to get on the manga for that one because I know that
Fair.
the guy who they've gotten to kind of do, like, the showrunner who's not Toriyama's replacement, but I mean, for all intents and purposes, the guy who's the head of Dragon Ball now, who
Mhm.
I believe back in the day was the artist for a fan comic called Dragon Ball AF, which made lots of rounds on the internet as like people thought it was official because the art was so good, and that's what
Hmm.
landed him the job, which very cool. And I have no
Yeah.
problem with fans being a part of like I think that that can be good sometimes.
Yeah.
Um, and that until semi recently was kind of what we left off on is that Super, I feel like anybody will tell you is kind of a mixed bag. There are parts of it that people like, parts of it that people don't, but it adds things like new characters, new transformations like Ultra Instinct. It also has Super Saiyan Blue, which
Hmm.
they look kind of like toothpaste. That's all I got. Um, but the other movie that we got, most recent Dragon Ball movie, I
I believe
think,
so. Yes.
is Dragon Ball Super Superhero, which if you're
Great
wondering
title.
why is it called that, there is a rumor that Toriyama forgot what Dragon Ball Super was called and wanted to call it Dragon Ball Superhero. And they were like, shit, because let me be clear about this. Toriyama in the past has forgotten a lot of things that happened in his own story. Like
Which, to be
there
fair,
and obviously it's
yeah,
so long. Like who
yeah.
wouldn't? Like I have two arcs of my story written and I don't remember all of that shit. Are you kidding?
I was gonna say, if I quizzed you on your own series, you probably wouldn't be able to get like all of it right. Imagine
No.
if you made like One Piece or this.
Ugh. And again, not the expectation. That said, superhero. This is my personal favorite Dragon Ball movie.
Hmm.
I it is wonkily paced and the ending is very this is a Dragon Ball ending thing where Gohan kind of pulls a transformation out of his ass and it doesn't look all that good. Everything else in this movie I absolutely adore to the moon and back. This is Piccolo's movie. The fact that we even have a movie that is
Yes.
fronted by Piccolo, where he is literally just babysitting and training Pan and being like, Gohan, get off your ass and fight is
Best character.
so satisfying. And not to mention, this is like when I say that Dragon Ball Abridged and Dragon Ball aren't that far away from each other, like this movie is as funny as Dragon Ball Abridged is. It is
Yeah.
hysterical when it is at its best. And
Yeah.
it's got the amazing animation that Broly had. And it's like it's way sillier in tone. But to
Mhm.
me, it's way more similar to a true expression of Toriyama's in that respect. And that it does have Toriyama's name on it, but I still kind of doubt how heavily he was involved in it. But all
Mhm.
the character interactions are so lovely. Again, I like getting a movie where Gohan, Piccolo, and Pan are the highlights. And Pan is fucking adorable in this. She
Yeah,
she
it's
whoops
adorable.
she whoops ass, and like Piccolo is just like, hey, you're gonna have to pretend to be a prisoner, and she's just like, okay. And it is the sweetest thing in the world. Piccolo is the greatest dad who has ever lived, and I could watch it forever. And also
Yeah.
the villain is Dr. Gero's son, and he is obsessed with superheroes. And he is like he walks out of the prison that he's in at the very beginning, and they tease him, and he just throws a grenade into it. Like it is like again,
Oh God.
comedically, this is the cream of the fucking crop without just going to DBZA. It is a supremely enjoyable film. It does not and it does kind of fall into the trapping of having a lot of fan service and especially ending very much like a Dragon Ball Z thing ends, but like, oh man, does it look sexy. Ooh,
It
Nelly, it
looks
looks
so
nice.
nice.
That final
And
fight scene with
man,
with whatever form cell, which honestly is my least favorite thing in the movie, of just like
like
why are we
Kaiju
just
Cell.
why are we just fighting second form cell again? Like this is just kind of whatever. Like it's fine.
Yeah.
Like and I was kind of all in on those like superhero androids. I was like they're cool, and then they get kind of stamped out and it's like, oh, cell, well, whatever.
Yeah.
Like if they had maybe added more personality or something, that's like a pitch perfect movie right there. But as is, it's the only Dragon Ball movie I would give like 4 out of 5 stars. It's like the highest rated thing I think I've given to Dragon Ball,
Fair.
except the most recent Dragon Ball Daima.
Mm.
And Daima, it's GT but good. That is the best way I can put it. It is.
Mm.
I was not on board with the fact that every character kind of gets turned into a chibi version of themselves to go into the demon world, but they go into the demon world, which is an unexplored part of the Dragon Ball universe to begin with, which is really visually inventive and visually this is the best Dragon Ball has ever looked, and it is not close. The color
Mm.
design in this is gorgeous. Every time a Kamehameha happens in this version of the story, your jaw is on the floor. Like those attacks kind of lose meaning after a while in Z and stuff like
Yeah.
that. This makes all of them feel special. It has all of that harkening back to the original spirit of Dragon Ball, but the fights in it, that's Z as fuck, baby. To the moon and back. We have
Let's
more
go.
Super Sentai characters. Our main character is a little witch lady who's like enslaving this race of people. It's so classic Toriyama, and frankly, I needed that. Like that was the last thing that Toriyama's name was ever put on, and you know it really feels like coming full circle. And the animators, it's like they knew because this show was in production for years. Like while Super was still happening,
Yeah.
this is what happens when you don't crunch your animators, you dumb motherfuckers. If you give them time, they deliver good shit. And
What's that?
yeah, right. And like, no, I don't think that at any point its character beats or story beats reach the heights of the best parts of Z, but it, like the original Dragon Ball, is so thoroughly consistent in its quality. Like the fact, like the ending fight in this, man, there's a couple like you get to see more of like the Majins, and like one of them is Majin Ku. I love him. He's my son. He is my child, and I will protect him at all costs. It is very it's adorable. Like so much of the shit is just like straight up like cute, and so much of it is like it has those moments where GT tried to capture like the spirit of adventure, except it's actually nice to look at. And it was very cathartic after that, just because like I feel like the
Yeah.
world has been in a perpetual state of grieving since Toriyama died. Like
Yeah.
every bit of Dragon Ball media I've consumed since has this shadow lingering over it, like fan works and stuff that's just like we all know. And as much as I'll pay attention to a Dragon Ball thing, like as much as I hate to say it, it does live and die with him for me. Like I'll check stuff out for the
Yeah.
novelty of it from here on out, but to me, Dragon Ball as I knew it is done. And
Yeah.
as a way to go out, it's about as good as anything I could have asked for. And that was really nice, especially as someone who like Daima really stuck up on me. I had no clue it existed until I saw some videos about it and was like, hold the fuck on. This looks amazing, which
Yeah.
super frequently looks amazing. I don't like why do the character designs look like they're made of plastic? Like everything is really shiny. I
Yeah.
don't quite get that aesthetic choice. This pulls back from that a little bit and just it's very good. In fact,
Hmm.
if somebody wanted to start there, its appeal is so separate from everything. It can be enjoyed on its own. Basically, it's just a
Hmm.
fun little adventure romp. So, like, if you haven't gotten on that and you really like original Dragon Ball, definitely do that.
Hmm.
Is there anything else that you want to mention or that I've skipped over or
Should we mention the Adam song AMV?
yes, we have to. Dragon Ball is ground zero for every edgy AMV you've ever seen. Like if you saw a Bleach one, it was born with Dragon Ball because that's the original like Linkin Park AMV, the original Evanescence AMV, like
The
those
classics.
the fucking the Chardonnay, the cream of the crap, the
Yeah.
best shit. 240p, crisp as fuck. One thing I showed Luke in the
Truly.
prelude to this is I one of my favorite pieces of media in the world, which is the Blink 182 Adam song AMV for Vegeta, and it is just Vegeta failing constantly while Adam's
Constantly.
song plays in the background, and it is truly a landmark piece of media.
Just like just like
With
just like
Tom DeLonge's voice like this.
imagine if Vegeta sounded like Tom DeLonge.
hmm That I'd watch the dub instantly. Give it to me, put it in front of me. So I guess in its totality, Dragon Ball has a lot of ups and downs. It's good a lot of the time, it's not good a lot of the time, it's incredible on occasion, and I don't really know how to put like how do you even describe how much this has impacted people? We kind of alluded to it before, but it's like this is
Yeah, like
something that is literally responsible for the self-betterment of hundreds of thousands of people who have used it as motivation to get out. Like I I remember seeing like there's like a video essay I consumed a long time ago that was just like basically up front it was just like why do so many black people love Dragon Ball?
mhm.
And it was like I was like, I've never been able to ask this question in an upfront way as a white person, but I
Yeah.
would like to know because the significant following that Toriyama's work has is simply not is a
It's
multicultural assortment that we do
yeah,
not have.
it is
It's
and it is strong,
it's
so strong.
and I feel like other shonen also like because I feel like this also happens with like My Hero, it happened with Jujutsu Kaisen, it kind of happened with where the appeal of it just sort of expands because they really understand a certain element of shonen storytelling. And a lot of it is because it's like, well, I mean, it's a really basic reason. It's just like they give you an example to work towards. Like you have that in front of you, and it's
Yeah.
like, dude, I've seen people who've gotten jacked because of Dragon Ball. Not just go to the gym. I mean, these motherfuckers are ripped. I mean, hell, fucking
Yeah.
look at Lenny Pitora, fucking Team 4-Star, who started off being like,
All right.
kind of schlubby dude. Dude's fucking jacked now. He
The
looks like
ideal.
Vegeta. It's crazy. And like, and even then,
God.
it's more than just that too. It's just like I can't tell you the amount of friends that I made because I could do Dragon Ball Z abridged parody voices. Like I could be on the bus and just be like, "Hello
God.
there, my name is Lord Frieza," and people are like, "Ah, it kind of sounds like
Beautiful.
it," and it's like it kind of did it. It's just like just
God.
knowing the jokes made you like in on something. Like other like I remember saying that to people who I didn't know had watched it, and they were like, "Oh," and I was like, "Oh shit!" Like
Yeah.
this is how so many fucking antisocial weirdos connected with each other. You have no fucking idea. And it's kind of like Jen and I when we talked about Bleach, and that everybody deserves to have good formative media. When we talk about being
Hmm.
like something's for kids, and it's just like we held the sentiment of like just because it's for kids doesn't give an excuse to be lazy or bad. It's why I
Yeah.
have kind of an animosity for GT so much, is because it feels like, oh, it's for kids, fucking whatever.
It
It,
feels
it
like it's
just
talking down to them.
yeah, it doesn't feel like it's treating them with like the respect that Z would if just like, there's so much like tactically and character-wise that's happening. And again, we've shown that like not all of it works and it's kind of a mixed bag, but it respects its audience's intelligence and it pursues a really distinct goal. And that's what people latch onto, the individuality of it, the things that make it unique, and not the things that make it just another Saturday morning cartoon-esque thing. It's like it's a really fundamental part of like discovering so much about an artistic medium. Like without Dragon Ball, I wouldn't have been like, oh, hey, what's this Ghost in the Shell? Or, oh, hey, what's The
Yeah.
Matrix? Or, hey, what's shonen in general? Like,
And even for me, like it goes farther than that because like it was part of that era of like, the martial arts like animated material that
mhm.
got me into like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon or the works of Yun
the,
Wu Ping that are
the
like foundational.
God, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Isn't that just one of the goddamn best fucking movies ever goddamn made? You just watch that and you're like,
Like that's a magic trick. That movie's a
that's
magic trick.
I think my initial review for that on Letterboxd was it is an unmatched act of pure hubris that anyone made a movie after this, and I still to some extent believe that.
Yeah.
Um, and Luke, to cap all this off, I want to pitch something to you that I realized as I was consuming so much Dragon Ball.
Mm.
My story, my book series, Those Who Dwell in the Dark. I've always been like, oh, it's kind of like a horror, like coming of age thing. Those Who Dwell in the Dark is a fucking shonen. It's a
It is a
shonen.
shonen.
It's literally like like every single bit of it. I'm just like, man, even like the villain of like Children of the Grave, he's kind of Cell. Oh,
The brain rot has been within you all along.
it's like, and it's just like I never thought about it that way, but it's crystal fucking clear to me these days. And it's just like if that seed was planted and that plant has grown into what it is today, like imagine elsewhere. Like imagine the amount of influence this shit has had over the landscape of modern media. Like again, we have Avatar: The Last Airbender without it? Probably the fuck not. And
Probably not.
it's a better world that we have that in it. And that we have fucking Korra
Yeah.
too, which is like again, that's like the
Yeah.
best hand-to-hand martial animated combat I've ever seen.
Just
Like
beautiful.
like I watched back like even parts of Korra, like season 2 of Korra is kind of up and down, but like
But
the
like
action is so good, I just fucking don't care.
at its best, it is kind of one of those things where it's like, I don't think it gets much better than this. Which
I
is what I felt with Dragon Ball
look,
Z.
one of these days you and I, we're gonna do like Korra, but like for this. Like I'm sure it will happen because I have
Please.
so much to say about that fucking show. And
Please.
God, I love that fucking third arc of Korra so much. Actually, 3 and 4. Book 3 and 4 of
Three and
Korra
four.
kick ass.
I agree.
Like they are truly fantastic. And I mean, like, and that's Western animation now. And like, think about how many
Yeah.
things are inspired by those. It's
Yeah.
like
Like
Akira Toriyama is the grandfather's grandfather, man.
exactly. Like everything that you loved that has some semblance of elements of martial arts and if you were born in a 2000s type era is the missing link. This is where it connects, and it's just like I don't know. It's one of those like it feels like shit like fucking like it, it's a silly thing to say, but it feels like one of those like foundational like literature type things where it's like it feels like it's always been there.
I mean, like, look at where it started. It's an adaptation of Journey to the fucking West. That's like the blueprint for entire mediums of fiction. Like,
Yeah,
that's a story literally fucking like thousands of years old. Like, this kind of like, building upon mythology and established lore and everything. It's just like, you can trace it back and you can make it as big as you possibly can because it can go back that far.
I have a pitch that might be a stupid, very generalized thing to say, but like, is this like Japan Star Wars?
I mean, honestly, kinda. Like you can maybe even make the argument that this is the Hidden Fortress, even that like
Yeah,
it's just like it's the OG OG. Because like
yeah,
at this point, again, we live in a time where Bleach, Naruto, and One Piece are now considered relics, and it's like, the one thing I will guarantee, I
dude,
probably will not ever do one of these for Naruto because
don't. As a
I
Naruto, as a ex Naruto fan, don't.
I have seen like all through Shippuden like a long, long time ago, but I only recently learned what Boruto did with the characters and was like,
No,
that's no, please no. Ah, ooh, that's
no,
why why is Sasuke Uchiha alive? Why is he allowed to live? Thank God we're still committing the cardinal sin of Vegeta all these years later. And you know what? I think that's going to be where we're going to end today.
Mhm.
It was lovely talking with you about this amazing little hyperfixation that we both have. These
Thank you
last
so
three
much for having
months,
me.
I have been Dragon Ball has been keeping me on fucking life support. Like I just need to, tune out the world, tune in to manga. Good advice.
I have some final words I would like to say
Go
to end us
ahead.
off. For all of you listening out there who dare take almost 6 hours of time to listen to this podcast, I want us to think back on the words of Android 16 as we continue on with the rest of our day. Is that remember, be willing to fight back for the ones you love, and always keep going. Thank you.
That I Abso-fucking-lutely. And I believe it is the titular character, Son Goku himself, who distills the essence of Dragon Ball into one line better than I ever possibly could, and is that real power comes from a need, not a desire. And that is Dragon Ball.